Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, and as the music closes and as we still continue to look at the team posters, it is time, my friends. Oh my god, how long has it been since the last season finals? Realistically, about 4 months. And you know what? That's all the time I need to wait. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Eternal Return Master Season Finals for Season 6. We are here with day number 1, and those posters look fantastic. I hope you had fun looking at them, because we'll continue to look at them during the breaks, but it is time for us to begin. Hopefully all of you guys had a fantastic day. The Korean side has been doing the interviews for quite a little bit now, but let's get started over on our side as well. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters for this weekend, and alongside me in the voice call.
Yo, hello.
Hell yeah, it's a
How's it
familiar
going?
voice. How are you doing today, Super?
I am doing fantastic. I'm very excited for today's Shuvi. We got our top 12 teams that are going to be competing this weekend for the season finals. So, all comes down to this. These teams, they fought tooth and nail to get here. Both two phases. So many games played over about like 70, 80 games played over the past season. So, yeah, very excited, very excited. It looks like we're just going to jump straight into it. Wow, we're already down to our 20-second countdown here.
Indeed, it's going to be a fun time. Let's take a look at what ends up happening today, because the time countdown to Eternal Return Masters will begin.
절망의 끝에 다다른 폰에게 모든 영광을.
The research will begin, my friends. The trophy for Eternal Return Master Season 6. Every single season they improve on that thing. Look at the audience as well. Of course, as it is the season finals, they are live today in the Tijan Dream Arena. It is the in-person event every ERM player wants to go out and play in. But for you and I, Super, it just means that we get to watch a fantastic audience today. And you know what that means? We get the posters as well from the audience. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I always love seeing those posters being made, for these teams. It's just nice, seeing like the fan art, all these players coming out to support, these teams. Personally, speaking from experience as well, because I did end up going to, Atlanta a couple of times, having like a poster made for your team, it's just nice,
Yeah, well, personally, I can't say I can attest to that, but I definitely know, I can relate to what kind of feeling it might be. I've also felt really happy about things before, and you know what? These are the moments that you really look back and say, I was here, and the proof of that is going to be inside the video for not just the players, but even for the audience, right? For some of the people who have drawn some incredible posters, we'll be able to see them today throughout the broadcast. But yeah, Super, it is time, my friend, for you and I, as for everybody in the chat. Season finals is finally upon us. It's the first season finals we are going to have with the newly created Eternal Return Masters format. But luckily for you and I, as well as most of the people in the chat, it's going to be a similar format for the season finals. So nothing too different when it comes to today and tomorrow. It's just the fact that the road we took to get here was definitely a little bit arduous.
Yeah, the season final is still going to be the same thing. Day 1 is still just going to be 6 games. And then the top 4 will qualify for day 2, which is going to be the finals for the season finals. No, it's a little... It might get a little confusing, but right now we're in the semifinals, so we're still one step away from the grand finals for season 6.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a fun day today, Super. We have 6 games that are going to be lined up specifically for today. We have 8 total teams that are going to be playing tonight, 4 teams that are already in day number 2 for the season finals, which means today we got to trim some of these players. We got to trim some of these teams. We have a total of 8 that's going to go down to 4 after the 6 games today. Top 4, again, is going to be moving on into day number 2, which means it's not going to be a fun run for some of these teams, man. It's going to be a rough one.
It's definitely not going to be easy. We know which teams, have made it from the bottom. And also, we're gonna get a live feed here for DHC&J. Oh wow, there's like a viewing party. That's really cool.
Dude, every season, the Eternal Return Masters season finals always improves on something. I think this is the first time we've had a viewing party from a team somewhere.
DHC&J, yeah. So like, where is this? Is this in like? It's definitely not like in the venue, right?
I don't think so. Okay, I don't know because I've never been to the venue before myself.
Yeah.
So
Fair.
we're gonna have to give you a little bit on that. And quite frankly, actually, I don't think you've been to this specific arena before as well.
No, I'm
yeah.
not.
So you and I don't know, but because DHC&J, I believe, did not make it to the season finals for either day 1 or 2, they are actually going to be hosting the viewing party, which is going to be super fun.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I mean, like, we got all these fans here just gonna be watching the game on the big screen. It's really nice, you know. If you guys have ever been to a viewing party before, right? You know, the community, you know, brings together. Everyone's gonna be cheering on, you know, their teams. You know, having that crowd there, right, cheering on for these teams and like, you know, reacting to plays. It's nice.
Absolutely. It's going to be
just
a
a
fun
good environment.
time. Yeah, for those people as well. Having people around you that are super excited about what you're watching at the same time is going to be awesome. But what are we even watching today? For those of you guys who are joining us, season finals again. But today, it's going to be day number 2, technically, of the season finals because LCQ still counts. But for us, it's effectively day number 1. Last chance qualifiers at the top left already completed. We did that a couple weeks ago. So today, we are going to start with the semifinals, as I mentioned earlier. It's going to be 6 total games that we're going to be watching today for determining which 4 teams will be moving on to day number 2 for the grand finals. This prize pool, 20 million Korean won, as we've been seeing throughout the entire course of the season, pretty much ever since, well, not the entire course of the season, I suppose. Ever since LCQ, we saw this 20 million Korean won. And the road to Daejeon, we have gone through everything, quite literally. Phase 1, Phase 2, LCQ, and we are at the end game, my friend, the Season 6 season finals.
Yeah, and the point matrix is going to be exactly the same. But here are our Season 6 finalists here. We got FN Sejong, Ultimate, Gangnam Sparkle, and Gang NA all going to already qualify for day number 2. And fighting today is going to be Slasher, Daeyoung Cybers. Daeyoung Cybers is... no. That was DHC&J.
Yes.
The watch party, yeah. Auto Arms, Tangle WX, Red, Green, Yellow, Saber, Insider, and Team Cartel. Our previous ERM winners just barely making it in here. We're going to have to see if they are going to be able to defend their title for Season 6.
Absolutely. It's been a rough road this season for Team Cartel. They've had a little bit of flops, a little bit of good moments, but they are here in day number 1 of season finals. And you said it the best, my friend. Team Cartel is the winners of Season 5 season finals for the Eternal Return Masters, which means they are here to defend their title. They definitely want to try to hold on to that to the best of their ability. And with a little bit of that shaky beginning of the season, can they finish with the biggest bang of them all? We are almost ready to start
walkouts.
Today, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, the walkouts will begin.
I always love seeing these because they always have like some quote for their team, and it's always so funny.
I have a special request from a friend of mine today, so I'm going to be taking a look at these team slogans, and the moment that request shows up, I will be talking about that. So let's take a look at our first team that's going to be walking up to our stage today, Team Cartel. The first team who is going to be showing up will be our lowest seeded team. And you know what, my friend? Oh my god, look at what a run they had. The stats, 6th place and 17th. A very rough season, but they're still here with the team slogan of Last Dance.
I love that slogan because, you know, actually, is this one of the teams that's disbanding, or are they staying together as well?
That is a good question. There is going to be quite a lot this season. For those of you guys who haven't heard about it, a lot of teams will be disbanding. And you know what? If it is the last season Team Cartel will be running, man, I am going to be super sad about it. But that Last Dance, I love the team slogan as well.
Yeah, because, you know, they barely squeaked it in. This is their last shot, you know, to come out here and make another name for themselves. Obviously, you know, we did see them win Season 5, so we already know they're really good players. But yeah, this is gonna be their last dance.
Indeed. All right, our second team up on the stage. They're gonna be walking up, trouncing up. It is going to be Team Insider, a team that we really did not get to see too much this season. Funny enough, their only performance was going to be in phase
like
number 2.
It's a really similar slogan. One last dance.
Insight prevails.
Interesting.
Did they just kind of work together with Team Cartel on that one? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, but our team.
Also, was that Magnani? Not the one giving a little, I think it was a piggyback ride to Seiko there.
Could be the case. Could be the case. I'm not entirely sure. But again, this is a team that we actually weren't able to watch too much throughout the course of the season, but they were able to get here through that first place spot in LCQ. And you know what that means. They definitely have the qualifications to be here today. Super excited to be able to watch Team Insider.
For sure. I think they looked pretty dominant in the LCQ, so we're going to have to see if that translates over to the Season 6 finals. But, I mean, we'll have to see. I think they do have a pretty, solid team comp. They're just running the Nikki Adela team comp. We're going to have to see if it does end up working out in this lobby as well.
Indeed. Somebody was asking about Team Saber in the chat. You did not miss it, guys. That means this team up on the screen is going to be Team Saber. We got Satan, Curry, as well as Belzer, who's going to be playing today. Okay.
What does that say? Would you like to give us
sure what the last word on that left side is, but it's talking about the combination of mint chocolate chip. It is a big meme in Korea because everything gets affiliated with mint chocolate chip, but they're saying the combination is like something. I don't know what that something is.
I see. Mint chocolate chip. Oh, okay.
Indeed. They had a performance.
Yeah, they had fourth place.
Yeah, for phase number 1, and that's all they needed to get here today.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, if you have a really good performance for one of the phases, it should be enough to, qualify you. But gotta make sure you have a consistent season, I would say. I mean, a fourth place is quite the feat. So yeah.
Absolutely. The next team on the stage is going to be a team debuting in the Eternal Return Masters Season Finals, red, green, and yellow. A first debut for every single one of the players up on the stage today. Team super excited. The team slogan is, even if it's a red light, we do not stop and we keep on running. A fifth place performance. I love it so much. It's perfectly in line with their team name too.
Yeah, I love their slogan. But yeah, like you said, fifth place, phase 2. So I actually had I guess a worse performance than Saber, but because of how the point system works, like we've been talking about throughout the season, they got more points because it is a later phase, right? Mm-hmm. If you do play better in the later phases, you get more points just because it's more weighted into the later stages, which I think is a good thing, right? Because it makes it so the meta is more similar to the later phase than phase number 1, which the meta swaps up like a decent amount in Eternal Return. So
exactly, and play well they did. A disgusting team that is able to take advantage of that Tia as well as even the Subami if they decide to play. That's going to be a 100%. Fun one to keep track of today. Our next team up on the chopping block, Team Tango WX. Okay, this team, quite frankly, from you and I, don't really need that big of an introduction. This is a team that we have seen time and time again in this stage of Eternal Return Masters, and you know what? I'm going to be so happy being able to watch them play today. We got Phoenix Park, Riori, Insane, as well as Nodinel. The team slogan for this team, New Rise. The Phoenix has risen, my friends.
Wow. And I mean, look at their performance. They're just consistently ninth place there. Solid performance, I would say, from this team overall, right? Just great consistency. A lot of circuit points, 380. So they're in seed number 8, I think. There. So yeah, we got I think 3 more teams outside of Team Tangled Obby.
Yeah, a team that actually didn't play in any of the finals for the 2 phases, right? So today is going to be a real matchup to see whether or not they're going to be able to make it to the season finals of day number 2. A real test to decide whether or not the members of Tangled Obby X are going to be able to stand on the stage together tomorrow with the 4 teams that are already qualified. It's going to be a real fun time. Ooh, I am getting so excited. Yeah. There are not too many teams left, but at least for today. We got more tomorrow that's going to be coming in. But Here we go. The next team up on the chopping block, a team that is going to have a field day with today, I believe. Team Auto Arms is up there. Team slogan of "We have to prove ourselves" for the fans of Auto Arms, as well as the sibling that is not going to be here today. And we know who that is referencing to, and I love the fact that they are still giving him a shout out.
Yeah, Sad Hands, unfortunately, had to take a break for the season, but it's good to see that they're still carrying his weight, I guess, right? But this is definitely a team to look out for. We've seen how good these players are. Fortunately, they didn't really have too good of a performance in phase 2, but again, just that consistency. As long as you're placing into that top, I think it's top 24 spot, you get circuit points, and you rack up enough circuit points, and you're just able to qualify automatically.
Exactly. Team Auto Arms is also one to really, really be feared. But again, as you said too, they were a little bit shaky in phase number 2. But if we get a similar performance that we saw in phase number 1, this team will be unstoppable. So I want to see how they're going to be starting off today. If they start off strong, expect an insanely aggressive team today from Team Auto Arms. But let's take a look at our next team up on the chopping block. They got the green. Hell yeah.
Dina cloak right there. I think that's Dina, right? It has to be Dina.
It has to be Dina, and you are correct. Edge Cyber is up on the chopping block on the stage. The team slogan, a little bit simple compared to the other ones. We will show you the strength of Tejan Cybers, but that is exactly what I want to see from this team today. Dina has had quite an arduous relationship with some of our other Adina players, just to be a little bit frank with Eternal Return Masters. And today is going to be a really, really good test to see whether or not Dina is going to be able to prove that tomorrow on whether not tomorrow. I think it's today whose Adina really is going to be the best. So it's not just a test to see if they can move on to day number 2, but it's going to be a test to himself as well.
Yeah, a solid day 2 or phase 2 performance, getting them a lot of circle points here. So easily slide themselves into the 6th seed. But looks like I think this is going to be our final team for today, going to be coming out. And I think it was Team Slasher, if I'm not mistaken.
They ended up winning.
And ended up winning the first phase. So a lot of circuit points. But unfortunately, I'm surprised actually didn't qualify straight into day number 2. But I'm guessing they just didn't have a good phase 2 performance. Yeah, look, they only got 18th place in phase 2, so not too many points. But phase 1, they were able to win that one out. So a lot of points going over them, and they're going to be our 5th seed.
Absolutely. Their team slogan is right indeed. Confront and take on. They'll have to do that today as they fight 7 other teams to fight for the last 4 spots in day number 2. Super excited to be able to watch this team. Will we be able to see the faded Team Anonymous Arda again, right? That's the one that I want to be looking out for today. Yoha is going to be looking amazing today as well. Nizuka potentially will be bringing out the Felix, right? Oh, there's so many things that is going to be looking good for this team, and I'm so excited to watch Team Gwangju Slashers. But that'll be it, ladies and gentlemen. All 8 teams that are going to be playing today have been introduced, and you know what that means, Super. It is almost time for us to begin the season finals for Eternal Return Masters Season 6.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for Slasher as well, because they are basically the pioneers of Arda. They basically showed all these other teams, how strong Arda is, with the Nimrod's Gate to look for those backline engages, and it basically shifted the perspective of a lot of these teams for that character, and it's made it so all these other teams have been picking up Arda as well. We saw Mira Sejong play Arda. I think we saw I forgot which other teams, but we definitely saw an Arda ban, I think, in the last phase in the season finals. So a lot of these teams are definitely utilizing Arda now, and it's great to see. But at the same time, it's also kind of funny to see all these portals going on around on the island.
We saw the infamous triangle inside a cemetery and the hospital, right? That one ill-fated 3-way Arda gate between 4 different teams sitting inside that zone is one I will never forget. And quite frankly, I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to forget as well. It was quite funny when that actually happened. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are here again. 6 games that we're going to be watching today from the 8 teams we have just introduced. It's going to be a fun ride. You know, we're not going to have too many crazy number of games. I know some people in chat are going to be a little bit disappointed by that, but save that for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the real big one. We're going to go all the way, right? Checkpoint to determine the best of season 6 for the Korean side of things. Oh my goodness, it is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, remember as well, I think season final starts 3 hours earlier from today.
Yes.
So keep that in mind. I think we're going to give you a reminder at the very end of the stream as well on exactly what time it's going to be, but it should start at around 1 a.m. EST instead of 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, no excuses for all of you guys, right? No excuses on missing out or anything of the sort. What's up?
I forgot. There's also the drops that are going to be coming in today. There is the Cartel emo drops from last season, since they were the winners. You know, they get to pick the characters and the emotes that they would like. So make sure you guys stick around, get your drops, get those emotes in. They're very, very cute. I think my favorite is probably the Dino one. I actually really like that one.
Yep, I love the Adina one too, man. And you know what? Quite frankly, rightfully so. Bungwa has been doing so much for that team, and the fact that Adina's is the cutest, no bias. Actually, there is a ton of bias right now between you and I. I also think the Adina one is the cutest as well. Make sure you guys stick for today as well as tomorrow, because I think today is the profile icon and tomorrow might be the emote, or it's flip-flopped around. I don't remember which way specifically, or both days might be both. I don't even know anymore.
I think these days they just give them all out on like the same day, but I'm not sure either. Just make sure you guys stick around. Watch. It's just 2 hours, I think, for all the drops. So if you guys want all the emotes or all of the profile icons and even some boxes as well, I think there's also some boxes included in the drops as well. Just stick around and watch some amazing Eternal Return. Yeah. You know, it is the season final, so it's only gonna be the best of the best for today.
I know, although out there in the audience, today is going to be a day where Rosito is also going to be sitting happy, because he messaged me a couple of weeks ago asking, hey, do you mind sending... Oh, actually, I got to do that. Sending me a reminder when ERM happens so he can get the Arda profile icon as well as the emote. Because I think Anonymous's should be the Arda, right? If I remember correctly?
I think so.
Yeah, he really wants that. So I actually have to DM him right now. So let me do that real quick while we take a look at some beautiful Family posters.
Oh my god, it's... it's supposed to be the new iRub, like eyes, right?
Yeah.
This iRub. That's a really good one. I actually really like that. It's like oh my god, and then it's the new iRub eyes in the cat form. That's funny.
Yeah, I think that's also the emote style of G-Work.
What does it say in the thing? It says Cartel. Oh my god,
it's a Cartel 2 wins in a row. So they are looking for it, right? They were waiting for Team Cartel to move up from the last seeded team of ERM season finals to potentially the first.
Oh my god, this is so detailed.
I know.
Sua, Nikki, wow.
William, as well as the Cicilla.
William. Wow.
And that's for Team Insider, by the way. So let's see if this roster shows up, right? We've actually seen it before. The Sua from Magnani, of course, is obvious. Pyong also sitting on the Nikki is nothing too crazy for you and I. But the William and the Cicilla are going to be two that I'm going to be super interested to see whether or not it actually happens.
Yeah, I don't think. I think we're just gonna see the Nikki Adela combo because that's the main team comp they've been comfortable with. And look, they're just gonna bring it back here. I mean, it's a really cute poster. That's something like you would see on Twitter, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just. Oh my god!
Another art that's going to be going around. Look at how shy they are. Don't be shy. Show us the poster a little bit more, and be proud of the fact that you made it, because that also looks absolutely fantastic. Tangled WX, they're looking for them to get first place. Yep. It looks good.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Sometimes you got to really love how shy the audience is, but at the same time, you got to really appreciate their talents. Man, look at this. They're going to be making it hard too. Okay, it's lit. It's lit.
Wow.
Yeah, we know which team. Oh my god, they're zooming in and everything. The production team going crazy.
Well, I guess I think we're just Just idling here a little bit. Oh, well, you can see it's starting on our player screens there. So it looks like we're just going to jump straight into it. Actually, really curious on what the picks and bans are going to be from these teams coming out here. Gonna jump into it very, very shortly.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Character select for day number 1. Game number 1 of ERM season finals is going to begin. We are already seeing things like the Justina being hovered by Cinema. We are seeing, of course, Dejan Cybers running that Cadmus Johan. Plus the double backliners. We saw it time and time again. Although Revolu sitting on the Chloe is not something. Yep, there we go. Okay, there we go. A little bit more on what we are used to for that team. It seems like for the most part, we are gonna see everything that we've seen in the past, except for Team Saber.
Oh, wow.
Although Team Saber composition is nothing too surprising, Red, Green, and Yellow is also going to be running their trademark Alonzo, Tia, and the Tsubame. I do not, off the top of my head right now, see a ban, which is going to be pretty incredible to watch post game number 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of duplicates. There's like my duplicates. There's I guess there's a Sua duplicate as well.
Yeah.
Very, very. And McMahon's actually not going to be the one on Sua. It's going to be Yona here for Team Insider. And I think we have Team Slasher. They're actually not playing their Arda. They're playing a double, I would say like a full dive comp with 2 melees and the Bianca in the backline to, follow up on the dive. Or maybe they send the Bianca in first and then, the Lore and the Sue are able to follow up. I actually really like their team comp, but wonder how it's going to play out into these teams here. But I think aside from that, yeah, it looks like most of these teams are just playing their standard team comp there.
Which is what I love to see. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just get this out of the way in case people ask for it in the future. We're playing at 1.42. Right, we are not playing in the Season 7 patch.
We're not playing on new season.
No. Yeah, we are not playing on the new patch. 1.42 is what we're going to be playing on. This is the Season 6 season finals, not the Season 7.
I actually haven't been able to try the new season just yet, but I'll be able to do that maybe later tonight. But yeah, looks like we're just going to jump straight into it. Ooh, that is a new UI thing that they added. Look at the top left there. You can actually see like the full items of each team when they are going to be scrolling through. I actually really like that because I guess you basically get to see how strong a team is and all the transitions and how fast they're building. And actually, I really enjoy that they're showing that now.
Yeah, you're able to actually see the pacing of the teams as well, right? One of the biggest things that we have to keep track of today, especially because we saw it over and over again throughout the 2 phases, is how aggressive these teams are going to be going for the first literally minute of the game. So many picks happening throughout the course of the seasons that I would not be surprised that it happens today as well. Now the question is it going to happen in Cemetery? I didn't really see too many teams inside of that area right now, so it might not be a Cemetery Fiesta, but it's still not going to change the fact that a lot of these teams are going to be looking for those points pretty early on in the game from the looks of it.
Yeah, one big thing that a lot of people miss out on, especially when they're spectating as a viewer, is the item disparity between some teams, right? Like people might just think, oh, this character or this team just beat this team, and it was such a cakewalk for them, but they don't realize the item difference between some of these teams, which definitely contributes. But wow, it's Sua's gonna be able to find the Tsubame. The Green Apple gonna fall. Great engage there from Slasher, just able to find these angles in. I think the Tia's gonna go down here as well. Looks like they're not gonna be able to get away, and a great combo there coming out from Nizuka. And it will be Team Slasher gonna be able to get 2 kills.
Indeed, we're already starting from the looks of it. Super teams are looking aggressive early on, as you and I thought, and I love to see it. Belzer is also going to be taking the fall. Team Saber going to be losing a member.
Oh
Justina
my God.
will be falling down as well, just barely right before the ballistic advantage. Not the ballistic advantage, the push away from that crossbow weapon skill is going to come through. Down they go. Yet another member falling down as Tia falling down again as well. This is all over the place. Super what we wanted to see for day number 1. Cadmus, I think he got it. I think
Cadmus got it. Yeah, Cadmus got all of it, but he should die here, I think.
Oh yeah,
he's fine, like he's here. I think Cadmus will go fall. Ooh, great side steps though. There's the quick cut, there's a quick combo, and yes, it will be inside and able to pick up another kill. They're already sitting on 4 kills, so that's really good look for them. Great taunt there coming up from the Mai, gonna be able to kill Tsubame. Fortunately, Bungwa not gonna fall there for Team Red, Green, Yellow, so Red, Green, Yellow gonna get set back again. I think they've been constantly dying throughout night number 1 here, but it's okay. It's still day 1, so respawn timers are still going to be relatively low, but you could see the credit counts for these teams, you know, starting to widen. Red, green, yellow only sitting on 150 on the Alonso, while these other teams have about 200 plus each.
We are actually seeing the punish on the split pushing teams, or split farming teams, I should say. Team red, green, and yellow have been relatively well known to split farm for a decent chunk of the game. They are going to get punished for it, and Cadmus is the same as well. Team Titan Cybers with the Eva as well as the Heart, they're a team that's going to be permanently looking for that early game split farm. First full team fight is going to begin between Team Red, Green, and Yellow up against Team Saber inside of Forest. Saktan has got the 5 omens running around. He is trying to get the damage down as fast as possible, and they will be able to get it as Green Apple's going to take the fall. Cut comes through, as well as Belzer will knock down the Alonso. 2 members down for Red, Green, and Yellow. They're going to slowly but surely continue to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, they're just losing out on so much tempo in the game. Already down about 70 credits compared to these other teams. But Saber, really nice pickup from them. Going to be able to get 2 kills. And you'll look to contest for this Meteor here. Don't know, Peng is going to be able to look for an angle there. Cinema actually going to get caught out there. And Dina just going to completely rip him to shreds. Looks like Team Auto Arms will lose their Yuskina there. And Team Cartel, they're actually going to be able to get the Meteor as Team Saber actually opting not to take the fight there. Probably opting not because they are still missing some pivotal cooldowns. I think the Yuki still missing that coup de grace there. Carvolo gonna get tagged up a lot by Riori, and oh my god, the burn is just way too much and just gonna go straight through the Faith Unwavering from that Johan. Johan just not gonna be able to keep them alive there, as it will be Team Tango Lobby X gonna pick up a nice 2 kills, so great pickup from them. And they're sitting pretty comfortably here. Gonna be able to get their voice score buy-ins very shortly in PlayStation.
Look at the bottom of our screen. Save for Team Red, Green, and Yellow, every team has kills. And for Red, Green, and Yellow, they might find one. Pungwa fighting up against G-Man. Oh, no, not G-Man. Youngman, I don't remember that. But, the ballistic advantage comes and snipes him down. That means Red, Green, and Yellow, again, falling behind. They tried to contest for the Tree of Life up in Temple, but unfortunately got found out by some members of, I think it was Team Auto Arms. I think it was the Marcus and the Katia that found them.
Yeah,
down, so this is a rough start for those guys.
Looking pretty bad for Team Red, Green, Yellow. They don't have any buy-ins here, and you can see Team Insider here. They're actually only sitting on the tree as well, so the advantage is definitely going to go over to Slasher here. Probably look for an engage, but looks like Team Insider just going to back away. And Team Insider, you can see they're sitting on 3 items for themselves here. Probably gonna get some more buys in, or sorry, not Insider, but Team Slasher. They actually haven't got their Force buys in as well. So, oh wow, wait. So they got really lucky. I think they got 2 items off of animals. So maybe like 2 wolves. Well, I actually really like this feature that you get to actually see now, because it looks like they went. They got 2 trees off animals, and they're just they just crafted those shoes there, and now they're calling in the force cores as well. So they're going to be sitting on 3 force cores and 3 normal items, so they're going to be really strong.
But that goes to show us that the pacing of this game is already extremely fast, right? For every single team, quite frankly, most of the teams are actually sitting on really good items themselves as well. Force core transitions across the board at the moment for a lot of players. This Katia for Loken is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. Curry is
just getting ripped to shreds. He stood no chance against that one. Will get sniped down and taken down as well. It's going to be a temple hold for Team Auto Arms, as they're going to have access to those mutant bears on the right side of the map. Alpha's going to be taken by a couple other members across the board too. Slasher's going to pick up one of that, and it's going to be Team Cartel to pick up the other one on the southern side of the map.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing Kirk gonna buy, because you can see Team Saber. They got no items. Their credit counts are all still in the 400s. They gotta get to a kiosk, and they gotta look for some buys here. Logan getting a lot of damage. Or Yohawk already getting chunked out from half HP from the bears here. Looks like Team Auto Arms maybe want to take this fight. I think Team Slasher, though, they have a lot of items. You can see X-Boy's items. He's already sitting on 4 items on this Bianca, so they can look for an angle onto the backline here. Sanguine Javelin is going to connect. Cinema going to get chunked down to half HP. Cinema is going to charge up their Q shot, but nothing really going to come out of that there.
From the looks of it, there are still some teams looking to split farm. I think the
Loken caught out here. They're gonna send it
awkward. Blink is a little bit wrong-sided from this Bianca. That actually gives a lot of leeway for Loken to stay alive on the backside, but the Sua trying to hold as much as they can on the back as well. X-Boy trying their best to run. If the Sua falls, they might actually be in trouble. X-Boy taking away. Lily will be able to keep themselves safe for the time being, but that was really dangerous for Gwangju Slasher. A little bit of a missed initiation from Exploit. I think his blink actually got corner checked or something because he tried looking for an angle against Loken but failed.
Yeah, it was just really nicely played by Taeyong. Taeyong just sitting right in the middle of that bridge to block the engage from Exploit there. So very, very nicely played by Team Auto Arms. Just Taeyong just being that brick wall to make sure his backline is safe from that Bianca engage. So very, very nicely played. Looks like Tree will be coming up as well. I don't think Team Red, Green, Yellow want to contest. You could see the item difference already. Yeah, they're only sitting on 3-4 scores. You can see Team Auto Arms, they're really so accelerated. They have that Kadi already sitting on 4 items there.
Early damage portion is going to work out in favor of Team Cartel. Seiko's going to take about half of their health and damage while we are waiting for that healing plant to res them back up. There's a lot of good pressure coming through from Team Cartel, and surprisingly enough, Team Insider is actually going to opt to back away from this. Way too much pressure from Pungwa is going to allow them to secure the meteorite without absolutely any pressure, and this is what I love to see, right? Starting out with Pungwa, they've seen the most amount of success with this player throughout the entire course of the season, really. So this is a really good start for Team Cartel, learning throughout what actually happened and what was working.
All these teams,
the course of the season, it's filthy.
You could just see how high level this game is by like seeing how much items these teams have so early into the game. Like this game is just really, really accelerated, and these teams need to make sure they're on pace with these other teams, because as soon as you fall behind, as soon as you fall, 2-3 items behind, these teams will just take advantage of that.
Yeah, look at Ditch and Cybers as well. They're all prepped up and ready to go for night number 3. They're playing extremely quiet and for good reason. 570 credits for Cadmus. You know exactly where those credits are going to be going for about that minutes. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Team Day and Cybers is playing that triple backline comp, so they can afford to be greedy and they can afford to look for these items, because they need to make sure they have that item advantage over these opponents. Just because when you're playing that triple backline comp, you need to do damage to make sure when teams are diving into you and when they are looking for that angle, they get chunked down like a lot.
Yep, this is looking good for a lot of teams already. Red, green, and yellow, though, these guys are still on the back end. One transition across the board for all those players. It has been a slow one. Still sitting on 0 kills as well. Team Auto Arms, they are nearly fully built, my friends. Team Gwangju Slasher season, and they have no part in this at all. Immediately running away.
I think Team Auto Arms, they're just trying to look for some kills, because they see how many items they have. They know they're in such a good position here. They're just trying to take any team fight they can, but I don't think any team will allow them to really get that angle here. I think Team Saber will use that White Lily, and we will see Team Red, Green, Yellow, and Red, Green, Yellow is kind of stuck on the top here. Team Tangled WS, I think they know there's another team probably in the area, so they don't want to take the engage just yet. You see that camera, so probably gonna try getting the bears here, maybe get the console. There's a lot of teams here stuck in stream. Red, green, yellow, they're just falling farther and farther behind. They're stuck in this corner here, not going to be able to get any farm. Not really looking too good for them.
Yeah, but luckily they don't have to watch their flank. That's the only one good benefit of that team at the moment. Temple's close, so maybe they can try using this to at least move further into the game. You never know what will happen with Eternal Return. And plus, their composition is one that can really just kind of turn the tides of a fight as soon as one good thing happens with the Tia. Right, Tsubami's still going to get the damage down despite not having too many items. It's just maybe not too much by the time day 5 rolls around or something of the sort, if she's still not backed up with the items. But this is, they're alive. With how early game started, I think for Team Red, Green, and Yellow, they'll still take it, falling further behind too, as they're going to push themselves into the red. Going to try looping around, but I don't think Team Tank will get a chance to let them go.
Yeah, they should know there was Lumi being stopped there, and it looks like Milodai just going to jump straight in, but the Maya is a little too far forward there. There's exclusive going to be used. A lot of damage being poked back here, but anyway, I think the item advantage is way too big, so they can just, slowly push on forward here. Green absolutely getting chunked down to half HP. There's an engage from the Maya coming out once again, but wait a second. Oh my god, Omai gets so much damage from the Tia. The value, just the AoE damage was just way too big. I think Insane just got caught there tried to be a little too aggressive there. Unfortunately, will be the ones fallen, but oh no, here's a third party from Saber. I don't think Team Red, Green, Yellows are gonna be able to get away. There's the arrow from the Rio, and the Alonso's gonna try getting away here. There's a Kudara from the Yuki. Fortunately, it's not gonna be enough for Red, Green, Yellow to get away, but I mean, 2 kills. They actually were able to win that team fight there. Oman's gonna have the TP. I think he should be able to make it. Yes, he started TP at 5 seconds, so he should be able to get out of there. But oh no. Looks like they're actually, it looks like they're okay.
Yeah, luckily Team Tangled WX is still looking for Resis, so Youngman was able to get out. And this was, okay, we're already starting out with this. Loken, he's still alive, here. Cannot get away from it. But the rest of the team for Team Auto Arms is there. It's a solo Adela for some reason, so far away from the rest of our team. We'll at least be able to pick off somebody, but that is a minus 200 for Team Insider.
I mean, it's also a solo Kadia, but it looks like Team Auto Arms was a little closer than Team Slasher, so, or sorry, not Team Slasher, Team Insider, so we'll be a Team Auto Arms to be able to pick that one up. Gonna trade a kill, but they won't be able to, they won't be the ones losing it out any credits because they were able to get the res there.
Indeed, the damage coming out from Dina, this is absolutely ridiculous. Cartel is slowly and further being pushed in to the research center where Team Auto Arms is gonna randomly show up out of nowhere as well. These guys need to make that decision to get out of here quick. But look at what's on the other side. They have absolutely no idea. Team Tangled.bx is here and Insane gets caught again. Just the wrong place at the wrong time, my friend. Yet another minus 200. Youngman, he's still alone. He needs to get out. No!
Oh, he gets taunted.
It's problematic.
Oh no!
And gets found out by Seiko. This might be our first team gone. Pyong's gonna just full send it. Overkill to the wazoo. Insider will be able to wipe out Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Unfortunate for Youngman.
Yeah, Team Tangled WX though, they were able to get back up, so it's not looking. Oh, wait a second, there's so many teams in this area here. There's the Adela. Unfortunately, is a little too far up. And yeah, Insane, unfortunately, is going to be the one to fall there. Looks like Seiko just traded 1 for 1, and Team Cartel will be the ones to benefit from that. Auto Arms, though, will be able to get this Wickland completely uncontested in Cemetery there. It looks like Team Daeyoung Cybers did end up giving it up. Probably thought it wasn't worth the risk there, and there's the Suwa engage. We already completely caught there. No timer as well. There's the Nikki ult, and there is going to be Ryori gonna go down there, and Team Tangled WX, look at their credit counts. They're not able to get the reses off here, unfortunately. I think that will be it for them for round number 1 here. Dina gonna get a lot of damage, basically gonna completely zone off Team Saber here. Team Saber, they're just gonna opt to TP on out of here. Oh, actually gonna use a VLS. Wonder where they're gonna go.
It's the butterfly effect for a lot of these teams, slowly pushing in, losing out on the fight for Team Tangled Dabi, by the way, earlier on in stream has actually completely ruined their chances for the remainder of this game. They look so good at the start too, but it is not going to be able to hold it. Tejan Cybers also pushed into the red. These guys are in trouble, but will be able to TP in right in front of the face of Team Insider. The Queen timing was right. He's trying to stay alive. Cadmus, he actually gets the timing off for the Faith of Wavering. I don't know how the hell that happened. And the reset is there. Seiko gonna land yet another Night Fork onto Revolu, and the fight will continue, but every survival tool was already invested. Dina's gonna get taken down. Cadmus will run away straight into the loving arms of Team Saber. What is with these third parties? Down goes Tejan Cybers. Looks so good, but Seiko with that beautiful Queen timer, no time to react for Dina. Will be able to wipe every single member.
They just got so greedy because they chase into Stream Red to try to maybe look for some kills and try to get people off the TP. But unfortunately, it just cost them because they had to take a random TP down into Doc, and they TP right onto the Adela. Adela was just able to just combo the Evil for free, force all the defensive tools out, and then there's just nothing left for the heart there. So a little unfortunate. But it will be Team Daeyoung Cybers going to go down in, it looks like in 6th place with only 2 kills, so not a good performance from them. But oh my god, look at the items on Team Auto Arms there. They are looking so strong. They got the Wickline as well. Team Slasher as well. They're sitting pretty comfortably. Just the Laura that's not fully kitted out yet, but don't think they're really looking for too many items on the Laura there.
So exactly, it's all good. The players, for the most part, the teams are sitting exactly where they want to be. And with Nodanel getting caught out in just a second, stuck between 2 different teams at the moment inside of Factory, this Mai is not really going to have that many places to go. But Quang Slashers, I like the fact that they're still playing it a little bit safe, right? You don't know what's on the western side of the map just yet, so play it safe a little bit.
Yeah, I think they can understand the way that the Mai is moving, that there's a team above them. So they don't want to full send onto the Mai because the Mai just ruin their game and get them killed as well, and give Auto Arms, you know, that free third party angle. So I really like the way that Slasher kind of avoided that situation there. But looks like we will have our zone going to be closing. Your team Auto Arms are going to just bunker down onto Cemetery here. I do like that. Usually when you have the wick line, teams will just avoid you, so you could just take a zone completely for yourself. Looks like they're going to choose Cemetery here. Maybe try clearing out Chapel as well. Looks like they're going to try getting this console here. You're going to see Slasher on the bottom side here, so maybe they can push them out and force them to burn some more red timer.
This is a great place to be, by the way, for Team Auto Arms as well. It's a Chapel final zone. There is a direct path from Cemetery finals, from the Cemetery temp zone straight into the final zone of Chapel. Gonna allow Team, what is it, Auto Arms to have so much control over that final zone. They're gonna.
Oh no!
Oh my God, that's not where you want to go, Carter. You should have seen that team. You should have seen that team straight into the loving arms of Team Saber. That was just fed straight to Team Saber. What on earth happened?
Oh God! And Auto Arms is here.
They found out it's not gonna look good at all. Curry is gonna get sniped down within the blitz. Down he goes, 2 members down. Team Saber finds one but loses 2.
Oh no! I was wondering why. Like, where are they gonna VLS? There's only 3 zones to go, and unfortunately, VLS in the worst position possible, right into the middle of Chapel, right into the hands of Team Saber. And Team Saber, yeah, they just were able to, were able to get one of those kills. Unfortunately, though, Team Saber got third-partied by Team Auto Arms right after, so they actually lost out on a lot as well. Looks like Team Slasher gonna walk into the zone here. Team Insider, they should know this team's just a duo, so they're gonna try looking. Oh wait, actually they're gonna find an angle onto Belzer here. Maybe try to get this kill. But look at the timers. Yeah, look at the timers onto Team Slasher. Can they get the kill off? I think they will be able to. They have a lot of defense shred. And it is a Sua and a Laura, 2 really strong duelists. And Team Slasher will be able to pick that one up, but looks like they're actually going to go down right after here. It's just going to be the Mai, and Auto Arms are going to be able to pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, spent way too much time trying to get the Yuki, which means they're going to have to fight it out now. Yoa is not going to get any additional timer from this.
If they could find an angle onto Loken here, maybe the backliners would display Lilies.
5 seconds?
Oh, that is true.
13 now, but you're still running out of time. You got to send it eventually. Yoa has to find something, but Loken just needs to position himself well. Being pushed into a corner is not going to help. There's the desperation slice. It's not going to work out. Down goes Yoa, down goes the Sua. 3rd place for Tangled WX. I mean, they got the placement somehow all the way from what could have been a potential 8th to 3rd. You'll take it.
What a good crossbow skill from Cinema there. It's actually just completely shutting down any attempts from both the Laura and the Sua there. So it's going to be Team Auto Arms versus Team Insider here, but we see how strong Team Insider is with this combo.
Yeah.
And Team Auto Arms are playing 2 backliners with the Marcus to peel them off. And Marcus not really having, or not really a tank known for their peel. So we're going to have to see how Team Insiders or Team Auto Arms does not navigate this Nikki Adela combo. You can already see the way they're positioning. Both the backliners are pushing so far back because definitely don't want to get into that range of that Adela and that Nikki.
Yeah, but I love this from Team Auto Arms too, right? This is something that we've actually seen from Team Insider, where if they end up getting a free zone, they'll actually push all the way into the other zone. It's not the first time that we've seen this, and Team Auto Arms was able to catch on that. Zico jumping over to the wrong side. He's going to be forced to use the checkmate. He's out of there, but there's Nikki jumping in instead. Where is the Sua? She is not joining the fray at all. I don't know how, but Team Insider managed to keep themselves all alive. So much was invested.
Taeyong's going to get the ball, and that's it.
Zico will come online as well. On the backside, trying what they can, but it's just not going to work. It looks so messy for Team Insider. They're going to finish the game.
Yeah, I don't know.
Themselves on 14 for Team Auto Arms, 1st place. GG's.
I don't know what Zico was thinking. He tried to go in by himself on the Adela and just force all of his defensive tools out, and then Team Auto Arms just able to win it out there. Very nicely played, and great punish there from Taeyong, able to get the pull onto the Adela. And that just sealed the deal.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but you know what? It's game number 1 of the season finals. We can chalk it up to just warm up, right? These players need to get warmed up a little bit.
Game 1.
And for Team Insider, this is a little bit more end characteristic. That's one of the reasons why I'm willing to let it go, because we know Team Insider to be an incredible late final zone decision-making monster, right? It's just a little bit of a mishap, and quite frankly, maybe right-clicking a little bit at the wrong place too for Zico. I wasn't sure who actually popped the white lily.
It was Zico. It was him. Yeah.
Yeah. Then he might have messed up with the right click.
Yeah, it should have been the Nikki to go in first, right? Like if Nikki was there and then Zico was in the back, I think it would have been a lot better. The Sioux, I think, I'm pretty sure they just weren't expecting them to send it there, so which is why they were nowhere in near into the fights. And yeah, I think yeah, definitely a misplay on Tasiko's part, but it is just game one. There's still a lot of eternal return to be played from these teams, and despite them making such a big mishap, they did get a lot of kills and a lot of points for that game. It was a 10 kill second place, so it's like 15 kills already. So a nice buffer for them going into game number 2.
Absolutely. Team Insider will still have plenty of chances to play something like this towards the later stages of the game. It seems like for what it is, this Adela Nikki composition is working a lot better than I would have imagined in the season finals. A lot of teams weren't really able to deal with it that well. But at the same time, I think another benefit of what Team Insider was able to reap the benefits of in game number 1 was the fact that they were just at the right place at the right time. Always managing to pick off some of these stragglers from fights is a great thing to see, and for Team Insider, they managed to do quite a lot of that. As soon as big fights happen and maybe 1 or 2 members managed to get out, they were always right there to pick off the scraps and get those 1, 2 kills. But by doing that over and over again, managed to get themselves to 10 and then to second place. This is not a bad game for Insider as well, and quite frankly, I think it might set up a really good precedent for what they're able to do in the next few games as well.
Oh, for sure. And Team Auto Arms, I'm surprised they're on the Justina and they're making it work so well. Cinema is just utilizing this character to its fullest potential. They're just able to navigate the fight so well, just able to dish out so much damage and provide enough utility in CC as well with those explosive shots from the crossbow skill. So yeah, not a comp I would expect to see coming out with the Marcus and the Justina, especially after all the changes from Justina, all the nerfs. But it looks like she's still a solid pick, and she's definitely still viable and able to be played at the highest level here.
Yeah, can I get a cinema in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, because it absolutely was a cinema. What a game. What a game to start off the season finals. A very well-controlled final zone coming in from Team Auto Arms. And you know what? I will be honest with you. This was one of those games, from Team Saber, right? If I remember correctly, it was a game where I think for the most part, it was quite textbook. We saw a lot of third party going on. We saw a lot of teams falling because of these early game incursions that they couldn't walk out of, especially Tangled.bx. Right? Pretty much their entire game unraveled from the fact that they lost up against Red, Green, and Yellow in stream. That directly led to their team never being able to recover. I think at most they were able to pick up 1. And then they got found out inside of hospital, so they had to leave. They tried to res again inside a fire station, but we saw everybody joining in to try killing off the members that were straggling there. And they also lost another member from there as well. It's one of those situations where it's just constantly going to be a lose-lose. So it has to be the perfect balance between, hey, we have the items, so can we fight this? And they should have been able to. It's quite frankly surprising to me that Team Tango W lost against Red, Green, and Yellow. But that's also where that X factor comes in with the Tia and the Tsubame, right? I talked about it during the game. They can turn things around real fast if you misposition just a little bit. And then Sane did that a couple of times this game, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, Team Red, Green, and Yellow looks like they're playing well, but unfortunately, their macro game is just not up to par with the rest of the lobby. But that's only game number 1. We've only saw 1 game so far. But they definitely need to step it up here. We saw their item sheet. I actually really like this feature. I think it's a great feature to have because you get to see all these teams and their items and how well and how fast they're transitioning throughout the game. So you could see how good these teams are in terms of their macro play. And in this game specifically, Red, Green, Yellow, they're sitting on just 3-4 scores all the way into night number 2. So they were definitely really a lot farther behind than the rest of the lobby, but maybe it was just an unfortunate game for them, right? Because we saw in the early game in day number 1, they had a lot of deaths going around. They weren't able to get really much farm at all. So, once you start falling behind in the early game, it's really hard to catch back up and to look for these team fights to get you back up to speed.
Yeah, I'll be real with you though, just a little bit on the production side that I want to give a little note on for that team build kind of thing. They have 2 people dedicated to doing that right now, by the way, because they need 2 different people watching like the first half of the teams up at the tab, and then another person watching the bottom team for the bottom half of that tab button as well. So it's kind of funny that we are getting it, and it's really nice, but they have 2 people dedicated in the spectate slot to be able to get that specific graphics. Gotta really appreciate them when you're on staff. When it comes down to it, you have 2 people just literally watching the entire game with just tab on their screen, which in my opinion is kind of funny. But besides the point, you're absolutely right. The pacing of game number 1 is actually quite scary to me, because it's not going to slow down tomorrow either, right? If we're already seeing teams like, for example, Team AutoArm sitting on full transitions by
we saw
night 3, that's insane pacing.
This is just how the top teams in KR are. Like, speaking from experience, when I was playing over there as well, like even for us, you know, like a top NA team, like we're falling, you know, behind some of these games just because, you know, the pacing is just so fast. These teams are just able to get so many items. They're able to get, you know, they're able to farm so efficiently, and, you know, move over to these kiosks and, you know, get their buy-ins at, you know, at the perfect time. So gotta make sure you get your items online as soon as possible. And I really like that you get to actually see the difference between these teams in terms of their items now. Because in the past, right, I think a big thing that was missing in the spectator feature was we see 2 teams, you know, fighting each other, and you know, the fight's so lopsided, but you can't really tell why. But now you can actually see the item difference between these teams, and it just goes to show like how big of an advantage one team has the other. And then, you know, it also sets up these storylines as well, where we saw red, green, yellow in game number 1. They're only having 3 items, and they just were able to win that team fight. So I wouldn't say dominantly, but they were able to win a team fight with the team that had over maybe like 1,000 credits over them.
Yeah, you can definitely tell which teams are just outplaying each other, which is the funnier part in this whole idea. Mainly, it's there to give us a track on which teams are stronger and all that stuff, but at the same time, counterintuitively, it actually gives us a taste on how these teams are playing up against teams that might be stronger as well, right? Again, red, green, and yellow should have not won that fight, but they were able to. They should
not have won, no.
Yeah, there were so many factors that went into that.
I think they were down over like 1,000 to 2,000 credits. Right?
Yeah,
I know. We already had a blood as well, and then they did like team, or that team also just had like 4 or 5 gold items over them, because red, green, yellow only had 3, which was just a 3-4 scores, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're just up so many credits, and they just were able to win it out still.
And that's one of those things that I think Insane might have to play a little bit better on. There was a lot of good things that Team Red, Green, and Yellow did, but it was more of a capitalization on Insane playing a little bit weird. Yeah. So again, game number 1, I'll chalk it up to warming up, and that's okay. But starting from game number 2, I think Insane definitely has to focus back up again. He is not going to be given a chance like that again, I think, in a 6-game series specifically. With how game 1 went, I would really want that Nadine to be farther in the back line, just to let the rest of his team do most of the work, while everybody else just does their own thing. So let's take a look at the leaderboard for game number 1. Not going to stay the same at all. Do not think of this as anything important. But we do have the top 4 teams right now being AutoArms, Insider, Saber, and Tangled WX. Just 9 points for the top 4 cutoff past game number 1. Again, that's not going to stay the same after game 2. Absolutely.
Yeah, 9 points. Lots less kills to go around this game, but it looks like it is going to be a little top heavy after game number 1. Team AutoArms with 14, Insider with 10, Saber with 8, Tangled with 5 kills. So you could kind of see the kills are, you know, slowly gonna be on the top heavy side, with Team AutoArms on 14. So that's like most of the kills they're going to that team there for game 1. But it looks like we're actually going to jump straight into game number 2 here. We actually had no bans, so I wonder if these teams will end up swapping their strategies after game number 1, or if they're just going to stick with their comfort.
Yeah, I'm interested about that too. From what it looked like in game number 1, none of these teams really had to. Right, and that's the biggest thing. Funny enough, even with how the early game started for teams like Tangle.wx as well as Red, Green, and Yellow, I think they looked pretty comfortable doing what they did. I don't think any of these teams really have to divert from what they were picking in game number 1, and quite frankly, for the most part, it's gonna be exactly that. Green Apple considering the Theo at the moment, but if you change this back over onto the Spame, of course, it'll be the same. The only change up I am seeing is Cartel. NCMB is gonna be bringing in the Felix, and I love this because Pungwa and NCMB has been one of the best duo in terms of the DPS dealers I've seen in a long time, so I love the fact that we are bringing in NCMB on Cartel. But Haze,
oh, you see what I'm seeing? Yeah, Haze. When was the last time we seen a Haze in ERM? It's been a while, just because, you know, Haze is one of those mages that usually shows up a lot when she's really strong, but I think in the recent meta she kind of got rotated out of the you know, the pro bracket, I would say. But you know, gonna be making a showing here again in the season finals here for Team Red, Green, Yellow.
Yeah, this team has a lot of really good damage, but at the same time, they really struggle at chasing, in my opinion. Because Haze, yeah, has a lot of damage. Same thing for the Tia. She has a lot of lockdown, but when it comes to extended chasing, I don't think they're going to be able to maintain it for too long. Yeah. So a lot of it is going to be coming down to them getting the initial lockdown with the Tia. So Youngman, again, is going to have a very significant part in how well Team Red, Green, and Yellow does for game number 2. Like always. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is underway now as we load into Lumia Island. I want the early game to be as messy as it was in the last game. Everybody getting picks, everybody getting points. But this time, of course, I want to see Red, Green, and Yellow getting a little bit more of that too. This team composition can absolutely style on everyone else. But if we see the slow start that we saw in game number 1 for these guys, Haze is really hard to come back from nowadays if you fall behind. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, very excited to see. Okay, you can see the casters as well. Production is just hovering the Haze because they know, you know, it's a pick that, you know, hasn't been seen in a while here. Looks like we just gonna have the Alonso gonna try getting a taxi here, and Nicky's not having any of that. Gonna get some damage back. Gonna trade some mastery. Actually, see the items, you know, the inventories for these players just fill up completely because, you know, they wanna. I think a lot of these teams, they have those builds where, you know, they meet up with the team and they drop items for each other so they can get these items up early and really fast here. Logan gonna try getting away here. Looks like, ooh, yeah, it looks like they will be able to get on. Here is the ultimate gonna follow Insane all the way through that White Lily, and it will be the Adela gonna be able to finish them off there. And Slasher in a little bit of trouble here. Looks like the Sua is going to use their Donkyo to get away, get the double speed boost, so it looks like they should be okay here.
Should be completely fine. Alonso still looking for new targets, though, as Dina on the backside will deny the entry for the 2 damage dealers, which means Dang9 is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Dina, not the highest value via Corruption just so far yet. Harder is going to be forced to pop the Peacemaker, and it's going to isolate them. D-Man should be able to pick this up. I actually don't know who got that. The Sewer was joining the fray right on top of it, but down goes the Sewer. A lot of utilities already invested by Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Dina's still sitting inside the bush, and they can't see the Fear Corruption right now. Laura almost getting taken down. The Orbi will not be enough. Team Tejon Cybers really still want to take advantage of Cemetery, so I guess we're back to our day old, same old. Cemetery is an absolute mess, but another fight inside of Forest. We saw this earlier. Down goes Curry. Belzer now needs to run.
Yes, I'm gonna get away here as well. I'm gonna use that Charm of Nomad and I'm able to get on out of there. Looks like we do have Daeyoung Cybers. They want to play for these cemetery boxes here. Green Apple, gonna get a bit of poke, but completely isolated from the rest of the team, and it's gonna fall here very shortly. Oh no, actually, they're gonna be able to kill Revolu. Revolu not having that Peacemaker there, but Dina gonna get some damage back. A great VF Rupture, gonna be able to kill the Haze, but looks like they're gonna be able to pick that one up as well. So Cadmus gonna be the last member of Team Daeyoung Cybers to run away there and try to keep their team alive. It seems Red, Green, Yellow, they're gonna be able to get that cemetery dog pack, and they're sitting on 5 kills already, so they're sitting in a pretty good spot.
Complete inverse of what we saw in game number 1. This is the start that Red, Green, Yellow really wanted. This Haze is already working out. Her early game investment is looking pretty good. X-Boy getting caught out early, will get taunted. There's the Ghost Fire activated as well, but on the backside, NCMB, he's getting taken dangerously low. Will be saved with the exclusive Punga trying to get the chase down onto X-Boy will actually be able to get it. Easy got completely split apart. They're going to be put corralled into the corner. Don't think they're going to be able to get away. Nice dodge out from NCMB. This should be the meteorite, at least simply controlled by Team Cartel. NCMB just barely lived thanks to the exclusive.
Surprised he lived for so long where he's able to dodge out on so many auto attacks with his spear weaving there, and then the exclusive just keeping him alive just a little bit longer there. Gonna be able to keep them alive just enough for them to win out on that team fight there. So very nicely played by Team Cartel that and like you said, you are gonna be able to get that meteorite coming into dock there. As you're gonna see a lot of these teams starting to split away. Gonna try getting these wolf packs, gonna try getting these trees and these meteors. Gotta make sure you don't fall behind the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely amazing what we are seeing for day number 1. Dina being pushed a little bit far behind, but managed to dodge out on the calling card, which means he can stay strong.
Kill
and
the
just
Bianca,
push
yes.
down the Bianca instead. Oh, Reign of the Vampire Queen.
Can I get these? Can I get these? Who's gonna get them? Who's gonna get them?
I think Revolut got 1.
Yeah. I think Revolta got 1, and then Team Insider got 2. So, or not Insider, Slasher got 2. So it's not too bad of a trade, but you can see the credit counts. It looks like the credit counts are definitely in favor of Cybers there. Slasher definitely needed definitely all 3 of them, as there's only sitting on 250. So gonna have to try looking for something else here. Seiko sitting already on 2 items as well, so it looks like they did end up getting a nice transition maybe from the wolves there. I think it looks like though getting items off like animal stuff, especially at such a high stakes lobby, has to be a really nice feeling, because you need to make sure you're getting these items. You're gonna have that item advantage over teams.
It was one of the reasons why Team Auto Arms was so successful in game number 1. Caught out are going to be the members of Red, Green, and Yellow. Full Rainbow going to go down, but Youngman, of course, not going to be able to find anything, as Green Apple is already dead. This team slightly split apart at day number 2, and it's definitely going to cost them, as the haze will fall down. X-Boy looking for a little bit more. There's 10 seconds of death timer for this haze, and he's already used a dash across. I think Youngman might be in trouble. It's going to be another sacrifice going into the hands of Team Kwangju Slasher. Red, Green, and Yellow, I think they haven't picked up on how fast-paced the game is going to be. They had the success in day number 1, but just because of that, it doesn't mean you're going to find success for the remainder of the game too. You got to stick together, otherwise you're going to get picked off one by one, like we just saw from Team Kwangju Slasher.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate, because it just ruins their tempo as well, because they want to make sure they get their 4-score buy-ins before the next objective in this, but unfortunately not going to be able to. And oh my god, the damage from Dina is just way too much. Cinema is going to use her ultimate to try to get some damage back onto Dina, but Loken is actually just going to be able to auto them down there. Revolu try getting some damage back, but it's not going to be enough, as Loken's going to jump on board there. Revolu actually going to jump back in, try to get a kill, but they're actually just all going to walk into the Peacemaker here, and Cinema is going to use their crossbow skill to push them out of their own Peacemaker. Very nicely played by Team Auto Arms. They're going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills from Team Bayong Cybers.
It almost could have been a Revolu show. He got so fiddly with it, but he wasn't able to find anything.
He was feeling himself. He was feeling
it.
He saw the ball low. Is like, I just have to go for it here. But unfortunately, Team Auto Arms is playing it so well there. Looks like we have a box contest here in Cemetery. A lot of damage being traded there. Red, Green, Yellow they did end up getting the box. They're actually going to be forced to back away here, but now they're completely split off here. This is the Green Apple. 4. Slasher to look for an engage. You're going to get some damage onto Alonso, but a great shield. They're going to block a lot of the damage. There is the ultimate going to be forced in, and they're going to focus their sights onto the Alonso there, but wait a second, a lot of damage being the haze. Looks like the Alonso will end up going down. I think the item did go to the side of Team Red, Green, Yellow still. I think it was the haze that ended up picking that up, so not too bad of a loss for Team Red, Green, Yellow, but you can see the credit counts once again from Team Red, Green, Yellow. They're playing down about 3 4-scores compared to Team Slasher there. Actually, looks like Slasher is also playing down 2 4-scores. But these teams, they need to spend their credits here.
And they're going to try to, but Chapel is still being contested. They're going to get found out by the members of Team Cartel as well. It might be another stagnated death timer for Red, Green, and Yellow. The early 5 kills has not been able to translate into anything, but for Kwangju Slashers, they're also in a little bit of trouble. Reign of the Vampire Queen actually pretty good. It's going to be an early invest on the exclusive.
NCMB!
And NCMB finds an angle onto X-Boy. I don't know how he is doing it, but this is the combo combo that I was talking about, Pungwa as well as NCMB, finds the damage to knock down 2 from Gwangju's Slasher. I thought with that Reign of the Vampire Queen it was over, but NCMB somehow splits off the exclusive. I thought it was invested early, but absolutely not. The repositioning onto that Felix actually allowed him to find the pick onto Bianca. Well played.
How does he always just live with 1 HP and then he's able to find these angles onto the backline? It's just, yeah, so well played from NCMP to just dodge on these key abilities there. Very, very nicely played from the Felix, and yeah, able to follow up and finish that Bianca as well. Looks like we do have the day 3 swap here, so now once teams do end up falling, it's going to be a minus 200 coming out of the pockets here. Team Cartel, they're just going to get some buys in. Looks like they still have a lot of credits to go around as well, so probably going to finish up on their builds here. We do have Omen going into red here, gonna regroup with the team and Hotel. You could see the credits, they need to get their buy-ins in here. I think they're still buys.
Oh, Loken with the reaction time. He used the blink immediately as soon as he saw the queen, otherwise he would have been dead to rights. Seiko looking for another pick, though. There's the targeting onto Taekyung. He's a little bit too tanky for Seiko's liking, so he's not going to full send it just yet. But the burger foot, not going to be needed. Taekyung, Auto Arms is just brute forcing the entire
Cinema
damage from Cinema. This guy is just getting multiple targets left and right. That exposed.
Oh, and he's dead.
The Cataclysm picks him off. Cinema on this Justina is able to find so much. Taekyung should be able to find the kill onto Pyong as well. I don't think this Nikki has that much longer to live. The reverses are actually pretty good, but Taekyung, he should have the chase down. If anything, Pyong has a second less than Taekyung does as well. Let's see. Oh, he tried to bait out the Garner reverse. You saw he jiggled a little bit, but I think Pyong's still dead.
He tried to...
4. Oh, he's just barely... Oh, is he? Oh, 1 second.
Okay, he's alive. He's alive. Insider, oh my god, they almost went down as well. He's the last one alive because I think on the other side, Team Cartel, they were able to find I think the Suwa there, but looks like Seiko is going to be able to res back up here. So not the end of the world. Probably going to try TPing to their Nikki, maybe get the res off in Chapel there.
Oh, Mangnani also ended up getting picked too. Look at that.
Team Auto Arms, yeah, they're just playing so well. Cinema, I mean, they're up so many items as well over, but Cinema just is playing out of his mind on this Justina.
I think he managed to get about 3 to 4 double lasers off on Magnani and Seiko. That's one of the biggest reasons why they were able to win. And then of course,
oh, it's not Magnani. He's actually not playing. Right? It's Yona, I think.
Right. You're right. You mentioned something about that. Yeah, Yona as well as Seiko, and that's really big, right? Because the Cataclysm also benefits from both of these members playing really close to each other. We've seen Team Insider sticking close to each other up until that point where they're just able to send everything. That Cataclysm value came so hard for this Justina, and we saw it just actually being able to snipe down Seiko towards the end of it too. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Auto Arms. They are just not relenting at all, just because it's a different game than what we saw in the previous one.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be the powerhouses of this lobby. It looks like they're completely dominant. There's so many items up on these teams. I don't know if they're getting lucky off the animals, or I think it's just, you know, their macro play is just immaculate. And they're just able to rotate so well. And yeah, Cinema just playing really well. Loken, I think, is playing good. Taeyong as well, right? Like we saw in that last team fight there, Taeyong got so much value, just able to isolate the Nikki, while you know, Cinema and Loken were just able to take the 2v2 onto the back line there.
Indeed. This is what I love to see, man. Team Auto Arms, everybody is just doing their own thing, but at the same time, it just melds so well, because Cinema is also playing that Justina character to an absolute T. Love to see it. But everybody else is slowly moving along. The only team without kills is Team Saber. I'm actually quite surprised that this team is playing pretty slowly. Their transitions are pretty decent.
They look pretty good,
but I don't know.
Pretty solid items. It looks like they're just you know, you just have those games sometimes where you just don't find or you don't run into any teams. You just can't really get any kills. But it looks like they're transitioning pretty nicely there. Team Auto Arms might take another fight into Team Slasher here. Looks like Team Slasher probably gonna press tab, look at their items, and say no thank you, as they're gonna look at probably almost 20 gold from Team Auto Arms, or sorry, not 20, 15 gold from Team Auto Arms. Yeah, they're sitting on 12 already, so they are definitely the team to beat for this lobby so far. It looks like Team Auto Arms is gonna So if you let system, I'm gonna get into gas station here, probably get the cameras. Maybe he's prepared to go into alley as well.
They saw the pings from Team Tangled.bx, so we're not going to see that weird VLS that we saw last game into Chapel. The round they'll keep themselves a little bit safer, but there's nothing inside of gas station. It's a completely dead zone. It's going to be a bit unfortunate for Team Auto Arms. I think they want to continue utilizing this advantage they have, but nothing really being found. Full Rainbow is going to go in. It's just going to be a blink out from the members of Team Insider to get out of that, but it's also a blink invested from the Haze. It's not going to be that good of a situation to be in, especially because they haven't been able to utilize those early kills at all still, right? They need to look for kills, but credit counts wise, they're pretty low, so they have utilized it a little bit. Haven't been able to find too many things outside of that NCMB, trying to look for a jump into the backline, but Curry with good reactions is going to be able to get themselves on out of there. Curry and Saber, this is a lot of damage. I don't think the Yuki's going to die from that Saber.
Oh my god,
trying to chase it through. It's so close, but they managed to get the pick off the ping. Bungo is trying to salvage just the best of his abilities, but will also get sniped down by the Daikubo of Curry. So close from the members of Team Saber to fall down, but they managed to keep themselves in line. Whereas Team Auto Arms knocking down the members of Dead and Cybers. Down goes Cadmus. Heart will stay alive, but will get found out by taking him. That's going to be a wipe on the Dead and Cybers too.
Oh my god, Team Auto Arms just completely clean 3-0 from Team Dead and Cybers there. I want to talk about the team for Team Cartel. Bungo just able to deal so much damage by himself. Unfortunately, it's not enough. And TMP ended up going in a little too early. Ended up getting caught out. Just wasn't able to find any angle there. Great reaction there from Team Saber, just able to peel back so well from that Felix. And then, yeah, just so close. Bungo just, unfortunately, is not having enough damage just yet. I think if he had like maybe 1 or 2 extra items there, the fight definitely would have went into the favor of Team Cartel, but just a little short there for Team Cartel. And Team Saber was going to be the one to win that one up here. Is Yoha is actually going to be a little far up here. I actually really like the positioning for Team Tangled.bx. They know Team Slashers playing this full dive comp, so their backliners need to play relatively safe here. Don't want to get into that range of that Bianca blink engage.
They're already calling in items too. As soon as it turns nighttime, I think Rior is trying to call in some
recons,
vision. Yeah, trying to get the recons. They need information on where every member of Kwangju Slasher is, because the moment Rior gets caught out by anybody, it could be lights out for Tangled.bx.
Yeah.
Still trying to fight it out up against Kwangju Slasher. The poke damage from this Adriana is absolutely insane.
Yeah, they good luck.
Yoha, ooh, I think that was the quick invested from Nodanel. I don't think they can stay anymore. Riori,
oh no.
Backside exclusive will be utilized. That's a lot of damage gone from the side of Team Insider, but the punishment from Kwangju Slasher is not there too. They're not coordinated. They thought it was going to be Team Tangled.bx, but they see the Adele and Nikki and say, oh, whoa.
Yeah, I think both teams know there's a little too many teams in the zone. They don't want to take any team fights without getting third-partied, so that's why you see all the teams slowly start to pull back, because they know that there's these other teams. And it looks like another team, it's going to be Team Saber, actually going to VLS into into hospital or hotel here. Now there's gonna be it's gonna be 3 teams again, as it looks like Team Inside did end up leaving. You can look at the items on Team Slasher. They're actually not sitting in a comfortable position here. It's only gonna be Expo sitting on those 4 items. You can see both the Laura and the Sue are only sitting on 1 and 2. So I think Team Saber definitely want to take this team fight here, but gotta be a little careful, as there are some other teams that are lurking in the zone.
Seems like this hotel is a 5-star rated hotel or something. Everybody's tripping by in this game. Saber still looking for a little bit more control. I think it's Kwangju Slasher that has the CCTV at the moment. That's why they're pushing a little bit slow, but with the recon drones activated, they have full information on where X-Boy is. Should be more than well prepared to fight something like this. I think Team Saber, they've been playing pretty quietly, especially with those wild dogs tagging onto the Bianca. It's going to be a little bit tough for these guys. Looking to pop it though. Satin is going to use the 5 omens, trying to get himself out, but the crowd control lock is good. The cut is not going to really do anything as the coup de grace. That would be the last thing he does before he falls down.
He's getting a lot of value.
Then they get the kills, but Curry on the other side trying to get himself out as well. White Lily will maybe allow him to do it, but Insane on the backside. There's the auto attack with the monkey wire, as well as the squirrel trap to lock him down as well. Team Saber, they couldn't finish the members a little bit too slow. It's going to cost them 2 members down to Kwangju Slasher. They're down to Saber, loses Curry, and I think that's about it. Somehow, no, Belzuri got down, but he got rezzed, I think. They don't have credits to res Curry, though.
Yeah, that perfect third party there coming out for Team Tangle.bx. I think they had a camera that was relatively close there. And he's like, gonna res and then give the kill over to Team Insider. Insider gonna really pick up on his kill. But yeah, I think Team Tangle.bx, they did end up having a camera nearby, so they actually saw exactly what was going on. And perfect third party timing from that team there. Looks like Team Saber is gonna full send here, try to get the last member of Team Slasher, but not gonna be able to get away. They're just gonna invest so much time in trying to chase the Laura there. Not gonna be able to find anything. As Team Saber gonna be able to Loken, gonna get a lot of damage off there. Loken gonna change his targets onto the Haze. Haze going down to 1 HP, but I don't really think there's much Team Red Green Yellow can do. Look at the items for Team Red Green Yellow, only sitting on about 6-7 items there, and we know how strong Team Auto Arms were. So yeah, I think the item display was just too big, and Team Auto Arms just gonna be able to clean this one up.
And this is the problem with a composition like this, in my opinion, where with the Haze, you don't really have the consistent damage. You always have to land skill shots, whereas on the flip side, you have a Katia that's going to be constantly pumping auto attacks with their passive as well, right? The Ashen Reaper auto attacks hurt a lot at this point in the game. If you don't have the consistent damage to keep landing those damage skill shots, you are not going to have it, and they get found out again. Team Insider with yet another third party, they're going to get taken down inside of hotel. Sorry, the 5-star hotel.
Look what's happening. San's gonna die. Yeah, but San did enough damage, and it's going to be I think Team Tangle Top is gonna be able to get the reses back up here. Team Auto Arms gonna be able to win this one. Actually, wait a second. Loken's already dead. Loken died to the full combo there. That's gonna be Team Inside gonna be the one to come on top. Wait a second. Can Taeyong do this? I don't think so. It's a Suwa. I don't think the Marcus has enough damage to go to the Suwa.
Maybe at least a little. Nikki?
Yeah, the Night Nikki, it's a little too much sustain there. Gonna be able to get the kill onto Adela. Maybe get some damage off. Wait a second. They're gonna get some damage here.
I'm surprised he's not interrupting, though.
Bongwa is gonna jump straight into the zone as well. So we have 3 solos. 3 solos and the 2 members of Team Insider here. Tian gonna try looking for an angle, gonna get the nice knock up. There is the shield, the force field. Bongwa gonna keep himself alive. So much sustain. Look at the damage. Wait a second. Oman sees Bongwa here. Now Bongwa is gonna be caught in the middle. Does hit the blue, yellow, and Bongwa gonna be forced to move away. Oh my god, what the hell just happened? Tangled down. We're actually gonna jump on in as well. As now, wait a second. Insane is gonna die. And I think it's gonna be Insider gonna be the one to come on top.
No way they're doing this. Tango.bx makes another blunder. They jump in only to get wiped out completely. It's going to be Team Insider to pick this off. Tango.bx, they had it. But they just jumped straight into the middle of a fight, and Team Insider is able to pick it off. You might not have the Adela, but you got the damage, and it's going to cost them again. Tango.bx, 7 kills. They're going to end 3rd place, unfortunately. It allows Seiko to come back, and now we have our school final zone. Gwangju Slasher, they're all prepped. Never mind, they're not really well prepped at all, but they don't have the credits to back it up. We'll have to go into archery range, my bad, not school, but archery range for the final zone. This has to be a one-and-done deal for Team Gwangju Slasher, because if they lose... Yeah,
they don't got any items over here. I'm surprised that Tangle.bx has decided to jump on in and give Slasher a free zone. Look at the items on Slasher. They don't really have much to their name here. I like this angle from Seiko. Is he gonna be able to do anything? No. I'm gonna just use the queen. Gonna use that rook to jump over the wall. Jump back over the wall there.
Who do they
Team Insider, they could just look for anything. There's a queen combo and the go down. Very nicely played by Seiko. Able to find a nice pick for that team, and that's gonna be it. I don't think Team Slasher can really look for anything here. Oh, wait a second.
Jesus.
Oh no. Great combo there from the Adela coming out once again. Gonna be able to kill Exploit. So we're gonna try looking for the Adela, gonna try killing Seiko, but it's not gonna be enough as Team Insider. Okay. Gonna be able to redeem themselves after the first games there with that blunder. You know, that Adela making the big blunder. Seiko just playing out of his mind in this game. And they're gonna be able to win it out.
What did I tell you? Team Insider, they're gonna get another chance like this. If they start out like the way they did in game number 1, you know for sure they're going to be able to continue to play like this. Finding picks again, third-party stragglers again. They're playing exactly the same way they did in game number 1, but the end game macro mistakes are just not there. Seiko might have been taken down, but the rest of his team is able to pick up the pace as Tango.bx is the one to make yet another blunder in this game. Not hyperlooping, but VLSing straight into the middle of a fight. Splitting up, by the way. Another big thing they ended up doing, which allowed Team Insider to just completely isolate one target and with the Nikki Sua finish them off. It's just not the greatest look for Team Tangled.bx so far in this tournament, but that was just game number 2. They still have a decent number of chances, and it's not like game number 2 went badly for them either. As I said, I think it was 7 kills, 3rd place. It's going to be a little bit of a foundation for them to stand on, but I want to see more improvements from these teams. It's still not a perfect game. It's not the perfect textbook game that I want to see from these teams just yet. We still have 4 games left, and that's a lot of time for these teams to adjust, adapt, and improve.
Yeah, I really liked how Seiko played this game. He was able to find so many picks on this Adela, able to get so many queen combos off, and basically solo win his team. These team fights here. Usually we see the Nikki Adela combo come through, but he's just a one man show this game. He just jumped on in, able to find these angles, able to find those queens, and very very nicely played from Adela. A big contrast from the previous game, where he was the one making those huge blunders. So it's nice to see him turning it around. A complete 180 for game number 2.
Exactly. Ooh, love to see it. Love to see it. This really opens up opportunities for Team Insider, but at the same time, it creates a lot of questions, I think, for pretty much every single team outside of Insiders. We've seen examples of Team Insider just rolling the entire later stage of the games. Well, I should say each individual games. Not that many teams have been able to overcome this. I think Team Insider is just really good at making these on-the-spot decisions that transcends the information that other teams have going into the final zone specifically. We've seen multiple cases where they pushed extremely far into the available zones before the final zone actually ends up. And it's been catching teams off guard a ton throughout the course of the season. They're trying it again. AutoArms actually dealt with it really well in game number 1. But in game number 2, they played it a little bit more casual, just pushing only into the extent of archery range. But you can see Seiko constantly looking for those picks, which is exactly what I want to see that Adela doing. He's also playing with his team instead of just full sending it by himself, which is an improvement I saw from phase number 1. I don't know, man. Team Insider is looking extremely scary right now, and a lot of teams I don't think has the proper answer to this team composition just yet.
I agree. I think there's a lot of teams that are playing that hyper carry backline, and that's what Team Insider thrives on. If they're able to find that angle onto able to get that one shot combo with that Adela Nikki. So it's pretty hard for these teams to dig out of that situation once it comes down to that 2v3. So we'll have to see going into game number 3, because still no bans. And we are going to have that rotation where teams are going to be able to either swap their member or swap their picks around.
Yeah, that's the important part about this. Do any teams feel uncomfortable enough that we are going to already start to see some players being subbed in? At the moment, I don't think so, because most of the teams that are struggling right now, it's mostly because of macro reasons, not specifically player reasons. Insane seemed to improve a lot in game number 2 as well for Tangled Obby. I didn't see too many missed positions from him specifically. So, even Tangled WX should be okay to go with the same roster.
I think that game was just a team macro mistake. Yeah. I don't know what they were thinking about. I mean, I think jumping in is like a good idea, because the other teams are all solos and duos. But the way they need to position, that that whole situation, I think, was a big mistake. And the way they jumped in as well, because they jumped in right into the middle. Three different teams. So I liked their macro play, and they're in the sense of them jumping in because they knew all the other teams were going to be solos or duos. But at the same time, they could have just played it safe, and they could have just taken 3v3 into Slasher, because they had such a big item advantage over them. Yeah,
the craziest part about all of this is the fact that when you're using the VLS towards the end of the VLS timer, you get to see your environment. So I'm pretty sure Tangled WX was able to see Team Insider slowly pushing their way into the fight, but didn't react at all to that, and ended up turning their backs to Team Insider, which allowed the snipe to come through. Yeah, there's been a couple of VLS blunders.
You can definitely,
already.
You can definitely see, but sometimes once you can see, it's already too late, because you're already too far down. You can't really turn your character far enough. But I do think they should have just maybe turned up into the duo instead. But at the same time, it is a Sua and a Nikki, so they could just lock down like your backliners if they do just jump straight into them. So it's kind of hard for them to navigate that. I just think they should have VLS in a completely different way, or they should have not VLS into the zone. But
Yeah.
looks like we do have the leaderboards for you guys here. It's going to be Team Insider going to be in the first place now with 37, and it looks like Team Auto Arms with 35.
And for Tingle WX, they're still managing to hold on to that top 4 spots. They're in 3rd place at the moment with 20. But ladies and gentlemen, that right there was game number 2. You guys know how it goes. It's an even number of games. So we're going to go to a break. So please go grab some water. Please go grab a snack and go get some stretching done. It's going to be a decent number of games tonight. So please get yourselves all prepped up and ready to go. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4.
Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Hopefully all of you guys had a fantastic one. We just came out of games 1 and 2 of the Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Season Finals Day number 1. And as we get prepared to go into games 3 and 4, Super, how are you feeling? What are you thinking about right now after those first 2 games?
I'm thinking if Team Insider can, continue the streak of dominance. Actually, it's both Team Insider and Team Auto Arms. Both these teams have been having a really good showing so far. I wonder if these two teams are just gonna, rack up all the points and just let these other teams, try to get the scraps and try to secure themselves a 3rd or 4th spot.
Exactly, and I think you're absolutely correct about that one, but they're doing it in 2 completely different ways. I think Team Auto Arms has been really stable in the amount of defenses they were able to put up, and the safety net for the double backliner they're able to give is so consistent. Taekyung has been doing really good on this market so far, just being that unmovable wall, and people who ever push past him are actually getting properly punished, so I really love the way that Team Auto Arms is playing that. It's a very traditional style of gameplay for Eternal Return. Whereas on the flip side for Team Insider, they're just playing that all-around aggression, right? The Nikki plus the Adela combination, it's a classic. It's the tale as old as time for Eternal Return Masters, but they're executing it perfectly. They're being at the right place at the right time with these third-party stragglers, as I've been mentioning pretty much the entire night so far for that team. They're just playing the map correctly as well as their composition correctly, but it's 2 completely different sides of how you're able to succeed in Eternal Return. I love the fact that we're seeing both of them right now in the season finals.
100%. We have that dive comp, that one-shot dive comp, right? And then we have that typical front-to-back team. And both teams are playing really well, right? We saw Team Auto Arms, they were winning it out into Team Insider the first game, and Team Insider winning the second game. So it's going to be up to these other teams to try to adapt to these top 2 teams, because right now you're just eating up all the points. You're just completely dominating. They have so many items. I think throughout the games you could see how fast and how accelerated these 2 teams are compared to the rest of the lobby. So it's really hard for these try to find their footing to shut them down.
The stability for those 2 teams is what's really impressing me right now. But because of how stable those 2 teams are, it creates a rift for everybody else around the map at the moment. All the other teams have not found that much success in comparison to Auto Arms and Insider, and for good reason too. Every single time Auto Arms or Team Insider shows up on the screen, everybody else scrambles. It's so difficult, I think, to fight into those 2 teams with the way that Team Auto Arms and Insider are playing at the moment, that I'm wondering what the responses are from everyone else is going to be as well.
What did that sign say?
That's a good question. I actually didn't show it.
Did you end up catching that?
I couldn't see it. Actually, maybe if I turn it back, let's see. Maybe if I turn back my clean feed, I'll be able to see it for at least a tiny bit. Let's see. I did see the sign. I just didn't convert onto it because we were talking about something.
Yeah,
probably in response
obviously.
to Team Insider or something like that, because they are interviewing Byung from Team Insider at the moment.
Yeah, to see doing an interview. I'm very curious again to see if we will have any roster changes, if we will see any bans. Maybe going into game number 4 because of maybe like a roster swap for a certain pick, or a different team comp, or maybe to try to stop these other teams from playing their well, because we've seen that come out a lot on the side.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of questions up in the air right now for these teams. Obviously, we'll be able to see which players actually did end up getting substituted out, if there were any when the character selection starts coming through. But even before that, I just want to say that these teams are playing extremely well today. I said the stability isn't there for every team outside of Auto Arms and Insider, but that's not really by their own choice. It's just because Team Auto Arms and Insider are playing really well. Whenever those rest of the 6 teams are fighting amongst each other, I still think that there is a lot of really good showing between each individual one of them, but now they have to transition that into improving up against a Team Insider and Auto Arms. That's what I want to see. Which teams are able to hold their own up against those 2 teams, and on top of that, which teams won't be making those VLS blunders today.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of mistakes so far, but it just goes to show you, that these players are still human, right? Obviously gonna make those mistakes, especially on the big stages, because it's a completely different environment, right? When you in an in-person event, right? You got the whole crowd cheering you. You got white noise playing, into your headset. So, comms are a lot harder, and you're not in your comfort, environments, right? Like playing at your desk, right? You play at your desk for maybe about years and years, but then you kind of have to just go to like a LAN and play with a completely new setup, completely new environment, and you got all these like lights flashing as well, on and everything. I've been there, so I don't blame them. I don't blame these players at all.
It's one of the biggest things that I always talk about when it comes to these in-person events, the adjustment period, how fast are you able to acclimate to the environment and the setup, plus the rig that you are being given. I want to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start going into the next game for ERM Season Finals, Semifinals. Game number 3 is underway. You can see the character select going through for the players on our screen. Let us see if we have any player swaps or even composition swaps coming through. I do see X-Boy hovering that Nathapon. It's not happening. Yeah, there we go. Go back onto the Bianca, my friend. You were insanely good on that character. You don't see any solid pops coming through. Everybody seems to be pretty comfortable with the characters and the players they're playing. Compositions are also the same. With no bans, with any of our compositions, it might just be a straight line all the way through.
Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same. Looks like everyone's just playing their comfort, but playing comfort is a lot better than playing something you don't on it. If you're on like a subpar pick, especially at this stage into the tournament, right, in the season finals, definitely gonna struggle. So looks like every team is just gonna be playing the exact same thing, just gonna have a repeat of game number 2.
Yeah, personally though, I don't like this haze. I don't think I really saw that much value out of it in game number 2, which is why I'm surprised that they're deciding to run it in game number 3 as well. Maybe the Tsubame is a little bit too X factor, maybe it's a little bit too showy for red, green, and yellow, but the success with this haze just hasn't been there, especially post that day 2 mark. During night number 1, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. You have a decent amount of burst with SMG burst and all, but I need to see this actually getting some value out in game number 3. Otherwise, I think it'd be a better idea for them to go back onto the Tsubame for Green Apple, get that consistent damage source alongside Youngman's Tia. If this haze wants to continue, it needs to prove to me that there is a reason why it's staying.
Yeah, I do like the Tsubame pick better, but I think maybe just for this lobby specifically, maybe they're thinking, there's too many front-to-back teams.
Yeah.
Tsubame doesn't do that well into the front-to-back. And there's also too much dive as well. So a lot of just focus CC that Tsubame can really easily fall to. So I'm not too surprised that they're swapping to it, but yeah, we haven't really seen too many results on the haze just yet. We're gonna have to see if they are gonna be able to turn that around for game number.
Indeed. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 is underway. We've already seen teams constantly getting picks in the earlier stages, so do expect this quiet time to not really last that long. As soon as that timer ticks to about 1 minute and 15 seconds, everything will most likely start blowing up for these teams. Be excited for it, but hopefully all of you guys have been having a good time. The first round of drops have already gone through, so make sure you guys pick up those emotes and all that stuff. We got more for you along the way. Actually, almost to 2 hours now for the stream itself and the drop timer. Be a fun night for all of us. We still got 4 more games left, actually, including this one. It's going to be 4, yes. there's still a lot of Eternal Return to watch for today, and I've already, from the first 2 games alone, I'm already seeing some really fun things, and Team Red, Green, and Yellow are going to show us again inside a cemetery, but unfortunately,
the AoE damage
was going to fall down first. The silence actually came out a little bit late.
Get it?
The blanket timing was wrong from Green Apple.
Wait,
he's going to
no.
get taken down. Youngma gets slowed by the wolf, and I think he's dead. Down he goes, the Alonzo luckily coming back. He's level 6, that extra second that he was
so
able to
close.
get because of the level 6 in comparison to the 7 is what keeps Team Red, Green, and Yellow alive. So lucky for this team, but they're now starting to straggle because everyone just immediately pressed somewhere around the map. It's stagnated death timers again, Super. This is not good for Red, Green, and Yellow.
I mean, it's better than completely wiping off the map. I was so close for Team Red, Green, and Yellow there. Oh my god, I was fighter. Could have just went down so fast in game number 3 here. Looks like Cadmus is gonna keep them alive with the healing win and the Fate Wavering, but it's not gonna be enough as Team Slasher will be able to pick up Cadmus there. The Young Cyber is gonna be forced to back away. Looks like the Fate Wavering was actually on cooldown, so unfortunately not to utilize that to keep them alive a little longer. But like you said, Red, Green, Yellow, another death. This time's gonna be from Oman, who's gonna get completely straggled here. As you can see, the credit counts they are gonna start. They're gonna start widening between some of these teams.
We're already seeing it, and the fact that Youngman died, remember, this is a team that constantly split farms the earlier stages. He has no control over any mutant animals at the start of the game, at the start of night number 1, and same thing for day 9 as he gets taken down too. This is a terrible start for Red, Green, and Yellow. We saw this exact thing in game number 1, but now this time around they don't have the Tsubame X Factor to turn things around. Yeah, they still have the Tia, but as I said, I'm not really confident in this haste pick right now at all, as we're gonna see Loki getting taken down. He accidentally uses jump over the wall, only to find himself trapped in the corner, as well as a bunch of fire, right? You just can't walk past that.
Yeah. Tried getting Riori, but unfortunately wasn't able to get enough auto attacks here. I think missing about 2 auto attacks. Uh-oh, Green Apple gonna get caught this time by Slasher. There's the engage coming in from Expo gonna blink. You can use the Rain of the Vampire Queen and blink on in. And Green Apple gonna fall. Red and Yellow once again. Gonna get another death. But the credit counts aren't actually looking too bad. You can look at Team Slasher, actually looking a lot worse. At least it's just Exploit. Maybe, I think Exploit probably called it an item. Maybe to finish up his build there, because I think they did end up having the early game team fighting, so probably ended up missing out on here and there. Looks like we're gonna have Red, Green, Yellow gonna be contesting for this cemetery tree. As looks like actually it doesn't look like any other team is gonna be making. Team WX already playing for this meteorite. They're only gonna get a nice bookmark onto Neural Die, but nothing really gonna come out of that there. Riori just gonna try getting some poke. Here comes engage from the Nikki. Actually gonna get a nice pure jump cut. Gonna be invested onto Riori. Riori gonna get a reach.
Oh my god.
There is the peel back, but just not gonna be enough. Not enough damage from the side of Team Tangled WS. Will be Team Insider gonna be able to get 2 kills here. Wait a second. Insane needs to live here. Great side steps. Can he kill Zico? No. The pawn comes down, and Team Tangled WS is gonna go down in 8th place. An early wipe. Very nicely played by Team Insider, and that's just so unfortunate for Team Tangled WX. Early departure from them.
I'm surprised that that pawn actually had enough damage to get the kill. That's insane. Tangled WX, well, okay, no pun intended. Tangled WX, that is not the way you want to go at all. It looked okay at the beginning because in the end, Riori managed to get out at the beginning of the fight. But these pawn snipes from Zico has been absolutely insane so far this game already. It's so good for Team Insider. 3-0. They managed to get the meteorite up in gas station as well. They are going to be on really, really good pace to get another game similarly to the first 2 that we watched for these guys. The consistency of Team Insider is absolutely amazing for me here today. Whereas for Team Red, Green, and Yellow, we saw more picks for that team happening. It is just not good at all. Curry stuck in the middle of nowhere. Cinema, okay. You know what? We'll give it to him. It's fine. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Curry just used their jump away, so yeah, tried to look for an angle there, tried to get that crossbow skill, but unfortunately just a little too far away for it to really connect. So
I saw the angle.
Yeah, I saw the angle as well. Looks like Team Auto Arms actually going to fight into Team Saber. Team Saber actually going to teleport on in, but you can look at the items, you can look at the credit counts. Team Saber, they just want to get their buys. Same thing with Team Auto Arms. Team Auto Arms going to get their buys in the warehouse. And I think Team Saber going to get their buys in Chapel there. So the forward scores are going to be coming through. As team red, green, and yellow, they still don't have any buys here. They're going to try like maybe to contest. Maybe going to try getting their buys up in Temple here, but Team Daniel Sabres already grouped up in Temple. Maybe going to try looking for that box and that and those mutant bears over there, and they're actually gonna be able to get a nice Lumi credit charge as well. So they're gonna be spinning in a nice comfortable spot.
Another slow start for Team Saber though. They got 0 kills. Same thing for red, green, and yellow, of course, but we know exactly why that's been happening. Every other team in the game has a decent number of kills already, so it's been a pretty fast-paced game for what it is. I think the credit counts across the board being invested from all these teams, they have something for somebody at least for every single one of these teams. That's where I want to see. Red, green, and yellow a little bit late to the alpha party. Will not be able to contest that one. Moving up to the northern side is also not going to work because there is, I think, Team Titan Cyber sitting up there. Red, green, and yellow just continues to fall further and further behind, which is crazy to me. This team looked so strong during phase number 2 and their macro plays were absolutely incredible. They're just not having it at all so far in the season finals. This is... I need to see something different from red, green, and yellow. Again, the haze part is something that I have been worried about a little bit. Cinema, gotta tag him with the rockets, gotta tag him with one more, but the follow-up's just not there. Maybe? Yeah, it's just not going to be there. This is rough. There's just no follow-through possibility for red, green, and yellow, as I said.
Yeah, but I mean, they could try to look for these team fights here. There is the full rainbow. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land on it. One of Team Cartel there is, yeah, looks like Team Red, Green, Yellow invested some cooldowns, so they're just going to back on up. See the items as well on Team Cartel, so yeah, the item disparity already starting to grow. Unfortunately, to the side of Team Red, Green, Yellow, just only sitting on those 3-4 scores once again. Not able to get really any objectives or, you know, any luck on here. Maybe they get something off those wolves, but yeah, it's not really looking too good for Team Red Yellow.
For a team that's making a debut in the season finals, it's looking really rough, I will say, completely to their counterpart of Team Insider, who also, by the way, this is also their debut as a team in ERM season finals. It's just, there is a clear disparity between the performance between these two teams. Seiko looks just so much more confident than any members from the side of Team Red, Green, and Yellow. And don't get me wrong, Youngman is trying on this tier. He really is, but the follow-through just isn't there at all with the rest of his team. Here we go, another fight inside of Stream this time around. The Heart's actually going to keep the Bianca alive, funny enough. Faith Unwavering does go through. X-Boy managed to get out, but unfortunately the lower already got taken down too. It's a Knight 2 death. He will come back, but it's a 1-for-0 in favor of Team Titan Cyber. A complete different look around than what we've seen so far from this team, and they quite frankly need it.
Oh my god. Yeah, and you can see the items on Team Titan Cyber, and they're sitting on 500 credits already on the Yohan, so saving for that blood as well. But that's just really nicely played by Titan Cyber. I don't know if you saw, but great timing there on the Peacemaker into the Faith Unwavering. So they actually used the Faith Unwavering in the second the Peacemaker did end up popping to keep Revoldo alive just enough, and then that HP difference is just enough for them to kill the members of Team Slasher out of the Peacemaker there. Looks like Team Cartel are gonna full send it here. There is the blink invested from Green Apple there, a little too far forward. And the Young Cybers, they're just gonna get some of the animals contest Team Slasher for some of these here. Actually, are they gonna take the jump pad over? Looks like they are, but it looks like Team Slasher are just gonna jump pad out into the cemetery there. And look at the items on the side of Team Day Young Cybers already in day number 3 there. They're almost sitting on, I think they're sitting on 10 golds to their name here. Team Auto Arms as well. I mean, we know how fast this team is able to get these items online. And Team Insider too. It looks like all these teams are, you know, slowly getting there. They're making sure their macro is well enough to keep them alive. And Young Cyber's gonna get another charged Lumi.
This is absolutely...
It's gonna be 2 bloods going to them.
Yeah, if they really want to do it, it's absolutely a possibility. 600 on Cadmus. We got 510 on Dina at the moment. They could go for both Heartbreaker as well as the Chaser if they want to in about 40 seconds. The entire northern side also looked really free at the moment. I didn't see anybody within their minimap while we were hovering them for just a second, which means that Temple console is completely free. The kiosk is going to be available for them if they want to go for it. Otherwise, they could even step into the red, because as soon as Night 3 hits and they get their builds done, no one can fight them. They're just going to be so disgustingly strong.
Double blood on triple backline is going to be quite quite something to fight into, especially because it is going to be the Eva on that
go.
blood here. Curry completely isolated and caught off guard there, but a great peel back, and it's going to jump on back with the Soul Stealer to be able to keep them alive. And the Sua, unfortunately, is not going to be able to connect any of their skills there. Unfortunately, Slasher just not able to find anything. I think they just weren't on the same page on there as to the. I think the Hyejin and then the Sua and the Bianca both went on to the Rio, but Curry just able to, you know, kite back and peel so well, just dodging out on all those skills there. So very nicely played by Team Saber there. Fortunately, Team Slasher, they're gonna be down on 200 crits. Look at the credit counts. You're not gonna have really much to go to really go for them for this game now. Gonna have to maybe look for these third-party angles. Just unfortunately, it's not able to find their footing for the series.
It's pretty weird. We're still seeing some shenanigans even in game number 3, which is not good at all. These teams need to focus back up because they're running out of time. We only have 3 more games after this, and while that might sound like a lot of eternal return, it really isn't in the grand scheme of things.
I wonder if they're gonna go back to that Arda, right? Because we know them for their Arda, and that this Bianca team comp just unfortunately just isn't really working out for them. So little pop.
It's perfect up against these front to backs, right? Maybe they'll adjust, maybe we'll see it again, I'm not entirely sure. Pungwa getting jumped on immediately, smashed to smithereens, not followed up though, no burger flip
Cinema's
coming
HP
through.
though.
That's a lot of damage over onto Ping. It's a flip side, a lot of damage dealt over onto Cinema.
Oh
and
my
CMB
god,
with a double jump in, and down goes 2 members of Auto Arms. Finally, they're getting shut down. It's Team Cartel to do it. Ping not going to be able to find the taunt onto Taekyung, but you know they're never going to let this go. There's the whip skill coming in. He's just going to get slowed to infinity. Ping, he's calling in the cameras. He wants this kill really bad.
Yeah, here comes the taunt as well. Gonna get some slows
again
in.
with the pin. The drape should be coming in just a moment.
Try getting on there. Did it?
Oh, there's a TP.
There's a VLS, but I think Tank should be able to get away here. Oh,
no. It happened.
Yeah. Oh, it's a double knockback. Wait a second. And he gets a speed boost from the
NCMB might be overreaching.
Force field. NCMB. Oh, great. Side step or basically just press the S key to stop his movement there to not get hit by the jump there. And yeah, Taeyong actually gonna be able to get away. Surprisingly, I thought they would have wiped as well. Looks like, where is he going here?
He's looking for Lumi.
Oh, Lumi res. I see.
I cannot believe it. Taeyong, he just barely manages to get out. I think the VLS from NCMB was a little bit finicky, but that play just straight up came immediately from NCMB, right? This is the reason why I want to see this guy's Felix.
Just jumps in, hits the 2-man knockup on the backline. NCMB, I mean, we know how good he is on the Felix here. Yeah. Ooh, Seiko tried to look for an angle there onto the Haze. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect to anyone there. The items again for Team Red, Green, Yellow, unfortunately not there. Wickland is going to be spawning here very shortly in that school, and you can see how many teams are, you know, slowly starting to posture up. We try to contest for this quick here. We have Daeyoung Cybers. Ooh, instant blink there for Nizuka there from Slasher. Looks like definitely have to make sure they don't instantly die to that art.
Look at the position from Red, Green, and Yellow. They are just immediately ready to dip if they see any other teams joining in the fray. It's going to push them further and further behind. I don't like the way that Team Red, Green, and Yellow is playing right now. I'm being really critical of them, but it's because I had so much expectations for this team. Byung looking for a target. They want to try finding someone. Seiko's on the backside looking for a target, and down goes X-Boy just immediately. X-Boy and Yoha falling down correspondingly. Down goes the Sua as well. They split their focus, but they had the damage to kill everybody. Absolutely insane. Team Insider unstoppable yet again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think Team Slasher, they were down quite a bit as well, so they could just full send it onto, you know, that team, their Team Insider. You know, we see how well they're able to grow out in these games. Daneki already sitting on 500 credits as well, probably gonna get a blood buy-in for one of their members there. But yeah, very nicely played, you know, able to, you know, those nice targeting. Exploit falling down so fast. I don't know if Exploit just didn't press, wasn't able to get into the coffin in time, but yeah, just ended up dying a little too quickly there. Team Cartel just gonna look to send it on in here. They know Team Red and Yellow aren't looking too good. And Timpy charging his spear weaving stacks here. Look for an angle in. Alonso getting cancelled there by Bongwa. A lot of damage though, and there's a Ghost Light as well gonna be tagged onto the Alonso, but nothing really gonna be able to come out of that as, can't really chase into a Tia.
And I think this is okay for Cartel, but devastating for Red, Green, and Yellow. And CMB's positioning was really good across the bus. It forced Green Apple as well as Youngman to never be able to play aggressive, and they're caught out again. This time it's going to be Auto Arms to push them back. Down goes Day 9. Green Apple only has 5 seconds left. He's going to have to walk back in. Luckily, Auto Arms is leaving the area, but now this team is in shambles yet again. Just split apart with everybody. Doesn't have any ways to recover from what just happened inside of Uptown. And as we go into day number 5, they're still going to get chased down too. Youngman is not going to have fun. Yona, yep, recon drone save lives, right? Here we go, another fight inside of Uptown. Gets obliterated, is going to be taken on Cinema. Can he turn this around? Loken is pumping out the auto attacks too, but Cartel has already picked up the body up against Taeyong. Down he goes. Cinema and Loken on full skill escape now.
Yeah, I definitely have to get away here. You are playing those 2 backliners, and NCMP will just have a field day into you. But yeah, looks like Taeyong only sitting on that mid crop there, so not tanky enough to outlive the members of side of team Team Cartel there, as the Felix is just able to, the crit Felix and the Adina just able to just rip you to shreds. So I think Taeyong is dying a little too fast because of that Felix. CMP just able to deal so much damage there, but it looks like they did end up getting the res down here. Actually, I don't know where they got the res off. It looks like it was on the top side of the map.
Maybe. Auto Arm's still looking for Taeyong. They need to look for Lumi, which is zooming across school at the moment. It'll be on the, I think, the northern side. No, it's going to be looping around down into school. So we should be able to see Lumi going into some of these open areas in just a second. Revolu being able to dodge out on the castling will keep them themselves alive. Seiko has been really good at deciding when he can actually go in and when he can't. This was something that we actually didn't see at the beginning of the season. I don't know if you remember, but we saw him get killed
there we go.
a lot. Oh, the VLS was prepped.
Wait,
what a play. Team Auto Arms is back, baby.
Wow. That, yeah. Actually, that's actually perfect by Team Auto Arms there. Able to get the res, and then having that VLS prepped to get them all out to safety just in time. On top side, Team Dating Cybers are going to get a nice kill on was Seiko there from Team Insider too. So Team Insider unfortunately will be down a member there. So we'll go to our final zones very shortly. Lumi unfortunately on the bottom side, so only Insider will res off to get their member back up there. Team Saber only on 2 kills, but you can see their items there.
Yeah.
They've been playing a slow game. They're actually looking pretty strong here. Team Cartel maybe gonna try to contest. There's gonna be a 3 teams in hotel, but one of them is gonna be a solo.
Okay.
This one's engaged. Nice pushback from. Oh my god! So well played by Taeyong. Nice pushback, and unfortunately, Revolu wasn't able to get his Peacemaker off, and I think that is going to seal the deal. Here comes a double sniper. Is Zena gonna die? Cadmus is gonna block both of them, but yeah, Revolu didn't press his Peacemaker button, and that's gonna cost their the fight there. As here comes the full combo there coming out for the side of Team Insider, going to be able to finish the last 2 members of Team Dating Cybers as they do end up fall.
That is brutal. Team Dating Cybers has been the one to stunt our 1st and 2nd place teams. Auto Arms has lost against them. Same thing for Team Insider. But in the end, it's going to be Team, what is it? I think it was Team...
I don't think... Oh, wait, they're going to get the res here in time. Oh, wow, Insider's going to be back.
How do you do that?
I think Revolu wasn't expecting to die on like 70% HP, but he just got CC combo and just got 1 shot.
Yeah,
so
there was no call for the Faith and Wavering to come out.
Yeah. Just wasn't able to get the ult off here, but Seiko might get caught here. No. Maybe our 2 first and 2nd place teams going to take our fight here in gas station. I think the item advantage is going to go to the side of Team Insider. They could actually just one-shot DeMarcus here, honestly. Even through his...
But they've never done it before.
Yeah, that is true. They never look for the frontline combo here. They are going to look for the in-game. Oh, a great buffer there, but it's going to be Loken going to fall once again. They always find the angle onto Loken there. Loken's going to fall a little too early. I don't think there's enough damage for the side of Team Auto Arms to really kill the Suo or the Nikki here. It's just going to be... Oh, wait a second. We got Team Cartel going to be able to... BLS on in, so they're going to try looking to get the kill, so they're going to get some timer back. You can look for this 3v3. A lot of cooldowns already invested from the side of Team Insider. You can see the Pure Jump Card is still down, so they need to look for a team fight right now, but luckily they're actually just looking for the solo here. They're actually looking to try to kill Taeyong, but now they're going to be put in a really awkward position here as Taeyong is just doing so much damage, and CMP will be able to get the kill out to Taeyong. They do, they get the execute as well, and they do kill the Suo. Yona gonna go down there, and so much damage gonna come down. I don't think the Adela's gonna be able to get on out of there. It's just gonna be Nikki on left, and Team Cartel gonna be the one to shut down Team Insider.
Pang single-handedly keeping his team alive. A double taunt the moment Team Insider wanted to go in. It threw off their rhythm so hard, and they aren't able to recover. NCMB being able to pick off that mark as well. All of that was happening. Pang, what a spectacular play on this Mai, and that right there is the reason why you want to believe in your frontliners. Sometimes those kind of plays will make or break your fights. Pang standing up and making sure that his name is known, but now they have to fight up against Team Saber. 6 kills is what Sabres is looking for. On the flip side, 15 for Team Cartel. This could be a massive game for Team Cartel, trying to come back up against Auto Arms as well as Team Insider. They did call an item. It is stable inside of Kiosk, but no one's able to push on forward. Saber can stop this immediately. There is a Moon, not going to land over onto Curry, unfortunately. The the Soul Fly, or what is it, the Ghost Flame will not pop. Belzer keeping himself safe. They're probably going to try resetting. No, the box is just not going to get picked up. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I think it was a 4-score, but like they don't really have time anymore. They want to make sure they get into the zone here. They want to make sure they're testing. Ooh, I like this play from Team NCMP. Gonna try looking for an angle. Gonna get some Spear Wavering stacks from the cameras there, but gonna get chunked out a lot. And here comes the engage from San. There goes the taunt. NCMP is going to be able to get away. Can they get a reset? I think Cartel needs to get on out of here. Ping really quick down half HP. Bungo actually going to step into the coup de grace there. But it looks like they're alive. Oh my god, so close.
But that's a lot of ults invested from Team Saber, right? Whereas Team Cartel,
that is a lot of cooldowns. That is true.
None of them were used throughout the entire course of this. Even the exclusive wasn't invested, so now Team Saber is on the back foot. They're also running out of time because while Cartel was walking out of the final zone, same did Team Saber. They need to buy themselves a little bit more time. About 10 seconds to go until the 5 Omens is available. 20 seconds for Sutton. There's a lot of good poke coming in. Ping using that dash in a little bit prematurely. NCMB holding the front side, trying to get whatever damage he can. Got about 15 seconds to go before the final zone is going to finish. NCMB looking for something desperately.
Oh, he gets a double knock!
Oh my god! The knockups are there! Bowser just barely down, and there we go!
My god.
Okay, Pungwa sitting on 20 seconds. He needs to try finding something. The
he gets execute.
Fire not gonna be there too! What's the timer looking like? 15 seconds, but it's not gonna matter as the W is gonna come in from Sutton. And that is a game for Team Saber. Might have been slow, but they do win it out. 6 kills in first place.
And the executioner bonus was just too much. Great recognition from Curry to just instantly kill the bodies on that short bow Rio. Just way too much damage for the bodies to explode in time. And they just heal up so much. And, you know, once it comes down to the V2, you get the executioner bonus. It's just going to swing that fight into your favor. So very nicely played by Team Saber. Very close team fight there. Bungo, I think, definitely could have turned it around if, you know, the executioner bonuses didn't come through. But yeah, the healing is just way too much.
Incredible gameplay from both. I mean, that right there is what you want to see from Team Saber as well, right? We've seen them have multiple items towards the end of the game, despite a slow start, a lot of times, I think, throughout the entirety of Season 6, but they haven't been able to actually round that out into a victory. This time around, they are able to, and again, despite a slow game for the most part, you'll still take the placement points, you'll still take the additional 3 kills. On the flip side, though, man, what an exorbitant amount of kills for the side of, for the side of Team, oh my god, I'm forgetting which team they just fought up against because my brain is bad. I think it was Cartel. Exactly. They had an incredible game, too. With the number of points they got, I wouldn't be surprised if they're now contending up against the first and second place.
Oh, for sure. I think both teams definitely got a lot of points. I think Team Saber definitely needed that. They only had, I think, 3 kills to their name, so they didn't really get that many points. But getting that win, you know, getting that 8 extra placement points is definitely what they need, I think, to, you know, slowly crawl their way back for that top 4 spot there. But yeah, what a great team fight! What a really good team fight. Both teams, you know, positioning really well. You know, just swung back and forth. NCMP got that double knockup, but it just wasn't enough there. And then just barely not enough damage from the side of Team Cartel as Curry, just completely obliterated the bodies for those for the extra heal.
Rio late game damage is pretty good if you can get to that point and actually keep yourself safe, which is incredible, right? Usually playing the Rio up against something like a Felix, especially NCMB's Felix, has got to be so pressuring, but he maneuvered around the Felix pretty well, and by the time I think NCMB managed to get the double knockup over onto the Rio and the Yuki. The fight was kind of already over. The poke coming down from the Rio as well as the Hyejin a little bit too much for NCMB to deal with. And despite a fantastic exclusive to pull NCMB out of the coup de grace, he just really didn't have the confidence to use the wind scar back in and try to look for a second double knockup back into Sutton and the Yuki. So the fight kind of derailing itself as soon as it began. There was an attempt from Pungwa to try turning things around, but two members falling down on the side of Team Cartel. There was just no recovery from that. Extremely well played on the other side, though. As I said, Team Saber managing to come back around and turn it around.
Yeah. I think. I mean, Curry was just able to space so well, able to deal so much damage on that Rio. So yeah, very, very nicely played from Team Saber. But looks like we're just gonna jump into the scores here for you guys to take a look at. And yeah, it's getting a lot closer for all these teams. Team Insider still in first place with 50 points. Team Auto Arms in second with 43. Cartel now jumping up into third place with 33. And Team Saber with 28. But you can see there's like two other teams that are pretty, that are relatively Tangle LBX and Slasher, both 22 and 20. And Red, Green, Yellow, and Cybers 12 and 11. Unfortunately for these bottom teams, they gotta step up their game here as the point difference is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, for Red, Green, and Yellow, we've talked about him quite a lot already, but for Tejan Cybers, I think they need to just completely change their comp, if I'm going to be honest with you. And the reason why I say that is because their game plan has been working. You know, we've already seen this Eva as well as the Heart getting their Chaser plus the Heartbreaker so many times so far, but they haven't actually been able to get anything with it, and the proof of that is in their placement. They've been so aggressive, but hasn't been able to stay alive for too long. We can see that in the one placement point they have so far throughout the entire course of the series. It might be time to just change things around completely. It's the perfect time to do it. You've already had 3 games. It's been the exact same results so far, and there is no change in the lobby, say for NCMB on the Felix, right? As well as maybe Green Apple on the Haze, although that hasn't really affected the entire lobby as a whole. You can probably start flipping around compositions. We know they can still play the Hyun comp. It might not be the best in comparison to when they were running it during phase number 1, but still, it's there.
That is true. I'm curious to see if we will have, you know, any of these teams, especially on the teams that are on the bottom side of the scores, if they are gonna, you know, do a complete 180 on their team comp.
I think they have to. If they play it again for game number 4, after game number 4, if it doesn't show the same showing again, I genuinely think they might change things around for games 5 and 6. Something has to work, right? I can't actually tell if this quote is real enough, but the definition of insanity, after all, is just trying the same thing, expecting different results. After all, so you gotta find workaways. Otherwise, the amount of time you're gonna have left is not going to be good. You've already had times where teams have played a different comp in the final game they played and seen some incredible results, only for it to be too late. And I would hate for that to happen up against Tejan Cybers. This team is an absolute powerhouse when it comes to just rolling over lobbies if they can get the slight rhythm going in their favor.
Yeah. 100%. I wonder if we'll see like Slasher, if we're gonna see, you know, Anonymous gonna be swapping to that Ardor or not, because, you know. Oh look, and would you speak of the devil? We do have a nice Slasher poster for you guys as well.
That Lenny?
I think that is actually with the hat. Yeah. I think that is Lenny.
Dang, man. I never knew Lenny was a Giga Chat. Jesus. Yeah, it just says Quantum
really
Slasher
like
fighting.
Posters.
Right, good luck.
Ooh,
What is this? Yeah. Is that for Pungo or is that for... Let's see, who's this for? Maybe it's just an Adina thing. Who cares? You know? Oh, yeah. I see Tejan Cybers down there. Okay. I think I see DJC. Yeah, but Dina's not playing Adina today. Yo, that's the poster. That's the poster for the team. Did they get a
really nice poster? I can't tell.
I think they did. I see something right underneath Riori, unless it's part of the art. Do you see it? Like right underneath Riori?
Yeah,
like
I see it.
You see like the black
like a little line. Yeah.
I think it might be signed. I want it.
Oh, it's Felix. Oh no, it's Yuki. Summer Yuki.
Oh, look at that. I like that. Insider with the ER just split apart. Turtle return. Truly.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
I feel like I've seen these ones before. I don't know why.
Bianca.
Oh, this one's kind of new, though.
ISOL.
They have like a whole collection of this stuff. What the hell?
These are so high quality. Aya.
Are these all the cadet skins? Oh wait. No, this is.
I guess they are.
Oh wait.
No,
Oh
no,
my
they
god.
are, they
Yeah,
are.
you're right. They have one for like every
Alright.
cadet almost.
Oh my god. Quality is so good on the. It's crazy.
Absolutely based. And the cadet heart one too, right? That was the one for season 6, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I think they probably took all of. Maybe they come every season and then they do one on the cadet skin and then they're showing all.
That's dedication, my friends. Ooh,
That's
baby.
crazy.
Yeah, there is no cadet buy though.
Did they show mine? I didn't see
Nah, I
mine.
didn't see one either. Somebody in chat's like, "There, where's the cadet buy?" Yeah, no, it's not there. But gotta love the quality. One of the reasons why I love watching season finals is for all
What does it say?
of these arts. It says, let's see, which experiment. I only determine what the wait. Let's see. I only determine what the tournament is like based on the noise, so or the sounds, I guess. So maybe it's like something along the lines of the audience cheering or things like that too.
What was this? There's like some
Let's see,
text.
something about dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what the reference is. Maybe it's Kwangju Slashers because they have like that little Lenny thing, right?
Oh,
or the dinosaur
okay,
Lenny thing.
I see.
I don't know what the reference for that is. All right, well, super. It's about time for us to start heading into game number 4. So character select is gonna come online. So let's see what we have on the chopping block. Pigeon Cybers will, as a matter of fact, be running that composition again. So game number 4, just trying to dabble with the water, seeing if this composition can work out in the end. Because again, their game plan is working. It's just the execution of it post like the day 4,
I think
night 4 section.
Yeah, they're just losing these team fights that they shouldn't be. I think. Because we see that they're winning. They're winning a lot of these skirmishes, but they're losing the team fight at the very end because maybe one of them they don't use one of their key abilities at the time, like we saw Revolu in the last game, fortunately not using that ultimate to keep them alive, and I think that's exactly what cost them the team fight. I think we saw Cadmus missing, well, not missing, but I think he also missed out on Faith and Wavering in one of those games, so we have to see how it does end up boring out for them. I think it's fine. I think they just need to polish up on their team fighting here and there, and they should be good. And we do have Green Apple going to be swapping back and off the Haze, going to be back on Natsubame.
I like this. I like this as the perfect time to just switch back onto what worked and what we've seen throughout the entire course of the season. Haze had, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but absolutely zero value. I haven't really seen that thing do anything for the second and third game, I should say. So a great time for Green Apple to just swap back onto a comfort pick of the Tsubame. It is the X Factor after all, adding into the additional damage, the assassination skills onto the backline, assuming the Tsubame can get on it. We saw it in game number 1 in stream. Will we see it again in game number 4? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The zoom in into the so-called hockey puck, self-proclaimed by me, which means it's time for game number 4 to begin.
Yeah, I don't think the Haze really did much for that team, especially since there's a reason why a lot all these teams aren't playing Haze as well. Just Haze isn't really in a good spot right now, so not surprised that he did end up switching back to that Tsubame, just because he did have a pretty solid performance on that Tsubame, and we've seen him navigate these team fights and just able wreak havoc these backliners on that character.
Yeah, I will say, sometimes when you take a look at the Haze, you're always looking for that Blink Shotgun SMG burst combo, but for some reason, every single time Green Apple used it, he was on a Suwa with the shield up, so there was actually just straight up zero value that I saw.
I mean, it's not just that too, it's just these players know and are so well versed into playing into Haze that they're just able to react to his blink in to try to get that combo, right? They're just able to blink on reaction on his blink, so usually he's not able to find that value, but it looks like Green Apple actually going to jump on in there. There's a Fate going to try to keep him alive. Fortunately, just barely not able to get enough damage for that Johan. A great ultimate there from Cadmus to keep himself alive. And yeah, Tsubame just
they're going again.
Unfortunately just barely not having enough damage, but yeah, Green Apple gonna jump straight back in and gonna get taken out again. And it looks like Team Daeung Simon is gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Gonna be a third. as I don't think Alonso can really get away.
Yeah, okay. See, the thing is, though, the way that Green Apple is playing Tsubame, this opens up what you can do, right? This is the kind of confidence level I want to see from Green Apple, which is one of the reasons why I love seeing the Tsubame coming online. Seiko's going to get to take it down to split away from the rest of his team. It's going to be a split farm angle from the looks of a 4-team insider. I do see the Nikki sitting inside of forest by themselves, too. Credit count should start skyrocketing for some of these teams, and quite frankly, for Tangled WX, it already is. 144 for Riori at the moment. The lowest I see is 106 now for Team Insider. It's pretty much a natural generation, as Yona doesn't even have full build. I mean,
look at their items. Yeah, look at their items. Not even full build yet. Alonso is also not full build. Team Cartel is just gonna capitalize on this. A great double pull.
Has access to
great double. Wow, great double. Great double stun there from the Mayan. It's gonna be gonna be the last one left for the side Team Red, Green, Yellow. Is really close, because if Omad ended up dying there, actually would have been it for Team Red, Green, Yellow. Again, in day number 4, unfortunately, they're gonna lose 2-1, but you know they are gonna be able to pick up a kill, so it's not too bad for the side of Team Red, Green, Yellow.
Yeah, and this is the breath of fresh life I want to see from Red, Green, and Yellow. They're actually able to play aggressive, and just because they lose the earlier parts of the fight doesn't mean that the fight's over, right? The Tsubame actually ended up getting access to Pungwa. Really good call, if anything, I think, from Team Cartel to stick the Mai with the Adina instead. Was barely able to get him, right? It was super close. This is the aggression level I want to see from Team Red, Green, and Yellow. They're going to get sniped down again, unfortunately, as Team Saber finds him out. Just 2 members sitting inside of Beach. Dang 9 will probably fall down as well. And we're back to the whole stagnated death timer issue with this team. It's post level 7 as well, so the death timer is going to be extremely long. Tsubame fell down pretty early. Alonso 10 seconds afterwards as well. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all, but with the composition, maybe they can turn it around, similarly to what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. They are sitting about on 200 credits. They are going to be probably the lowest in the lobby here, as these other teams are going to be getting a lot of farm for night number 1. So kind of curious to see, you know, how they try bouncing this game. Maybe they just go for some walls. Maybe they don't contest the next objective. But you know, if you aren't contesting the next objective, like those meteorites and those trees, you are going to be down a lot of credits coming up into, you know, the later stages of the game.
They're going to try contesting for something at least. They know they're in a pretty desperate spot, having a very slow start at the beginning. None of them are level 10 right now either. Luckily, on the flip side, Team Saber is also all stuck on level 9 at the moment. It comes down to each individual character prowess at this point. Pretty much.
Alonso.
Here we got the Alonso. Curry is going to get finger pointed at. He is trying desperately to lock down Curry as much as possible. Youngman not really landing anything. The Soul Stealer's been activated, but a beautiful yellow-blue landing onto the Yuki to deny something. The magnetic field's going to get canceled, and the third party's going to come in. And of course, the target going to go straight onto Red, Green, and Yellow of all teams. Gwangju Slashers on the flip side will be able to take the Tree of Life for themselves. Team Saber is immediately going to book it, but 2 kills down for Red, Green, and Yellow. Luckily, I think Gwangju Slasher picked up 1. Saber might have been able to nick 1 as well. Oh, they're dead.
Oh no, and that's going to be it.
Quarter check.
Team Red, Green, Yellow's gonna go down. That's so unfortunate. A great White Lily there from the side of Team Sabers. They're gonna be able to completely wipe Red, Green, Yellow off the map, and that is a disaster, especially when you're a team that's in 7th place. It's going down out in 8 so early into the series. Yeah, that is so rough for them. Looks like Saber are gonna be able to pick up another kill. They're already sitting on 7 kills for themselves here. They're really good spots as they look to try to cement themselves into the top 4.
Completely flipped around is going to be the situation again for Team Saber as well. Interestingly enough, we saw this with Tangled Dobby, right? Going from games 1 and 2, where we actually saw Tangled Dobby being able to get something like 7 kills or something like that in game number 2 after losing immediately from the beginning of the game.
Oh my
God. The full wombo combo from Zico comes online, and while he might not have items, he has the damage. 2-0 in favor of Team Insider. Yoa, yeah, he's out of there, man. Gwangju Slashers didn't stand a chance.
I mean, doesn't have any items, but as long as you hit your full combo onto 2 members, it's gonna chunk them down all the way from, like, it's like 100 HP all the way down to like 30%, and you know, it's just easy pickings there for the side of Team Insider there. Very nicely played by Seiko, able to get them off on the TP. And Slash unfortunately gonna lose 2 members, but that's okay. It's still day 2, just gonna get the reses off in archery there. Do have the Illumi being started up by Team Cartel, gonna get a lot more credits here in TMP. are just gonna be able to solo it down here. Looks like by himself onto this Crit Felix. So Crit Felix just having so much auto attack damage, gonna be able to get it by themselves. Team Auto Arms gonna position for this this alpha, as we do have a Team Insider here gonna try to contest. There's the damage. Oh my god, Ting already chunked down to half HP. Zeona's gonna be on the top side here. There is the double knockup again from the Adela there, and a lot of damage is being exchanged. And here's the full combo gonna be used onto Loken. They always are able to find, but yeah, Alpha is being unfortunately it's being aggroed onto Team Auto Arms, so it's gonna be Cinema gonna be forced to retreat there. A little unfortunate because I actually think they could have looked for the 2v2 between Cinema and Taeyong, and
what the?
I think it was Siko and the Nikki there, but unfortunately, oh my god, there's so much what's going on here. Insane here by himself. Third party is here as well. It's gonna be Team Slasher. He's the one coming on top as of a Sua v Sua, but looks like the Adela is gonna be able to, or the Lower is gonna be able to join. As on the top side,
what is Nova now
is, and looks like Team Auto Arms is back as well, but unfortunately, Cinema not gonna be able to hit that crossbow skill. I think the Mithra went over to the side of Team, I think it's Slasher? I think Slasher didn't end up getting it.
So, bro, what was that? It was like 3 or 4 people just let the voices take over for a second. We saw the Nadine walk in by themselves. We saw Nodadel walking by themselves. We saw Exploit trying to 1v2 everybody for some reason. Like, what is going on here? Nodadel is also gonna take the punishment for being split by himself. Insane teleport right on top of Zico. There's the Knife Ward coming in, and I think
oh,
what is going on, man? I'm telling you, what is with the voices, dude? Everyone's just letting him take over, guys. This is semifinals. This is not phases. This is not phase 1 or 2.
Yeah, Insane, unfortunately, might be a little insane because he just just teleported on in and just died to Adela there. Adela hit a nice combo. Nice knife work into the checkmate there. I think it's Insane already had his monkey wire maybe on cooldown there. Wasn't able to really utilize that to dodge out on the checkmate there. And Team Tangled BX, unfortunately, it's gonna really hurt their tempo as they're gonna be pretty far behind in the game. They will be able to get that free box up over there, and there is the ultimate coming out from the Rio. Gonna be able to get the slows, but the damage coming out from Cinema is gonna be quite a bit. They're able to utilize that ultimate to keep them alive, but Loken gonna be the one to fall there. Cinema maybe gonna try looking for an angle back in. No, just gonna be forced to jump on out of there. So we'll be a minus 400. Cinema's gonna try using the VLS and we'll be able to get it off.
There's a superhero pose
for the side of Team Auto Arms. A little unfortunate. I think Loken just slightly mispositioned, just a little too far forward there, and then just ended up dying to the key there. But yeah, they will be back, so it's not the end of the world, but minus 400 is definitely not a good look, especially this early into the game.
Should be fine though. It's Team Auto Arms after all. They've had situations like this already in the series, but they've been able to bounce back. Should be okay. Minus 400 at the beginning of day 3 is not bad because you still have a ton of time to make it back. Yep, and then they're immediately able to make it back, but they gotta check for this. Team Cartel is waiting. They gotta check for this. They get access over on the Taeyong.
Oh, Cinema!
Luckily, the Justina is still alive, but NCMP just a perfect target.
Okay, oh my god!
Shot is fantastic from Cinema.
And they can't chase.
I don't know. Yep, there's the blinking.
Oh,
with
never
the
mind.
Thunderstrike. They do end up getting it, but it looks so cool for a moment. A minus 600. I was gonna say third res of the game. They don't have enough credits. It's evenly split between the Marcus and the Kadia. They can't get the res just yet. Never mind. They have enough on the Kadia. This is brutal. It looks so good. Cinema is making this character look incredible right now, but. Did you see the poison crossbow and think it was
yeah. I thought it was a white weapon for a second, but
I get baited for
yeah,
that a
Cinema,
lot.
yeah, it looks so good. It looks so good. He was able to dodge out. Nice double crossbow skill, but just wasn't enough. The Felix is just so sticky, just able to just jump on and use your blink on forward and then hit that W as well to get that gap closed. Unfortunately, another minus 200 for Team Auto Arms, so they're minus 600 in total so far. That's not sitting in a good position going into night 3 here, as we do have the day swap coming very shortly. Insider gonna try contesting for this box here in, looks like in pawn, as Team Saber is well positioned to just take this Omega completely for free. And you can see the items on Team Saber. The carries are already fully built, fully kitted out here. I think this Forcer will go to the side of the SSM, it looks like. And it will be that holy water as well. A really nice pickup. I really like I think holy water is probably the best drink you could get. 9 defense, really, really nice value in stats.
Especially when it actually pops, right? By the time it gets to night number 3, you're starting to now transition from having raw HP to actual defense stats, because your character stats are looking pretty good at this point. On the Yuki, it works out even better because you have the Diamond Shard to proc whenever you use that Q. On top of it, the additional defense is going to stack pretty nicely on top of that as well. Belzer trying to get his items, and you know what that means. We got the blood samples coming in for Curry. We got the... Wait, actually, is it going to go on the Sotem first? Because
Probably
he's still
San,
sitting on the golden ratio.
Yeah. It should be on San there. Taeyong gonna get some damage in. Peng actually gonna get a nice taunt there, but the damage coming back is going to be quite a bit. NCMP tried to look for an angle in there, but unfortunately not gonna be able to find anything, as you can see the items on Team Auto Arms. They are sitting pretty far behind now, just because they did end up losing quite a bit of credits. Cartel gonna be sitting on 5 items already onto that Felix there. Team Insider, looks like we haven't really seen them really do much this game. This quiet game for them. They are sitting on 5 kills, but yeah, nothing really happening on the top side here. So all of our teams run the bottom side of the map. It looks like here we have about like 4 to 5 teams now.
I will say Peacebringer online for the Suwa on the side of Team Insider. This is actually something we've seen quite often from that team. It's not too surprising. It's just quite interesting that they decided to go for it now. I think every single teammate on Team Insider is only sitting on 2 transitions, so it might not be the greatest of time for you to go for that blood sample, but it is an investment. It is an investment. Maybe Insider will be able to turn things around with that specific weapon going over to the Suwa. Titan Cyber is also calling in blood samples. I think we have the Heartbreaker plus the Chaser combination for both the Eva as well as the Hearts. Everybody else just slowly getting those small transitions up and going. Johan gonna have the Sun upgraded as well. You just need to start executing this composition correctly, right? It's been what we've been talking about ever since game number 3 happened. They have the items, they have the game plan all set. It's just actually executing what their team wants to do.
Yeah, Saber already sitting on a nice couple items for themselves as well. It looks like that's gonna go to the side of the battle suit there for the Yuki. And yeah, Sun already sitting on that Blood Bow as well, so they're definitely looking to try to contest for this Wood Clan. We have a lot of teams starting to corral down here. Daeyoung Saber is trying to play for that Wick as well. Daeyoung Saber is also pretty strong here. They are playing that triple backline, so it's going to be a little hard to push into them. It looks like Team Saber just going to decide to give that one up. Probably not going to want to contest that Eva team for that Wick. As we might have an engage here from the Tangle WX Insider. Looks like the Nikki is just slowly looking to walk in, and there's the damage combo going to be listed onto the Mai there. Mai already getting choked down to half HP. We're actually going to be forced to use her Blink to dodge on some skills there. As look at the damage. Seiko already down to about 20% HP. Does have the Queen prep. Did end up running out, so not going to be able to look for anything anymore. As we do have, the Snipes gonna hit Seiko down to 1 HP once again. Cartel did not use the VLS on the top side there, so we do have a fight down here. Saber gonna be able to kill X-Boy. Lower gonna go down as well, and oh no, Nizuka stuck right in the middle here, but look at Insider, they are stuck in the middle as well, as Team Auto Arms just gonna completely focus Team Insider down here. The Suwa is going to be forced to get on out of here, but I don't think they're going to be able to get away, as Team Saber's in the zone, and they're going to be able to find Yona there, and a great White Lily to deny the Suwa from getting away. And Team Saber sitting out on 12 kills for themselves, sitting in a pretty comfortable spot here. Looks like Seiko can get the res, but gonna play it patient here, as they do know there's a lot of teams here, but I don't really want to set anything off just yet.
Kwangju Slasher is slowly moving themselves up too. We don't have enough credits for Kwangju Slasher to get the res onto everybody just yet. About a minute to go before that window is going to close. Unfortunately, I don't think that's where you wanted to jump in. No Danelle, he's stuck in the middle of nowhere, but Insane and Riori is going to be joining the fray. It's a 2v3 at the moment for this team. Insane's going to blink forward. Nizuka is going to get quarter check. The Bullseye will be able to get it. Oh, there's a counter kill though, X-Boy. I mean, he's not going to be able to get anything more, but okay. Exclusive to Pole Insane as well. X-Boy, he's now stuck in the real middle of nowhere.
I like that. Using the exclusive to pull the body to safety so they get the res off, as they don't know if there's any teams that are by. So get the safety res off, as X-Boy gonna be the last one left, gonna be stuck in the corner here. I wonder if they are gonna be able to snip the Bianca out, and it looks like they will. I think that is going to be it for our Team Slasher there. They're going to be our second team to fall Unfortunately, 7th place with 6
Oh,
kills.
no.
So actually, we're able to get some kills here. San. Oh no, indeed.
Oh my
Unfortunately, they vision checked or they just bush checked in straight to the hands of Team Cartel. I think Daeyoung Cybers is here to kill Curry as well, so they're gonna lose 2 members. They had such a good performance this game, and they just threw it away.
13 kills is what they had, but Hospital is just the death of everybody. Look at how many red X's there are in the minimap inside of Hospitals. This entire zone has been an absolute fiesta for this entire lobby so far. But in the end, it's going to be Team Titan Cybers to get the final kill, at least for the time being. It will be one of our temporary zones. Can't confirm on whether or not it's going to be one of the more contested ones at the moment. But yeah, we will slowly but surely see teams corralling into Hospital, Stream, and Temple. A Stream final zone with Temple Hospital as a temp zone. That's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Team Auto Arms, where is
is dead.
Cinema is already dead, yeah. And Cartel is just going to be able to get a nice clean 3-0 inside of Team Auto Arms there. Auto Arms falling down in 6th place with only 3 kills, so not too many points for them there. Insane going to get some damage onto the Nikki. Nikki already chunked down to 1 HP. Looks like Null Dow try to get some taunts in. There's the engage there from Priori, but a great exclude. Am I actually going to be able to pull Insane out to safety? I don't think Seiko's going to be able to get on out of here. Going to try jumping on over, and it will end up going down. Very nicely played by Team Tangled WX there. Actually going to be able to navigate that fight really, really well.
Everybody's slowly starting to catch on onto what Auto Arms and Team Insider are doing, right? This is what I was talking about. Teams need to figure out a response to those two teams, and they are doing it perfectly. Insider down a member. This is a little bit problematic because they don't even have credits now to res Seiko, right? Seiko every single time has been falling down, but they have had the credits to res it back and the opportunities to do so. This time it's not going to happen, as Byung is also going to get taken down. Oh, it is looking rough for some of our teams. Satan chunked down, not too much. The punishment from the Eva, not there just yet when it comes to our little Bowmaster. Yona hanging out in the corner. That Peacebringer did nothing. It's a little unfortunate to say, but the Peacebringer investment this time around wasn't really a high value one. Revolu is sitting on Necro.
Yeah, I mean, it's just attack power and armor pen, so just more damage, but obviously not going to have that. We're going to lose that on some attack speed, but I think it should be fine.
It's one of the biggest sources of attack speed too, your arm piece.
As long as they get attack speed elsewhere in their build, it should be okay. I didn't really see or catch their full build here. Yona going to get completely caught out here. Insane, going to get a lot of damage onto the Sua here, and it will be Team Insider unfortunately going to go down in 5th place. And here is the Mai just gonna use the VLS to regroup with the team.
I actually think the VLS was used inside of Temple. What is going on inside of this zone? Temple is Hospital is completely open, by the way. These teams can just TP back over, and it seems like it might be an option for Team Cartel. They're trying to VLS over onto the Temple left side, but almost every single team that's alive is inside of Temple right now. The only one that can TP out is going to be most likely Team Cartel, but they're trying to fight back into this. It might be Team
Lobby. Yeah, Team Tangled Lobby are just gonna TP down. We had 3 team final. Surprised all these teams are just playing so risky, and they're trying to just get more kills.
Oh, it's too late. I mean, it's too late. You can't do this as Cartel. Yeah, it's too late to use a VLS.
They're not gonna use it here, and it's gonna be Team Daeyoung Cybers actually gonna be caught. Gonna get some extra timer as both teams aren't in the zone just yet. I think Daeyoung Cybers, they need to recognize there's a team in front and behind. Just walk down. Just secure as much timer as possible right now is what they're doing. Because these other teams are just going to be forced to fight now as their timers are ticking.
I mean, Revolu
just needs to leave. He needs to leave. He needs to just walk down here.
Now it comes down to Team Saber.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Now Team Saber might be able to hold it, but Revolu holding the zone again because he has the Peacebringer. Oh my god. But they followed through from Sante. They get absolutely obliterated. Belzer sitting in the back, so he gets a triple coup de grace, but I don't think it's going to do anything. The parry's not going to work out in his favor. Kill credit goes in favor of Titan Cybers, and this one might be it. If they can somehow hold up against Team Cartel, they are going to be able to do it. The poke damage from Dina is absolutely insane. Fully charged up Tempest Hydra, but the Felix is going to pop the tower. Boongwa Yellow pops the timer. Ping just dies straight up. Team Tits and Cybers has finally found their opportunity, and we're gonna see this cup again for games 5 and 6.
Dina is just ripping these teams to shreds on this Evo. He's just lasering them down, just doing so much damage. And Revolta there, great follow-up there, just jumping on in. Gonna be able to finish both the Felix and it was the Dina there. So yeah, very nicely played. And Dina just able to find these big, massive lasers onto these teams.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be the Riori show. It's tech quarters everywhere. Fire just burning down Dina. It's going to be an early investment on the Faith and Wavering. Oh, here we go.
Who's going to be able to get the final hit? Oh,
Insane gets taken out by the Phase Vortex of all things. And down he goes. Dina's going to be able to get out. No, actually, Amethyst Flow, not enough. Cadmus now trying to keep himself alive while the Heart is trying to come back. No, there's the snipe down on the Cadmus as well. Revolut, he's got to get the damage in, but Riori's Adriana is so scary to walk up against, and I think the W was already invested. Down goes Revolut. It's just not meant to be. Tangle Dobby X, a first place finish with 7 kills. They're going to be able to walk away from game number 4 with 15 kills going into the break.
That's exactly what they needed there. I don't think they were too high up on the leaderboard, and I mean, the Young Sabres as well, a nice game for them, a nice second place with 10 kills. Unfortunately, we weren't able to close it out here. I think they had a pretty good chance there. They were able to get the nice kill onto the ADC, and they just traded they traded Insane. But unfortunately, Dina just wasn't able to get away there. As you know, is forced to walk on forward, but the Mai was just there to shut them down.
Planting in, I think, was the right play, if I'm going to be honest with you, though, because Riori's Adriana can completely lock out that top entry and even the bottom entry around the Baradin as well. Trying to open in a wide area is great, but the biggest problem was that Riori put down the fire right on top of Dina, and then the taunt from the Mai came in. So Dina was just eating the cocktail party fire pretty much the entire time that duration went on, which is not something you see a lot of times with Adriana. Eventually people will walk out of it, but the value of that one cocktail party actually forced out the Faith and Wavering from the Johan. And now that utility just isn't there anymore. Despite a really good Peacemaker, that's all of your defensive utilities gone. And with the Heart also taken so very low, you saw how long it took for Revolut to rejoin the fight from that little top corridor up towards Temple. It's just what's going to happen, right? Riori's so safe on that Adriana. He has no HP that he was taking. Johan falls, the Eva falls, Heart's sitting at a quarter of their HP. It's just not really going to happen.
Yeah, it's a lot unfortunate, right? That Tangle WX were able to get the zone control first, because Team Daeyoung Sabres is a team. They're playing that triple backline team. They thrive off teams pushing into them. So when they're pushing into another team on that Eva, that's Heart. They're obviously going to be on that back foot, especially when they're pushing into an Adrian. So it's a lot unfortunate for Team Daeyoung Sabres, but I think they played it the best they could. Using that White Lily over, I think was correct, like you said. Just because you don't want to get zoned off.
That's just a temp zone diff, really. Walking from the Temple final zone the Temple temporary zone. There we go. Jesus, what the heck is that tongue twister? Temple temporary zone into the stream final zone in comparison to the hospital temp zone into the stream final zone. You're definitely going to have the advantage as a team inside a hospital. You even saw the Mai using the VLS to get the additional scout outs because you're going to be safe. It was just not in the favor of Team Titans Cybers at all. I think you phrased it perfectly with the fact that Titans Cybers composition, you want everyone else to walk into you, not you walk into them. That right there was the big deal. That unfortunately broke the camel's back. For the leaderboard, Team Insider, Auto Arms, Cartel, and Saber will be holding on to that top 4 spots. It's actually the same for what it is. The same 4 teams holding that top 4 spots, but the point difference is a lot closer now. Yeah, Tangled WX slowly making their way up, only 7 points away from Team Saber, whereas Team Red, Green, and Yellow, they are 30 points away from that 4th place spot. Something needs to happen in Team Live.
30 points away, and there's only 2 games left. It's not looking too good for Team Yellow, but for the rest of the lobby, it's still looking pretty doable. And Team Auto Arms, unfortunately, their lead was cut short now. They only have a 3-point lead between 2nd and 4th now. So definitely need to step it up if they want to make sure they secure themselves a spot for the grand finals.
A massive improvement for all the other teams in the lobby, though. They're finding answers to Team AutoArm's stable front to back, and I love to see it. Whereas Team Insider, they're just doing their own thing. Unfortunately, Seiko always seems to get taken out before the final zone. It's been, I think, like 2, maybe 1 game where I saw Seiko walking into final zone alive, which is not exactly the greatest thing that you want to see, or at least the temporary zones, I'm sorry. The rest of his teams are trying to hold that Adela on their back when it comes to these temporary zone fights. You need to stay alive as the Adela. One of the biggest things about your entire composition is the Adela can combo off everyone else, not really the other way around. It's still fine though. Insider still holding on to that first place spot. We still have 2 more games left. So anything can happen, my friend.
Yeah, we're going to have the sub as well. So teams are going to be able to look for that substitution. Again, there's going to be no bans. These teams are just playing just what they're used to, the comfort picks. I don't think we saw really much team adjustments just yet, but maybe after the break we will see some more.
Indeed. And as Super said, everybody, we're going to be going on to a break because that was game number 4. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the last 2 games of day number 1 of Season 6 Finals.
Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to bring it back. It is time for us to come back into the last 2 games of the Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Season Finals. Day number 1 for the semifinals. Welcome back from the break. Hope you all had a great one. We just finished games 3 and 4. So for those of you who are joining us now, just join us earlier. I don't know what else to tell you. Hopefully you guys had a great break. We got games 5 and 6 coming up, but of course on your screen, we do have an interview. So we're going to bring it back to us. Hi.
Hello. Yeah, this is going to be our final 2 games to determine our top 8 for the grand finals. So very, very curious to see, or very interested to see which 4 teams are going to make it out here for semifinals.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a fun one. After all, these 2 games are going to determine those 4 teams, right? So very interested how the dynamics are going to go, how the metrics will go. Are we going to be seeing teams finally swap things around just because nothing's been working out for them? Or is this going to be the game where it's just going to be locking in your comfort picks as we have seen pretty much the entire series, right? 0 bans. Throughout the entire course of the semifinals. Which,
that is surprising to me.
Yeah, it's one of the most satisfying things for you and I to watch because we've seen a lot of bans throughout the entire course of the season, and that diverts teams away from playing non-comfort picks, which is something that you don't want to see all the time with the teams that are playing their best and trying their hardest. I love the fact that everyone's been able to just play their consistent team compositions that are their comfort picks. It does make it a little bit stale. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but at the same time, the fact that we're able to see the best of every single one of these teams, now that is another side of the coin that we get to see too.
That is true. But yeah, I'm surprised because usually, or at least at this stage of the the tournaments, right, the season, usually there's like a meta that's defined, and we usually have bans, especially in the finals. Like even in the semifinals, usually there's at least 1 or 2 bans. Like it's probably going to be it's like Mai, or another tank, or maybe maybe like an ADC. I think last season it was Kadia that we ended up seeing being banned out, but. Yeah, surprise, we just have no bans. We do have some duplicates here and there, but no bans for any of these teams. Everyone's just playing their own little game here, making sure, they're trying to get as many points as possible. But, unfortunately, some of these teams, it's just not working out for them. And on the other side, we do have, teams like Team Insider and Team Auto Arms that are just, doing really well and just able to rack up so many in these lobbies.
But I think we can't turn down the fact that every teams are actually finding answers to Insiders and Auto Arms as well. The point gap between those 2 teams as well as everybody else has shrunk drastically ever since games 1 and 2. Teams have found the answers, and the only question is now for Team Insiders and Auto Arms. Of course, there's a part where I want to see really good performances of them because they also have to deal with tomorrow. Today is not the end-all be-all for these teams. That's the biggest thing that we have to think about. If they're doing well, if they make it through in the top 4, what are their chances of being able to stand up against the best of KR, the top 4 teams that made it out of ERM phases 1 and 2? For Team Auto Arms and Team Insider, looking good, but games 3 and 4 a little bit shaky. You don't want these teams in semifinals to have other teams they're playing up against find answers. You usually want zero answers going into the finals. Otherwise, of course, those teams are going to capitalize on it so much more than the ones that today are probably going to be able to.
Now the question is, can they close it out here? Can they make it into and hold their spot into the top 4 here? Because, yeah, like you said, right? I mean, it's not just today. They're gonna have to be. They're definitely gonna have to be prepared for tomorrow because, yeah, we got some big names, already that qualified for tomorrow. Like, Gang Innate. We got Team Mira Sejong. Right, we saw them in phase 2, winning it in 4 games. I wonder, if we'll have some of that magic going in for tomorrow, but we're gonna have to see. I'm very excited for the grand final.
Yeah, I'm so excited for it too. After the fiesta we've been watching today, I'm definitely excited a little bit more about teams hopefully not making mistakes tomorrow. We've seen a little bit too much VLS mistakes, a little bit too much macro, even some micro mistakes than I would really like to have seen. But at the same time, that kind of goes to show that these players are human. You talked about that earlier, and I completely agree with you. There are going to be mistakes, but those mistakes are going to get capitalized on because it's the semifinals. The impact of them in comparison to the phases are going to be so much more than it was back then.
Oh, for sure. And I'm curious to see, if we'll have any, meta adjustments for the finals, just because, we saw Gaeyoung Innate and usually Team Gaeyoung Innate and Team Mira Sejong, they play pretty similar team comps, and it kind of forces the lobby to adjust to what they're playing, right? Like we saw in phase 2, we saw them play. Actually, it wasn't phase 2. I don't know if it was phase 2 or phase 1, but we saw, the Ardas being picked from, all the teams. We ended up seeing, people swapping over to, the Nadine, the Alonso picks. But, yeah, oh, these are some nice drawings. Is that a chill guy drawing? Oh, my God.
I swear. Koreans and their memes, yeah?
And he has, like, the mask of, like... Oh, that's kind of funny.
It's a great drawing, too. Yeah, even says chill at the bottom left. You see that?
Who's the one in the middle? Is that supposed to be... Who's that?
Isn't that a Dina? I think that's a Dina. I see like the little blue
the
shawl
ball
at the top.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's a Mai at the left. Johan obviously on the far right. All right. Well, some great drawings again from the audience. It's great. I love it.
I really like that one. I really like the Mai one under the chill guy. I think it's Mai, right?
Yeah, I think it was Mai. It should have been Mai. I think that's the is it Popstar Mai in KR or in EN, or is it Idol Mai? I think they call it Idol Mai in KR. Should be Popstar, I think, right?
I mean, it's same difference.
Yeah, basically for us, it's the same thing, but there is a legit name for it, and there is the fake name for it. I want to get it right, I'm a caster after all. Fair. I need to pretend like I know things.
Yeah, some really nice ones, and I think it's Johan on the right there, and ooh, Cicella.
They need to get the lighting a little bit better on some of these. I want to see better.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What's the one on the right? Oh, that's
really
the Nikki emote.
I can't see it. It's a little... Oh, yeah, I see it now. I see it.
Yeah, it's the Nikki emote really where she's like punching the air. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love all these arts.
These drawings are so good.
Yeah. I want to buy them. Is there somewhere that you just upload these posters? I'd actually buy them and pay for shipping for some of these. These are really good.
Yeah. That's a Tsubame. Oh, wow.
Oh my God! They
that's
even
a good
got the
one
clout behind her.
Yeah, that's nice. I don't think they'll sell them though. But if you go to the events, like I think if you ask, maybe they would give it to you. I don't know.
If I ask nicely, right? But when am I even going to be able to go to KR for these events, man? It's a dream of mine to be able to. Yeah, it's a dream of mine to be able to one day in the future. But as of right now, it is just not meant to be. So, yeah, later down the road, maybe I'll be able to find a chance to do it. But at least right now, all we can do is just watch from the stream, which is perfectly fine with me. The fact that I even get to do it in the first place is where I really get to enjoy it. So good to see. But super, I believe it's almost time for us to get started with game number 5. The end game for the semifinals is upon us. The final 2 games to determine our 4 teams moving forward will be decided in the next 2. Which teams will it be? Are we going to see any swap ups? Are we going to see same things over and over again? Let us take a look, because character select will begin right now. Oh, I'm already seeing it.
Oh, yes, we do have the Arda pick coming in from Slasher. I knew they're going to go back to their comfort. The Arda, PLO, and Fiora, so they're like dive team comp. It looks like Nonsense is going to be put in. And I think the rest of the lobby is staying relatively the same. Red, green, yellow actually might be swapping over. Oh, wait a second. The Tia is no more. We're going to have an AR ISOL with the Theodore. So we're going to have this front-to-back team come. Oh, what is going on here? Looks like some technical difficulties on the KR side, I think.
Yeah.
Don't exactly know what was going on there, but we're back.
Good to see us a little bit longer, yeah. Youngman being swapped out for HD2. I mentioned it earlier, but Team Red, Green, Yellow does need a swap up, and that is a definite swap up. Although, personally, I'm a little bit worried because I think Youngman was one of the best players that I've seen today on red, green, and yellow. So the fact that we're subbing out the main crowd control mage of Youngman in place for HD2, which seems to be playing the assault rifle ISOL, and then putting Green Apple on what seemed to be the Theo. Now, it's a great comp, right? We've seen Theo Alonso so many times in the past. We know exactly how it works. And ISOL, if you have a lot of the annoyance from the Theo and the Alonso stacking up, ISOL should be able to theoretically get a lot of free damage in. The only problem is, a lot of our other teams have been able to deal with these backliners extremely well, even in these chaotic fights. Just take a look at NCMB, for example. He always finds an angle against the double backliners. Theo and ISOL plays at the exact same range as against each other. So the moment NCMB finds an angle, that's going to be Tempest Hydra into a double knockup. I'm a little bit scared. I see the possibility, and I like the fact that they're swapping it up. One, it might be too late, right? Because we only have 2 more games. And 2, there's a lot of answers to this from the lobby. So it comes down to the execution for Red, Green, Yellow.
Oh, for sure. I think because there are a decent amount of dive teams in this lobby as well. So, Theodore and ISOL, both characters don't really have much escapes and don't really have much self-peel going for them. So they kind of have to play off of each other and have to make sure they're playing at their correct effective range. Because it's going to be really easy for a team like Slasher to just get on into the back line, right? So with the Fiora and the PLO, they can just, drop the Arda's gate down, just jump in, get onto the Theodore, get onto the ISO, try to one-shot them. Same thing with, what was the team? I think it was Team Insider, right? With the Nikki and the Adela, should be really easy for them to get in. And like you said, NZMB on that Felix, the Felix should be able to get it in relatively easy there, but actually it looks like we are going to come back here and actually playing the Haze instead of the Theodore.
Swapping it around with a Mai. I like this a lot.
Oh, my ban coming through now. We're actually gonna have a ban.
We're finally going to be able to see our ban, but I like this from Red, Green, and Yellow. The Mai Haze combination, in my opinion, is a lot better than Alonso Haze, because while Alonso is really good at locking one player down for the most part, Mai is really good at locking down multiple, and that's exactly what you want to see from the Haze. So this combination, in my opinion, is going to be okay. It, of course, comes down to how much value this Haze is going to be able to have. We know what the ISOL is able to do, but he's also running the Blink. It's not going to be the electric shift. He doesn't have the additional range. A lot of close range fight for the backline is going to be problematic sometimes for Red, Green, Yellow. How well are they going to be able to execute this today? I do wonder.
Oh, 100%. I do agree that I think the Mai is going to be a lot better because the Mai has those snap engages that the Haze can sort of follow up on, while the Alonso's engages are pretty predictable, right? And it's pretty easy to dodge out on, but the Mai is just able to jump on in with the catwalk and get those taunts in to follow up with the Haze.
Absolutely. We shall take a look. Characters are locked in, and I'm so excited, Super. 2 more games to go before you and I can go to sleep. No, I'm just kidding. Before we determine which 4 teams are going to be moving on, and we will zoom in to the hockey puck. And as you know, as I know, as so many people in the chat know, that means game number 5 is about to go underway. Let us take a look at what it looks like.
Yeah, just going to jump straight into it here. Looks like we are going to be hovering over to Slasher because I think they know as well, the casters know, and the production team knows that this is their comfort comp, right? We haven't seen them pull it out yet until now in game number 5. We have to wonder, you know, is it gonna be too late for them to pull it out so late into the stage here? I don't know exactly what their points are, but we're going to see very shortly here where Team Slasher does end up standing. I know they're relatively close to the top 4. I don't know 4, but just barely here. They are actually, oh no, they're actually in 7th place, and they're actually 18 points behind, so definitely gonna have to get a nice game here for game number 5.
Absolutely. A lot of teams, this is the pretty much the last chance for them to get a fighting chance going into the season finals. Hopefully they're able to withstand it. Otherwise, game number 6 might be one of those where you just try your best, but you know it's not going to work out. Worst feeling in the world, right? Because you still have to play it. It's just not that good. Okay, red, green, yellow already picking up a kill. Pigeon Snipers. We are going to see Revolut falling down pretty early. HD2 on the other hand, though, doesn't really want to chase into the Eva. This is tight corridors, guys. I don't think you want to fight this. This is not good. Again, getting third party once again inside of Cemetery. HD2 is trying, but unfortunately it's a Justina. You're going to be untargetable. Green Apple spawns inside of Cemetery.
He needs to live. I'm surprised he just ended up just ripping a raw TP into Cemetery. You are correct here. Probably want the help of their haze, but not their haze, but their Mai. But a little risky there. They are the last one alive. If they ended up falling there, it would have been another 8th place, another early death for Team Red, Green, Yellow. Looks like on the top side though, Slasher getting exactly what they need, getting these early kills here. Green Apple gonna try looking for a kill back to the Cinema. Not gonna be able to find anything as Team Auto-Arms are gonna be able to pick up another kill.
Interesting. Okay, we're already seeing a lot of change-ups. Okay, and CMB getting a double knock, but unfortunately the ISO is going to be able to get the pick off, but there's still third parties yet again, and it pushes Team RGY back onto the cutting board once again. Peng trying his desperately to run. I think you should be able to as the burger flip doesn't come on through. Smash to Smithereens was walked out of by the Mai. But for red, green, and yellow, 2 kills, but it's been an absolute mess for them in the first minute of the game. HD2 is going to fall down again on top of it. Boomgua's going to go down. What is happening?
They keep 1v1ing each other, both the ISO and the Felix, but this time it's going to be the Felix coming out on top. Boomgua going to go down, but I think they did end up getting a lot of those dogs here, so did end up sealing a lot of farm out of Team Auto-Arms' pockets here, so not too bad. Blink invested in for Revolver. Gonna try looking for Peng here. Green Apple on the top side though. Looks like it is going to be the Sua. Yona gonna be chunked down to 1 HP. Here's the ultimate from Peng. Gonna try to stay alive for a little longer, but not gonna be enough. That same thing, Sab's gonna be able to pick up another kill.
Yeah, this is all over the place. You know, I kind of like the fact that we're seeing all over the place because quite frankly, some of these teams do need it. Love the timing for this. It is an absolute mess in the final game, in the final, second to final game, I should say. There's another pick coming through as Yona is gonna fall down. Pyong just needs to immediately run. Seiko looking for something, but I don't think there is anything really here to look after anymore for you, my guy. He's gonna immediately run castling. That's a good queen. Good damage exchange for that team as well. 35 seconds to go. There's still plenty of time for Team Insider to come back and fight this if they regroup and wait for the Suwa to respawn.
Yeah, decent start there here for Team Red, Green, Yellow. Finally able to find a footing for game number 5 here. They have 3 kills. Not going to have those stagnated death hammers. Going to contest for this Tree of Life. Looks like Slasher going to contest for this tree in Temple here. I don't know if Team Tangle Dobby are going to want to contest. Yeah, Red, Green, Yellow gonna set up here, but Team Saber gonna be coming from the bottom side, gonna try to contest as well. Here comes Rockets from Green Apple, but yeah, Green Apple completely isolated from their team. There's the Fear coming out from Satin, and a great follow-up there from Bells. We're gonna be able to use. Oh my god, a great ultimate from Curry, able to push the ISO away. Unfortunately, that is going to keep Curry alive, and Red, Green, Yellow going to lose 2 members, and very nicely played by Team Saber all around. Nice follow-up there from the Hyejin and the Yuki, just recognizing Green Apple was completely isolated from the rest of his team, and then the Rio just able to keep themselves alive to peel off the ISO there.
I see the spirit for Red, Green, and Yellow, but their composition just doesn't allow for you to fight these weird, unconventional style of fights, which is exactly what Team Saber was able to set up. The 2 split completely onto the Haze. There is no escaping from that. Even the coup de grace invested to not let her out. Gwangju Slasher also losing 2. Again, it's day number 2, though. They're not really too worried about it, although Anonymous on this Arda, guys. The only Arda in this game
game. They're the only ones to have that Nimrod gate advantage. I do wonder if it's going to be something that Team Gwangju as Slasher can exploit to turn their fates around. They need it. It's going to be X-Boy sitting on the Fiora, as well as I think that was Yoha on the Piolo. I don't remember who it is, but this is a combo they played several times throughout the entire course of the season. It just comes down to whether or not Exploit can land those Fiora skill shots. We know what happens when he can.
Yeah, I mean, this was the comp that did end up winning them phase number 1, so a lot of damage though. NCMP is able to cut around the Suwa there, as Yona is gonna... Cartel gonna be able to pick up another kill, as they're sitting on 5 already for themselves, so really nice spot for them. What to do yeah, looks like Slasher are going to be able to call in their 4 scores with that mobile kiosk, so they're going to be in a pretty good spot too, and able to finish that Lumi off pretty early there. 4 scores is going to be invested for Cartel as well. Definitely want to make sure you're getting your 4 scores for this next objective coming up very shortly here. It's going to be Daeyoung Cybers, maybe going to be contesting this purple box into Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Here comes the Rocket. It's going to get a lot of poke down, but not really going to amount to much here. Engage for Revolu, yeah.
HD2 is taken pretty low. Dina is 100% safe. It's going to push Red, Green, and Yellow again, back away into restricted area. They're trying to contest it again, but I don't think the options are there anymore. Digital Cypress is chasing this down. Revolu blinks on it. He wants to fight for kills. Oh, and the Peacemaker comes just in time. HD2 trying desperately to run. Day 9 is going to be stuck in the middle of nowhere. Nobody else on this team anywhere close. Down goes Tamai. HD2,
oh, wow.
He is in trouble. He's got to deal with this camera. Luckily, I don't think anybody from the side of Tetsun Cybers wants to push the issue any further, but he's going to only have like 2 seconds of timer left. And look at his items. Just sitting on 1 is going to be the, I forget what that item is called, but it's the assault rifle. And he's also about to get taken down. Oh, just barely managed to dodge out.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're still alive, but the amount of time and the amount of space they have to work with is just running out.
Yeah, it's so scary for Team Red, Green, Yellow, because if the ISL died there, that would have been it. That would have been Team Red, Green, Yellow going out in 8th place, but ISL is gonna be found out here, so they are gonna fall. So their tempo is gonna get hit quite a bit once again. It's going to be Slasher is gonna push in onto Team Cartel. Looks like NCMP did end up going down there. Nizuka is gonna chase Peng here. Don't think Peng can get away here, as it is going to be that Ardo with the Nimrod's game. Maybe gonna be able to get that gap closed. Nizuka as well on that Piolo, gonna get that knock up. Maybe gonna try stopping that White Lily. No, Peng is gonna be able to get away with that White Lily, but I feel like still on that 5 to 6 second cooldown timer, so not gonna be able to get up just yet.
Yep. Oh, I love it. I love it. Teams are just bashing their heads against the wall, man, and this is what I want to see. Okay, here we go. Nizuka just jumping in. X-Boy trying to find something in the backside. He's landing a lot of stuff onto NCMP, but that's a Felix, my guy. That's a lot of mobility.
Oh my god.
You are not going to be able to deal with. Down goes 2. Kwangju Slasher is down 2 again. Team Cartel. I love it. These guys are just playing these fights so well. NCMP just showing us mastery on this character again.
Oh,
caught out. And it's day number 3. He needs to get himself out desperately, but the weapon skill from the heart makes it even
rougher. Gets knocked up. Oh no.
Get out, and he cannot. That is a minus 200 to Tangle WX. 0 kills so far.
That is a disaster for Team Tangle WX. They're in 5th place as well. They need these points. But unfortunately, yeah, the mine is not hitting the White Lily. Wasn't able to get away there, and a great capitalize on the side of Team Daeyoung Cybers. Able to just layer their CC, so the mine couldn't get away there. Revolo hitting that guitar skill to get that slow, and then the knock up from Dina there, just able to lock the mine down.
This is absolutely bonkers, man. Definitely deserving of a game number 5, yeah? I mean, it says game number 5 at the top right. Okay, it looked like 6 for a second there because it was pixelated. Yeah, definitely deserving of a game number 5. Teams are getting desperate. Teams are absolutely starting to get desperate. These fights are starting to get messy because everybody wants to look for points. Belzer getting dangerously low, and he's going to get absolutely smashed to smithereens. Quite frankly, that name fitting in line with Belzer getting annihilated from that smash to smithereens from DeMarcus. You will go down. 2 members tagged with the inner blitz, but that's not really going to matter when it comes to the VLS. The res is going to have to come through. Minus 200 for Team Saber.
Yeah, you can just see the amount of items Auto Arms has. The Yuki just instantly got melted, right? Because obviously the tank isn't supposed to have any items, just earlier on into the game. And then the items from Autumn is just way too much there. A lot of poke damage coming out from the side of Team Young Cybers. Seems like Tangled.bx is going to be forced to be on the retreat here. Don't think Revolu, I don't think the Young Cybers should really chase much more into this team here. Able to get a lot of poke down though, as the Mai is already down to 1 HP. Great combo there coming out for the side of Team Slasher. Gonna be able to kill the Mai there, is focus all their damage onto the tank. Don't think the ISO can get away. There is the Nimrod's Gate. ISO is gonna be able to use the White Lily and able to use their dash to get out, but I think they're able to get enough distance there. Revolu actually gonna jump on forward and gonna be able to completely solo Briori there. Dean on the side able to kill the Nadine as well. I think that's gonna be it. I don't think the Mai is gonna be able to get away here. Oh no, and here's the third party as well. It's definitely gonna seal the deal for Tangled.bx. Oh, wait a second. The White Lily is gonna be able to get them on out. The crossbow skill or the bow skill is gonna be able to connect, but yeah, it looks like they're actually out.
Nodinel is playing a what is it? A bullet hell right now, man. This guy's trying to dodge everything. He does end up walking away. His team just barely on the cusp of, I think, having enough credits. Who do you have to res first here? I think it has to be the Nadim first, and then you should have enough, to get the res over onto the Adriana. Luckily for them, they will keep themselves alive. I mean, Nodinel has also been doing really good on this Mai, just keeping himself alive when the rest of his team falls down, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. Will keep themselves in the game, but 0 kills strong. It's not going to be any good. I say strong, but it's kind of weak. My bad. They need points to cover up for the 7-point difference between themselves and Saber, whereas Saber, they were just playing their own game. Here we go. Pure Rage uppercut.
Oh my god.
Exclusive I've seen in the world. Seiko just completely kick a burning Tangled.bx. What the hell was that?
Oh my god, and that is going to be it. The Sua just came in at the very end just to clean up there. Okay, the Della, the Nikki just completely obliterated them. Very nicely played by Seiko. Yeah, Seiko just playing out of his mind there, as it will be, unfortunately, Team Tangled.bx going out in 8th place.
He just knew.
So unfortunate. It's so unfortunate for them, as they're definitely a team in contention, but now that they're out so early, the gap is just gonna widen between 4th and 5th place.
Jesus, man, I don't even know what's happening anymore. What a fight from Seiko. This guy is like the MVP of the day. His Adela has been absolutely bonkers. I saw some people comparing him to G-Work, saying, hey, is G-Work playing in Seiko's spot? Dude, quite honestly, with that as well, I don't think I've ever seen G-Work predict an exclusive before, so that actually might have just trumped what G-Work has shown us in the past with his Adela. Seiko is an absolute contender for one of the best Adelas in competitive.
Yeah, he is a menace right now. He's showing why, he could definitely he's showing why he definitely deserves the title of being, one of the best Adelas, and we're actually gonna be forced to use their Blink to get on out of there. A lot invested already on the side to Cartel, but it's not really much that's gonna come out of that, so they can just wait the cooldowns to come back up.
Okay, finally we're gonna find ourselves a little bit of breathing room for you and I to just observe what the hell is even happening in this game, right? It's been such a fiesta that I can't really keep track of what is happening for the most part. And as soon as Wig decides to spawn in Cemetery, we can see the number of teams going in. Again, this is the desperation coming into clutch for these teams too. They want to get advantages, they want to find fights, they want to get these Wick items. The blood sample is so important for some of these teams. NCMB thinking about sending it in. There's a taunt potentially coming through from the Mai. Actually, we're not going to see it as Anonymous fighting it out. It's going to be a stream fight. What the heck is this POV? There we go, zoom it out. Project Slasher finds a kill for themselves, now trying to chase down the rest of the members of Team Red, Green, Yellow. HD2 is trying their best, but this ISOL is just got nowhere else to go. It's a Fenty to kill him off as well. Pop goes the Weasel for HD2. It's going to be an execution bonus coming in for Team Slasher. Cartel is wiped. What the hell, man? What? Seriously? What is going on anymore? Game number 6 is going to be so interesting with the dynamics we have.
Yeah, Cartel going out in 7th places. Insider is just going to be able to completely run them over. You could see the items. I don't know if you saw the items on Insider, but they're sitting on 2 bloods already, and they're actually going to be able to secure Wick for free for themselves. They are looking so strong and definitely poised to win this game. Team Slasher as well. They definitely got some items to their name. Maybe going to look for some more team fighting here. As looks like on the top side though, it's just going to be Team Auto Arms And actually, we have a lot of teams here. Team Auto Cybers and Team Red, Green, Yellow. It's just going to be the Mai, though.
Logan.
From Team Red, Green, Yellow. Here's the engage. Logan already getting chunked down to half HP. Gonna stay into the Peacemaker here. I think we're kill any of them, but wait a second. Logan is going to be able to trade Revolt down. So it's going to come down to a 2v2 as Taeyong is just completely in there by himself as, yeah, looks like Cinema died a little too early to the fight as well. So Taeyong going to be forced to just get on out of there. Fortunately, not going to be able to get really much out of that. Going to lose 2 members for the side of 1. And Team Taeyong Cybers were able to get that, or were able to get their member back up. So it's going to be minus 400 for the side of Team.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the res thanks to the mobile kiosk. It's going to be round 2 between these 2 teams, but it's tight corridors everywhere for Team Auto Arms. Pushing into him, and Adina is not the greatest of options, but this is about to turn into a restricted area.
Yeah, that is true. You gotta get out. You gotta get out.
Taeyong Cybers, they have a lot of time. Are trying to block away the entryway for Team Auto Arms. They had the mobile they had the kiosk, or sorry, the VLS. Luckily, prepped and ready to go. It seems like Team Taeyong Cybers not looking to contest it, which is good news for the side of Team Auto Arms. They do manage to get themselves out of a pretty tight corridor. Hanju Slasher holding inside a stream. There's a lot of teams inside the zone now. Everybody that was on the western side of the map are piling into stream.
Yeah, it's just gonna be the Mai there, gonna be the solo. It's gonna rat it out. So it looks like for the side of Team Red, Green, Yellow.
Whoa.
And oh no, what happened here? Taeyong Cyber is gonna lose 2 members. I think the Delar combo is probably too much for the Heart there, as a Heart did end up going down first, and then the Johan just shortly after the follow. Team Insider again proving why this comp is so strong if they are able to, you know, connect their abilities.
They do have a chance to get the res. Look at where Lumi is right now. Look at the zones that are available at the moment for this team too. Taeyong Cybers can and has the credits to bring the members back. The question is, are they actually going to be able to get the chance to do so? That's the big one. It is an Ava after all. If she gets caught out in the middle of rising on Lumi, she is dead, absolutely gone. Sitting inside a factory at the moment, Lumi is slowly making its way down to potentially that chapel area. It will be a bit of red timer invested from Dina.
Should come down to dock, but it looks like there is a team that's guarding it, which is
not good.
Yeah, it's not really good for them. And then if it speeds past Dina, they probably wouldn't be able to get the res off here. So if they ended up, you know, getting a buy, looks like Dina is there to maybe intercept. But
this
looks
might
like
help.
Team Insider is just completely guarding it, I think. They're just walking with Lumi. Where is Lumi?
The Sua, it's right around that border right here.
Yeah,
and they just popped it. I think it might not be enough for Dina. He's running out of time right now too. That camera is going to spot that that Eva on top of it. Zico is prepared.
They know.
Zico is ready.
There is a combo.
And Dina is dead. There's the follow through. That is some psychotic gameplay behavior, but it's the right play and well played to Team Insider.
That's just good macro play from Team Insider there, because they know there's probably, you know, players that are going to be looking to get the res off there, and just able to guard Lumi there, able to recognize there's going to be, you know, people looking for that res, and get a nice free kill for themselves and another placement point. So, especially since you are the WIC team as well, all the teams are probably just going to run away from you anyway, so you might as well, you know, try to look for these plays to, you know, secure some nice free kills for yourself here. Looks like Team Red, Green, Yellow, they're going to get caught. The ISOL is just going to go down instantly here as Team Saber, they are just chilling in this bush as a 3-man. So I don't know if Team Slasher wants to take this fight. They're already sitting on 10 kills as well. There's a double gate, or a double cube, not going to be able to hit onto anyone. And it looks like they're going to be able to find the Mai here for Team Red, Green, Yellow. And that's going to be it for Team Red, Green, Yellow. I think that's going to seal the deal for their tournament run, unfortunately. They're only on 14 points with 3 kills going in game number 5. So they're going to need like maybe 30, 40 kills a game for game number 6, which, yeah, it's probably not happening.
We saw 21 during LCQ, if I remember correctly, but usually that is also a little bit one of those rarer moments. If we see Team Red, Green, and Yellow and saying, hey, you know, might as well just full send it and see some insane team compositions, there is a world they might be able to get a decent amount, but usually those kind of compositions don't live to see the end of the game, right? They're going to have a limit to what they can do. might be the end of Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Team Auto Arms on the flip side, they're trying to hold on to control inside of Hospital. Gwangju Slasher is a team that is also, by the way, contesting to try to get themselves in that top 4 spot at the moment. They're doing really well for themselves. This composition has made it to the end game. Nizuka's going to full send it in. This is not looking that great for Loken. Cinema is also sitting on the outside of the zone too. 5 seconds to go until the zone is going to close. But this Yolo is about to fall down. Cinema, he needs to walk back in. 1 second to go. He is back. Nizuka, unfortunately, will fall down, and that means Gwangju Slasher on the back end. This might be it for that team too.
Yeah, Taeyong is just a brick wall. Like, Slasher cannot get through this Marcus, and Marcus is able to peel their backliners so well. He's able to get these knockups and everything.
Oh, this is not good. Team Saber's walking down too.
Not really good for Team Auto Arms. Team Saber is going to full send on to Team Auto Arms there. Taeyong gonna fall, not gonna be tanky enough. And that is going to be it, I think, for the side of... It looks like actually Team Slasher's on 1 second of the timer, but... Oh, San isn't gonna be able to connect that charm there. And wait a second, can Slasher maybe look for an angle here? They don't have timer. You know what? Yeah, looks like they're gonna both explode. 3, 2, both on 1 second. There goes the Fiora, and there goes the Arda. And Team Saber is gonna be the one to reap all the rewards. A great third party there. Fortunately for the side of Team Slasher and Team Auto Arms, there was another team in the zone.
Oh, Team Insider's doing it again.
So they end up... they find it, and they find
It's such a classic for Team Insider. Everybody should know about it, but Team Saber, they came out of such a chaotic fight that they couldn't pay attention to it, and it will be Team Insider winning yet another game. Super.
Wow, they're just playing so well. Like, Zico is just able to just find these angles, just find these backliners, these perfect queens, just able to one-shot, and it's just on these players that just aren't suspecting it, right? Like, just right there. San probably thought he was safe, right? We've seen Team Insider always push up, always the Sedella, always try and look for these one-shot picks because, you know, usually most teams aren't gonna just push into you as soon as the final zone swap.
Yeah, most interesting thing too as well is that a lot of times when you're playing this Nikki Adela combination, the Nikki is the one you'll typically see first, and it's really difficult to see the Adela, right? Because all she has to do is just blink in, use the castling, get the queen combo off, so she's typically standing really far away. So as soon as you see the Nikki, you saw everybody from the side of Team Saber walk back. But the flank was from Zico, the Adela. They walked straight into it. I mean, he had full information because of the recon drones, but they had no idea where Zico was coming from. And this is where I'm saying that teams that fought up against Team Insider quite often has an idea of what to do, but it seems like Team Saber, they just had no clue, was completely caught off guard. I mean, come on, man. You got to do your homework. If it's Team Insider that's left, you got to know they're coming.
Yeah. Insider, they're just able to catch every team with this strategy, right? Like, I don't think they've missed yet with them just pushing up into the enemy team, and then the enemy team just not expecting them to push up into the final zone, or while they can get final zone control, and then it just catches them completely off guard. All Zico has to do is hit a queen on, you know, one of those backliners that are just crafting or just making food or something, or just anything, and then just able to get that one-shot combo.
Yep. Oh my god. It is a great game, great series from Team Insider. This is a team that I actually bashed quite a lot during the season. I don't know if you remember this because they seem so lost. This was a team that actually never was able to get the Nikki Adela combination off correctly, and they seem so like discombobulated every single time I saw them on my screen, but this is such a turnaround. They've improved so much during phase number 2. They've improved so much during the finals as well so far, during LCQ? Yeah, during LCQ and now even day number 1. Wow, what a different look for this team. I have completely changed my perspective on them.
Oh, 100%. Team Ultimate looked like better on the comp, but now that we've seen them play this comp over and over again, Team Insider, they're just able to find these angles so much better, I would say, than, you know, the original. The original, they had a more or a better understanding of the team comp because they were able, and they knew its exact limits of, you know, focusing even tanks and frontliners and just one-shotting them. But Team Insider is playing the the flank and the angles on finding the backliners so much better, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. We can see it in the scores as well. Team Insider still ahead. They actually extended their lead after that game. 20 points ahead now.
Yeah, they should be safe. They're safe.
They are so safe, my friend. 36 points ahead of 5th place. Yeah, they are in no danger of getting eliminated.
I would say Auto Arms and Saber are also pretty safe. Auto Arms having a 16-point buffer between 2nd and 5th, and Saber with a 14-point buffer. Team Cartel only with a 10-point buffer. But it's still anyone's game. I think both 5th, 6th, and 7th can still make it in, but they need to make sure they win the next one. Like Tangle LBX, Cybers, and Slasher, they need to make sure they get that next win.
The thing is, though, with Gwangju Slasher, they managed to get, I think it was 12 kills just now with the game they ran the Anonymous Arda. I think they're going to run it again. After all, they're stuck with Arda, they're stuck with Nizika. You might as well just run the same thing over again. All you need to do now 100%. Is just make sure that placement points is something you're going to be able to secure after the additional finish. If they manage to get first with the 12 kills they had, plus maybe any additional kills in the temp zone, plus the final zone, they would have been ahead of Team Cartel, actually. It's just unfortunate that Auto Arms ended up fighting them first. We saw Nizika falling down, unfortunately, right before the zone closed as well. A lot of unfortunate things happened for Team Gwangju Slasher at the end. If that's managed in game number 6, there's still a really, really big possibility of what they can do.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I think, Slasher, they're just back onto their comfort pick, right? They're back onto this team comp that they've played time and time again. I know these other teams are prepared for the Arda, because obviously Arda has been quite the hot pick going around, I think, in KR, especially in phase number 2. So these teams are relatively well versed at playing around the Arda, but Team Slasher are just the pioneers of this character, and they're just able to find these angles into the back line, right? The Piolo and the Fiora are just able to just jump onto the back line, just able to find these angles to one shot and to basically dive in and basically swing the team fights into their favor.
Exactly. It's all about that Arda. We saw the Nizika combination with it, trying to take the Nimrod's Gate first, and then X-Boy following immediately after. You're so focused on dealing with the Piolo that a lot of times the Fiora is going to be second thought for you. But by the time you realize that a Fiora is directly in your face, sometimes it's a little bit too late. So for Gwangju Slashers, as Super said, it's going to be a classic for them. It is a comfort pick for those players. I love the timing they were able to bring it in, and nobody else, by the way, as well. I talked about this earlier, but nobody else is playing the Arda. Nimrod's Gate advantage is only for them. It's not going to be like what we saw during phase number 2, where there was a ton of Ardas during one of those games. Nobody else is going to have the mobility benefits. Nobody's going to have the jump benefits. Nobody's also going to have opportunities to get out of the fight if you're in trouble. Once Team Gwangju Slasher gets the advantage in the beginning, you are not running away from that team, so do be careful. Ladies and gentlemen, though, there's still more posters going around. Love to see it, of course. But game number 6 is starting to get prepared. It's the last game of the night for day number 1 of season finals for season 6. After that, top 4 teams are locked in. They will be joining tomorrow's teams, the day 2 teams that are confirmed, which is, again, FN Sejong, Team Ultimate, Gyeongnam Sparkle, and Gyeonggi Innate. Oh, tomorrow is going to be a fun one, Super. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm very excited. We got so many good teams, and after today as well, I'm really excited to see how the top 4 teams today pair into the top 4 teams tomorrow, because obviously we got some powerhouse names tomorrow. Like you said, we have Mira Sejong, Sparkle, Gyeong Innate, and I'm forgetting who the last one is.
Gyeong Innate, Gyeongnam Sparkle, Ultimate,
yeah. Mm-hmm. So 4, pretty dominant teams throughout the season are just going to be, or are just waiting, to or are just waiting for their moment to shine for tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. That moment to shine for tomorrow is going to come a lot sooner than later for some of these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a look at the players, which means you know what's up. Game at number 6, Character Select, is about to be underway. What are we going to see from these teams, especially the ones in the top 6 who are vying for those top 4 spots right now. It's a possibility, most likely up until that 6th place slot. Maya's band, Tangled.bx are going to have to change things up. Cartel are going to have to change things up, which means no Danelle on the Arda? Wow, that is something I've never seen before. It's going to be insane diverting over onto the Alonzo. Unfortunately for Tangled.bx, with the performance they had in game number 5, it might be a little bit too late for this team to find things around, especially with this composition as well. You're not really looking for just completely diving teams. You're not looking for an insane number of picks as well.
Get a coffee
Team Inside.
saver. Oh, no. Okay, they're going to sell up. Well, I mean, it's still the Yuki and the Rio, but I think they're just having fun. I think they know they are fully secured, so might as well just play some picks just to mess around here and there. Maybe get some practice games in because maybe they suspect a ban for tomorrow, so they want to try like a different team comp. But I'm guessing they're just trying to have some fun.
Yeah, 100%. Oh baby, here we go. I love the fact that game number 6 is where all the weird things start coming out. Team Insider, as the team they're safe. You mentioned it already. We know, we've seen it in the past from some of our North American tournaments too. Just do whatever you want, right? You've earned it. It's game number 6. Yeah, there's no chance you're gonna get DQ'd out of it. So hey,
exactly.
Just go.
Once you have enough points, like you're about 30 points above your 4th place competitor in game number 6 to qualify, you might as well just play whatever you want to play, instead of playing your best team comp.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Zooming into the hockey puck. We are gonna go into game number 6. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the night to determine the top 4 teams that will be moving on into day number 2. Here we go. I wonder, are we going to see the fiesta that we've been seeing at the beginning of these games oh so many times, Super? Honestly, realistically speaking, it might even be worse for this game, right? Everyone's just going to be sending it.
Yeah, we're going to have so many teams that just need kills that they're just going to try getting as many and rack up as possible, because we know the bottom 2 teams, like in 5th, 6th, and 7th, or bottom 3 teams, they still need a lot of points, right, compared to 4th place. Like 6th, it looks like 5th, 6th, and 7th, they need 10, 14, 15, which is quite a bit of points to make up. Like they need to get a lot of they have to get a decent amount of kills, and they gotta win the game as well.
Dead Cyber looks a little difficult. I've talked about this before, but this is a team that wants everyone else to run in on them, but they're not really going to do that if you're a Heart Eva. Most of these teams know exactly how this team is not supposed to be fought. Red, Green, and Yellow, on the other hand, they're being forced to fight, as down goes HD2 as well. Blink over the wall is going to be what Day 9 opts to go for. That's 2 for Dead Cybers out of the 15 they're going to need. I mean, this is a good start. Sorry, 14 they're going to need. It's a great way to begin.
Yeah, pretty solid start, like you said, for Team Dead Cybers. You need to get as many kills as possible. And like you said, for a team comp like the like Dead Cybers, a triple backline team, it's going to be really hard for them to secure kills, just because most players are probably just not going to play into them. So getting these early game kills, that's going to be a really nice tempo swing for them here. Orm's going to be able to get a kill. That's going to get the Alonzo from Team Red, Green, and Yellow here. So it's going to secure themselves some more points as well, because they're also a team that, I mean, I think they're relatively safe because they're already in 2nd place, but you never know. If they go out in 8th place, right, that definitely could be pretty bad for them.
Exactly. Up in police station, we saw Anonymous saying, "No, I'm the better Arda." Up against Dota now. We'll get sniped out. Curry also falling down inside a chapel. Tangled.bx also having a little bit of issues. Insane leaving the speed gate for his teammate, but there is a Fiora coming from the bottom side. Riori has got absolutely nowhere to go. Will unfortunately get taken down. This ultimate being invested to try killing Anonymous, but it's not going to be enough. No laser, and I also think he was charging, so he couldn't really get the laser out. I'm going to be honest with you to begin with anyways. Unfortunate for Auto Arms, will lose Cinema for 10 seconds, as that is a level 8 Justina. Not going to have that shortened death timer like we usually want to see.
Yeah, and Slash are going to be able to pick up another kill. 3 kills already for them. They are getting relatively close to that 4th place spot, getting closer and closer. Definitely need a couple more kills here and there, and then a couple placement points as well. Looks like Bowser here is completely caught out, as looks like the side of Team Insider is going to try running him down. A great parry there from the Yuki, going to dodge out on that stun, but I don't think Vel's gonna be able to get away. There's a coup de grace. God! And there goes the Yuki, but wait a second, San actually ends up TPing on in. San gonna try looking, maybe gonna get some damage onto the Scylla, but not really gonna be able to... Actually, wait a second. Oh, does end up missing the charm there, and I don't think... Yeah, they're gonna be able to get it. Nice try there from San. Gonna try jumping back in, try getting that. It's the Scylla kill, but not gonna be enough.
Yeah, surprising that Satan actually opted to hyperloop in because it was quite late and the Yuki most likely would have died immediately after they hyperlooped in anyways. It was pretty close, but the pull actually, the play with us from Seiko, I think it was, yeah. Play with us from Seiko denied the 5 Omens from landing onto the Scylla, especially after the pullback, so really well played from Team Insider. They're actually executing this composition really well too, which is quite funny. We've never seen this one before. We thought it was a bit more of a joke that they were playing it, but no, they are getting a lot of value out of it. Nizuka in the backside trying to get the damage in. That totem has insane value. The trap was not placed correctly from HD2, and that means he's going to get sniped down as well. Green Apple on the backside is trying to pump out the damage, but he's got the shield and placed in a really, really weird spot. Down goes Day 9. Team Tangled.bx looking for a counter kill, but they're going to third party a little bit too late.
Yeah, that is just so much value from the PLO, just able to just go on in, fade out so much damage and so many cooldowns, and then just get so much CC down as well, and a lot of damage on top. So it just very nicely played by the PLO there from Splasher, and a good follow-up there from the rest of the team. Yeah, Nizuka just playing really, really well. Oh, looks like HT2 completely isolated from the rest of the team here. Is the members of Team Slasher nearby? There is the TP on in for Expo here. I don't think this Bernice is gonna be able to get away. So it's gonna be another kill going to the side of Team Slasher, and that's gonna be pretty good for the side of Team Slasher there. You are in 5th place and you got 6 kills so far.
I wonder if Team Cartel even knows that Gwangju Slashers on 6 kills right now. Cartel is playing extremely slow. They have 0. At the moment, Team Gwangju Slasher is fighting up against that team. It's a 10 point difference. Now dropped to 4.
Yeah, but now 4. Yeah, now it's only a 4-point difference, so it's definitely doable for Slasher. They just need to have a nice, consistent game here.
Yep. Realistically speaking, this is an opportunity for Gwangju Slasher to just completely overhaul Team Cartel. They have not seen the number of points that Team Gwangju Slasher has. I'm pretty sure it's on the back of their mind. They probably have the entire score sheet memorized at this point. They're slowly building themselves up. It's fine for Team Cartel to play like this, but eventually they're going to find out the number of points that Team Gwangju Slasher has. And then the brains are going to start racking. The numbers are going to start crunching. These guys have a lot of work to do to get themselves that ticket punch into the season finals. It's not over for them just yet.
100%, 100%. And we do have the Alpha is going to be spawning in Chapel here. The Dame Cyber is going to look to contest. Oh, Cadmus completely isolated from the rest of his team. Can they look for an angle there? But a great knock-up VF eruption from the Dina, or sorry, not the Dina, but from Eva, and a great follow-up there. NCMP going to be able to secure Dina, going to trade 1 for 1, but Peng going to fall as well. Looks like is going to get that down there. And the Young Cybers, they're sitting on 6 kills as well. They're definitely another team that's looking for contention as well into that 4th place spot.
Revolu's aggression levels is actually helping them in this case too. They're also behind Team Cartel this time around by 14 points in comparison to the 10, so a little bit more work to do for this team. But on the top of it, Team Saber is also playing very, slow as well, right? Just 1 kill for this team.
Cybers and Slasher, they definitely both have a chance here, as both Cartel and like you said, Team Saber are both playing relatively slow, and they're sitting on our 3rd and 4th place spot.
If Team Saber and Team Cartel still take it slow, there is a possibility. But Team Saber, they're not going to let that happen as Red, Green, Yellow gets annihilated, decimated to pieces by Team Saber. Green Apple trying something, but the fear is going to come online. Sutton a little bit too well informed about this Theo. Sapphire Protocol also not available. Down goes the Theo. It's 2 kills for Team Saber. They're going to extend their lead up against the members of Team Gwangju Slasher and Digit Cybers.
I mean, Slasher just were able to pick up another kill as well from the side of Team Insider, looks like. Team Cartel gonna try getting out of here. NCMP gonna use that White Lily to get themselves to safety, as Young Cybers almost were able to pick up another kill. these teams are fighting tooth and nail. They want a spot here for the grand.
Tekken Cybers also, if they were able to knock down Cartel a peg, it would have been a perfect target, right? They're also trying to knock down Team Cartel. Team Cartel is a little bit more realistic than Team Saber for Tekken Cybers. After all, it's an 18-point difference for those guys up against Team Saber. 14, you'll definitely take in comparison to that. Here we go. Fight's going to continue as Nizuka trying to jump on into the backside, but Byung, he is so tanky as is Yuki at the moment. X-Boy getting tagged down pretty dangerously. Ooh, that play with us not landing is quite lucky. Spirit, Fleeting Soul, not going to land on anybody, and that's going to be the disengage. Kwangju Slasher, the mobility from this team with the Nimrod's Gate is definitely working out in favor. Sawton, a bit of a premature 5 omens activated for the Hyejin. Nothing of value really gained, but they're just looking for the control over this purple box at the moment. Oh, no, never mind, that's a food box.
Probably the tree, yeah. They're just trying to zone them off so they can get the Tree of Life and get on out of there, so... Looks like the tree will go to the side of Belzer here. It looks like Riori might try to look for some more. It looks like... No, it's actually just going to back on out of there. Loken, on the other hand, completely isolated from their team. What is the side of Team Autoworm? Just completely split up here. And it's day 3, so it's just going to be Slasher able to pick up another kill. They're sitting on 9 already for their team. A great Yuki ultimate going to hit 2 or 3 members of the side of Team Red, Green, Yellow. And it's just going to be a massacre. Insider is going to be able to get 2 kills or 2 members from Team Red, Green, Yellow, as HD2 is going to try to walk away.
Nothing for Red, Green, Yellow today at all. Look at their items. They're so far behind. Not a single game where Red, Green, and Yellow was able to show us the dominance they proved during phase number 2. Unfortunately, it seems like that's going to be the end of their road even further. Kwangju Slasher still trying to push on through, though. Fiora has access to the back line. Loken's going to get taken down. There's extra kills coming in. Team Auto Arms in danger as 2 members are going to fall down. And I want to say this too. Look at the score sheet. Auto Arms is
11.
technically also in danger, right? They're 58. They're not too far away from Saber and Cartel. If they start losing credits and start losing points, losing control of the game like this, they could also be in danger of relegation. It's not likely, but there is a possibility.
Yeah, that's true. Saber and Cartel just outscore them, and then Slasher somehow outscores them as well. You do bring up a good point. Team Unarms could actually get eliminated, but I mean, they have such a big buffer. It's going to be a little hard, but you are correct. It is in that realm of possibility, and you don't want to be put on the hot seat here. So Auto Arms definitely just has to look for some extra placement points, maybe play in a nice consistent game. But look at the credit counts. The credit counts are kind of doomed, so not going to be able to get the res off anytime.
Ooh.
And that is going to be a lot of mastery loss for their carries there.
Yeah, Justina and Kadia definitely needs those mastery points. Just a little bit of an update for you as well, Super. Kwangju Slasher and Cartel, they're even on points now, 11-1. They've made up the 10-point difference. It's a Kwangju Slasher world right now for those guys. Tekken Cyber still on 6, but still plenty of time left in the game for them to make up those points as well.
Yeah, Lobby X, unfortunately, they don't really have any kills or any really items to go for them this game, unfortunately. They have to look for something. They gotta look for kills now, because the time is running out for them. Time is running out. They need to look for some kills.
Saber trying to look for something on the northern side as well. Do not want to let the pace of the game go any slower than this. Green Apple, okay, good. Tangled WX fighting up against Cartel. Insane is taken dangerously low. This Alonzo in a whole heap of trouble. Riori trying his best to run away, but NCMP has the ice set. He is going to get taken down. Tangled WX seems like they're going to be the end of the road. No Danelle trying to take the White Lily out. He'll be fine, but still Insane. Ran down by Pungwa. I don't think he's going to be able to get away. He's got the stars. He's got everything. There's the Rod down with the moon. Down goes the Alonzo. 2-0 in favor of Team Cartel.
And Team Cartel just playing it so well. I mean, the Alonzo tried to look for an angle in with the Nimrod's Gate, but just got immediately cancelled. The point just got immediately cancelled by the Estelle. And there's really not much they could do. Oh no, it's going to be Red, Green, Yellow. That's going to be it for Team Red, Green, Yellow. It's going to be our first team to get wiped in the final game in the semifinals here. And yeah, like you could see their points on the bottom right.
What a
Red,
rough
Green,
day.
Yellow, unfortunately. Yeah, just gonna sit in 8th place for today.
played so well during the entire season. That Phase 2 performance was one of the wildest I've seen from a new team that came up to the chopping block, sent themselves straight into the season finals. But season finals, once again, proving itself to be a completely different monstrosity compared to the phases. These teams know exactly what you're planning on doing. If you don't do your homework, today is exactly how it's going to go for Team Red, Green, and Yellow. Hopefully we see them again in next season because their composition was quite unique. I still loved watching the Tsubami plus Youngman's Tia. Not something you get to see every day in a competitive season like this, but today and this season, it is just not their one.
Yeah, I just love seeing Tia, but we usually don't see Tia much in the competitive on the Korean side. So seeing Omwan, come out and show how strong the character can be, I think is just a nice showing from them. So I do agree. I do hope to see them back in the future seasons.
Okay, so let's take a look at what we have left now. Cartel is sitting on 3 at the moment, so Gwangju Slasher is now down by 1, who is sitting at 12 kills, man. These guys are starting to hit the limits on what we usually tend to see on competitive gameplay for the kill counts. A lot of other teams now start to have transitions. Nizika is not going to get as free of an initiation as we've seen before. It's going to be the similar situation that we saw in the hospital during game number 5, where the Piolo goes in, and if there is no sufficient support, it could be a little bit problematic. Let's take a look at how this goes. Nizika
and the
access over onto what the heck just happened. Oh, Noda now goes up to the top side of the fight, completely splits, and this is easy pickoffs for Gwangju Slasher. 2 members down now for Tango Dabi X.
That is huge.
Whoa.
Slasher getting a nice 2 kills. Like you said, yeah, Exploit just getting the complete isolated 1v1, and then Nizika just finds a nice angle in, forces the ultimate. Briori out.
It's over.
Just easy pickings for them, and that's going to be it for Team Tango Lobby X. They're going to be our 7th place team. Saber going to be able to get a nice kill. They need those kills as well. Slasher going to look for an angle again back in, but there's a third party, so they don't want to send it too hard just there. Slasher on 14. They're looking for some more here. Exploit actually going to look for Curry here. Great parry. But this is 2 teams. Curry needs to get on out of there. There is the ultimate going to be invested. Though Freya last gonna just tag Curry once again. I wonder.
So much trouble.
Yeah, Slasher is gonna rip the TP on into one of these zones. I don't know where exactly they're gonna go here. As it's gonna be Team Cartel gonna be able to pick up the Yuki from Team Inside. There's Curry actually just gonna completely bow down Seiko there from Insider as well. So Saber getting some kills, Cartel also getting some kills as well. So it's gonna be so close.
Oh, Team Saber is making it easier for Team Cartel to keep themselves alive. Now, this puts heavy pressure, by the way, on Team Daejeon Cybers, right? They're still sitting on 6 kills. At the moment, they may have picked up the Wick line, but who in their right mind is going to fight up against an Evo with Wick? I think the amount of points that Daejeon Cybers has left in this game to be able to pull themselves back up into the top 4 is genuinely starting to run out. Most of the time, getting Wick is going to be beneficial to you. Of course, it's going to be. You get a blood sample and you get the Wick buff on top of it. But no one's going to want to fight Daejeon Cybers. In the grand scheme of things, this actually might have been a really big hit into their most important objective for Daejeon Cybers.
Yeah, I think the problem is that the other teams that are up there, like are in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they all have a decent amount of kills.
Yeah.
So if Daejeon Cybers doesn't get any more kills here, I don't think they could qualify.
It's lights out pretty much for that team, and it's not of their own volition too. It's because everyone else has been doing pretty well. Everybody at this point who is fighting for the top 4 spots are alive, right? Look at this. Saber, Cartel, like this is all top 6 teams right now. Oh boy, it's looking rough for Daejeon Cybers. They gotta start picking up kills like now. If they don't start picking up kills now, they're gonna run out of time.
If they get a win, they're gonna get another 3 kills as well. Finals. So it could be enough. I'm actually not sure with the math on it right now, because we have to see how much points these other teams are going to get just fighting. Oh yeah,
Insider gone. That's our 1st place team gone.
So it's going to go down to Slasher. Slasher going to pick up another kill, so they're going to be on 15 kills. I think they actually might they're actually definitely in contention to make it in here. Looks like Team Cartel versus Team Auto Arms here. Good dodge out on Cinema, gonna dodge out on that Moon Burrito from Adina there. And it looks like Team Cartel, they definitely need to watch their back here. They're gonna get some cannons down to make sure they don't get third-partied. Team Daejeon Cybers, they have that Wick buff. They want to look for some more kills, but you know, once these teams recognize this triple backline team Woodwick, they're probably not going to want to play into it.
Yes, absolutely. You can see everybody's just staying the hell away from Team Tencent Cybers. What kind of points do you have left now? Gwangju Slasher on 26 seconds with the Arda. They're immediately going to book it into the red if you see this team. Diverting back over onto Hospital. They don't want people to be on their flanks, but with this, now you're really putting yourself in some dangerous spots. Going into a place with low player density, player counts, plus the kill counts. Not looking that great for Tencent Cybers. Auto Arms also trying to fight in positioning up against Team Saber. Bells are trying to get a little bit of a feel for how strong the members of Team Auto Arms are. Curry doing the exact same thing. Changa the Nomad, not going to be taken, of course, from Sutton. If he took that, that is...
Oh, God.
No thanks.
It is going to get so tense here, because I know these teams, they all know they're all relative. So it's just going to come down to these two final zones here. It looks like it's going to be Team Cartel going to get Factory Zone completely for free, while this final zone, which is Stream, going to have 4 teams in here.
They need it.
Maybe Team Saber's going to use the VLS system to go over, because I would not want to stay in a 4-team final zone. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go down to Factory, maybe take that 3v3. Team Daily Cybers might sniff out Team Cartel or Team Slasher here.
Oh my god, the recontrol.
Yes, they're gonna sniff them out, and it looks like Team Slasher are just gonna move on down. Surprisingly, despite how many kills Team Slasher has, their items is actually that great. They're still missing about 4 to 5 gold items in there.
Here we go. They're looking for the kills. Oh, Taekyung unfortunately doesn't get taken down before the Peace Breaker goes through. Oh, and it's gonna be Cinema taken down in exchange for Revolu as well. Oh, Dina goes down. Cadmus, he somehow needs to do it, but I don't think he has the damage up against
Marcus versus
of all things.
Versus
he
go
has
on.
healing. Cadmus,
I mean, he can live.
No, it's not gonna happen, I don't think, my friends. Cadmus can try damaging Marcus all he wants, but he doesn't have the interrupts to deny the res. That might be lights out for Team Tencent Cybers. Auto Arms trying to get the reses as fast as possible. There is another team, if I remember correctly, inside a stream at the moment. Tencent Cybers. Eva popped. Dina popped. There is no Dina to come back from for that temporary zone. It's all going to come down to Revolu and Cadmus to keep their dreams alive. Gwangju Slasher duking it out up against Cartel. Whoever wins this is going to be above, and most likely might be the end of it. What the heck is Team Auto Arms doing? They keep it straight into the members of Gwangju Slasher. Gwangju Slasher misses out on the kill, but Cartel picks up 2. They need to win the fight now. They need to win the fight here and now. Team Gwangju Slasher is trying desperately, but X-Boy, he's taken down to a 3rd. He has no cooldowns. The damage is being dealt from Nizica, but the temp zone is going to pop. It's going to be a full reset. This is going to allow Fiora to get the ultimate cooldown back too. Flash should be back in about 20 seconds. Anonymous is just holding that thing corridor. Dice and Cube combo is so good. It's a late game Arda. That Unleashed power is going to be coming up in just a moment. Breath of the Dragon also really good at locking them down. Look at the backline, double tag onto NCMB and Boom, but this just buys even more time for X-Boy to get the Flash back. About 5 seconds to go before that ultimate is going to be available. Nizica sending into the backside. He's going to be a little bit in danger. Oh god, this is not looking good. Nizica taking down to a third of their HP. There's the kill. Oh, X-Boy is trying, but it's not gonna happen. It's Cartel. It's a Cartel world. They will be able to knock down Team Gwangju Slashers and punch their tickets into the grand finals of Season 6. Gwangju Slasher, it was so close, but it's not gonna happen.
NTMB just playing out of his mind, is able to just peel back and peel the balance off of Bongwa there. And yeah, just so well played from Team Cartel. I think that is going to be it. I don't think Team Slasher has enough to outscore Saber or Cartel or Auto Arms. Can they outscore Auto Arms here? They got 10 plus 4. No.
They got 57 plus any placement points. Auto Arms is sitting at 60 something. I don't think it's happening, my friend.
Yeah, I think that is going to be it. I think we know who our top 4 is. I think this is just going to be a 4. Curry able to do a lot of damage on the so Peng gonna be forced to back on out of there. NCMP gonna get some healing from Bongwa, and yeah, looks like the cameras are being cleared.
Oh,
a lot of damage there. San actually gonna jump on in with their German Nomad, and they get a lot of damage. NCMP already took down to half HP. There's the coup de grace. Is going to connect on to Peng, and Peng's gonna die. But wait a second, Bongwa is gonna be able to trade and kill Satin there. So now it's gonna come down to a 2v2. It's gonna come down to Bongwa And NCMP. Oh, great. Ultimate coming out from Curry. But it's not going to be enough. NCMP is just able to just dodge out of all these auto attacks. And you can't hit a Felix. You cannot hit a Felix. Oh my god.
Pungwa, no way! NCMB misses the Blink Wind Scar up against Curry, but it's Pungwa to snipe down that Rio. I cannot believe it. Pungwa, the hero of Team Cartel. I cannot with this player anymore, man. Cartel, they're going to move on into the season finals. Day number 2, their hopes and dreams of defending that title is still in their hands.
I mean, that's just how it goes, Felix versus auto attacks, It's just Felix literally cannot die.
Up against the Yuki and the Rio of all things as well, right? Of all people, it was Satan that fell. You can't
especially since it's double auto attacks from Rio, so you get double the passive stacks, and it's just infinite. You just infinitely get your when you just spam your wind scars. So the SCP just never died. Blocked every auto attack and all the damage.
I thought he was dead when he missed the wind scar onto Curry, because it allows the Rio to just keep pumping out damage, but the Moon landed immediately as soon as he missed the knockup, so it actually allowed that duration, that slight bit of time when all of his skills are on cooldown, to pass on by, and then as soon as Curry comes back from being down, he punches through the shield, but then the cooldowns for what is it? Crescent Sweep is up now, so it's just unfortunate for Curry. He almost had it.
Yeah, the problem is all of the damage from Rio and Yuki are auto attack damage. So all NCMP needs to do is just keep using the backstep and then just dodge the auto attacks, and then he just won't take any damage, and he'll just be able to just navigate the fights perfectly there. I mean, NCMP. We know he's basically the best Felix in Korea. He's just able to just outplay both Curry and Belzer there.
Yeah, still being able to utilize this Felix, despite we saw the surge of popularity back when Felix was able to play tank, and then it's completely died down after they removed that. Now, there's really no Felix players left in competitive now outside of NCMB. We see him play this perfectly, which is amazing. But can I just say, man, we are giving a lot of credit to NCMB, but Pungwa, this guy,
he was able to snipe Satan. He was able to, swing the fight back into their favor, because it was looking pretty bad when Peng didn't down, but Satan kind of Satan overextended, and then he got a nice sun conjunct onto Satan, just was able to kill him. And then
the Ghost Fire landed on him too. You got the VF Dispersion, the weapon skill for the Arcanas all tagged onto Satan. During the time, that pause in between when he cuts using the coup de grace and then the true damage proc while he sheathes. In that time, Pungwa did more damage to Satan in that time, that little sheathing time, than that true damage ever did to Peng. So the damage exchange between the two teams, funnily enough, actually went in favor of Team Cartel just because of Pungwa's performance. This guy is a monster on that Adina, man.
Yeah, he is insane. Was able to kill Satan. I think he was basically the reason why the Rio died as well. Why they were able to kill Curry. Because if Curry is still alive, I don't think NCP would have lived. I know NCP was just resetting on the auto attack, but or resetting their dashes from the auto attacks, but I think Curry would have had a window to kill NCMP, but because Bungwa was just able to deal so much damage, able to find those angles, and just dump all their sigils down. Obviously using their sigils very, very efficiently. We know how good Bungwa is on the Adina. Was just the reason why they were able to swing the fight into their favor.
I swear, somehow he has the controls for Nimble Neuron where he's able to just decide which constellations he gets coming up. It's like he's playing Tetris at this point. He just knows which ones are coming up. He can predict them. He can control it. He's RNG manipulating at this point, man. He has the exact constellation he needs at the right time. I saw a tweet from somebody that was watching Pungwa or something. Everyone is so confused as to how it seems like Pungwa has the correct stars exactly the moment he needs them. And I am as well. How does he do it every single freaking time? I don't get it. I really don't.
I mean, yeah. I mean, when you play Dina to his level, right? You
just know.
know exactly. You just know exactly when to like dump your sigils at like the perfect time.
But here we go, Super. With that final game, we have our leaderboard, and the 4 teams that will move on never change throughout the course of tonight, if I remember correctly. Insider, Cartel, Saber, and Auto Arms. 4-point difference, unfortunately, for Kwangju
Actually, it was pretty close. Slasher
Indeed.
almost, yeah. Unfortunately, Slasher just they had a really good game 6, but just wasn't enough. And you kind of have to go back and you kind of have to wonder, what if they just played, their main
earlier?
Yeah, what if they misplayed their main team comp from the very beginning, because it's their comfort, Arda dive team comp, and it was that like most of their points did end up coming from that team comp, right?
Yep.
Their original team comp with the Suwa and the Bianca unfortunately just didn't really work out for them. So it's just unfortunate to see them go so early.
I think they tripled their TK with the Arda comp.
Yeah.
They were in their 10s when if I remember correctly, after game number 4. They went up to 45. Such an impressive performance from those guys, but in the end, it is just not enough. And Super...
It's barely short.
Oh man, that is gonna do it. Unfortunately, the end of the road for Kwangju Slasher, Tejan Snipers, Tangled.bx, as well as Red, Green, and Yellow. Hopefully they had a blast today, though, because I personally did. It was a great series overall. All of these teams showed us definitely why they deserve to be here. Maybe for Red, Green, and Yellow might have not been the case, if I'm gonna be real with you. They really didn't have any stellar performances today, but it's a wake-up call for that team as to what the difference between the phases are. LCQ, well, they didn't play LCQ, what the phases are, as well as what the season finals days are. It's definite wake-up call.
Oh, for sure. But I think it's a good experience for them, right? Because, playing into LAN, it's like a whole new experience. And I think it's like their first time playing. So, yeah, I mean, it's great to see, new blood, especially in the ERM scene. I think they had a nice performance for the season, and I mean, 12th place, it's still nothing to be sad about.
I mean, it's your debut season. I have never seen any of these players really outside of Youngman play in competitive, and I think there is a chance this could be Youngman's first competitive season as well. I know he's a really big content creator, and he also plays that TL like an absolute mastermind. But I don't recall if he has any performances in competitive. So, quite frankly, it's not just a team debut, but it's all the players' debut as well.
Exactly.
Team Insider on the flip side, yes, it might be a team debut, but we've seen these players every single time in competitive. Well, not every single time, but we've seen them before. So they have experience. It's not too surprising they were able to acclimate extremely quickly to this environment. But for Team Red, Green, and Yellow, I mean, this is a team that is on the up and up. We even saw last season where, forget the team for NXA, but they had some stellar performances and then just kind of fumbled towards the end of the season. But we also saw them come back even stronger in this season specifically. I wouldn't expect anything else from Team Red, Green, and Yellow if they decide to stick with the same roster. They played extremely well during the phases. I just want to see them even stronger during Season 7.
100%. They're a new team, and they had a pretty good performance, right? I mean, just making it to ERM finals itself is an accomplishment, right? Just make it all the way here.
Went from how many teams? Let's see here, 36 total teams. Well, I don't want to call it unique
probably like
teams
about 50, 60 teams. Yeah,
somewhere around 50 to 60 teams the entire season, all the way down to the final 12.
Yeah, and that's only counting
the main
ERM
stage
teams.
Yeah,
there's qualifier teams as well. If you count qualifiers, probably teams.
Yeah, we're not even talking about the teams that signed up either, right? That's a whole different story too. The numbers increase so much. And to be on top 12 in your debut season, for a lot of these teams, their debut player season as well, that is something you got to really give claps for. That is just amazing. So Red, Green, and Yellow, thank you so much for playing the season. I look forward to seeing you in the future seasons as well. And I will say, Tejan Snipers and Tangled.bx, damn it, they tried. Goodness gracious. The last final Hail Mary they had on both their compositions was incredible. Tejan Snipers, on the other hand, though, I mean, listen, their composition doesn't really allow for it, and everybody else in the lobby just ran away with it from the beginning of the game, but they definitely tried to.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for them just because they are playing that triple backline comp. They just didn't have a good performance for today. Usually, it's pretty hard for teams to push into them, but I think yeah, they got the short end of the stick in a lot of these games where it's like a team that's pretty volatile to getting third partied, and at the same and also, you know, if you're pushing into another team, if you don't get first, it is a little rough. So
I think they also got jumped by NCMB a lot. It's like the one person that can actually jump the backline without too much worry. And they kept fighting against Team Cartel, so they're really
they are pretty susceptible to like dive teams as well.
Which doesn't feel like it, right? If you played these kind of compositions before where it's triple backline, or I should say double backline plus a support like the Johan, it's really hard to get though, but in competitive, because the other teams are coordinated and everything, a lot easier, right? So really well played from every one of our other teams. And quite frankly, I think it was still a blast of a season for Team Tejon Cybers. They brought the whole Hyunwoo.
The Hyunwoo Lenny, yeah,
they were the ones.
I'm sad they didn't bring it out. They didn't bring it out today. Hyunwoo Lenny plus Mai. They did nerf it.
Okay. That makes sense. They definitely had to, right after whatever nonsense we saw there in phase number 1.
I don't think it should have been like a team call, like a better, because you know it's like glove Hyunwoo Lenny and Mai. You kind of just like roll over people.
Yeah, and on top of that too, we weren't even seeing things like the smash totem that we saw in NA, or even Q Watch was something that people were running as well. I'm not entirely sure why, because you're mostly going tank. But KR, I mean, Revolu ran freaking Centipede's Polter. They had actually those sources of real damage coming out, but they were just able to overwhelm people with the Mark of the Phoenix Smolder and the Quake. The Mai's doing damage. Hanu's punching you.
Yeah, it's because the extra damage you get is from the Lenny, because the Lenny gives you the Lenny passive, which gives you more damage on your auto attacks. You get the heal factor, and you get the elf dress. So that's like a lot of damage right there. You know, it basically makes Hyunwoo into a damage dealer while also being a tank.
Yeah, just a lot of funny coincidences where Hyunwoo gets buff, Lenny gets buff, and it's that perfect balance that allows the composition to shine. So, again, this all ties into the fact that Tejon Cybers, I think, still had a stellar season. We had a lot of fun watching this team, just like the weird dark horses, not as in the players, but the compositions themselves, kind of seeing the influence of whatever they were picking extend out into everyone else throughout the course of the region, and quite honestly, internationally as well. We saw a lot of Hyunwoos this season from even North American regions. I think I saw some in EU here and there as well. It was fun for Tejon Cybers. I really enjoyed their season.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, it is sad to see them go, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But yeah, now we're down to our top 8 teams. So, wow, it's just gonna the whole season is just gonna end with. It's all going to come down to tomorrow for these teams.
Indeed. Our top 4 plus FN Sejong, Ultimate, Gyeonggi Innate, as well as Gyeongnam Sparkles, right? Oh, that is going to be a series and a half tomorrow, my guy. Holy moly. Make sure all of you guys do not miss it. It's going to be 3 hours earlier than we started today. So it's going to be midnight for Central, 1 a.m. for Eastern, and as well as 10 p.m. for Pacific. Wow. It's actually prime time.
So early.
No excuses for you guys missing it.
So early for the North American side. So yeah.
Absolutely no excuses. It's not like you're queuing ranked either. It's preseason, unless you want.
That is true. That is true. Actually, you are correct.
What else are you gonna do? Play a different game? Nah, we're all Eternal Return players here. We know what's up, so let's get showing on what is coming tomorrow. FN Sejong, Ultimate, Gyeongnam Sparkle, and Gyeonggi Innate. As I mentioned, joining them will be Team Auto Arms, Saber, Insider, and Cartel. Are 2 LCQ teams made it out as well. Look at that.
Oh yeah, you are correct. So it looks like our LCQ teams definitely were able to prove themselves here. Insider, Insider, such a dominant performance.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they're gonna have a good time tomorrow, but we have to see, because you know it is gonna be up against our 4 best teams in season 6, and then Team Cartel, pretty solid performance. I think NCMP just playing out of his mind. And Bongwa as well.
Indeed, but tomorrow is going to be the exactly. Peng was also playing incredible today as well.
All 3 of them.
But they're all going to be playing into the return of G-Work. His what is it? I don't know what to say. His suspension, I guess. If you want to.
No, is it done?
Yeah, it is over, but suspension is not exactly the right word. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but either way, that is going to be it from us, ladies and gentlemen. Join us tomorrow at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Eternal Return Game channel as we bring the checkpoint format for the season finals day number 2.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Do not miss it, everybody. We'll
How
see
many
you guys
games,
tomorrow.
guys? Yeah, all right, guys. Yep.
Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye, or good morning.
Take care.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 일반장을 체크메이트. 임시 안전부대를 활성화합니다.